FTR is not currently working. She's rebooting the computer, so we need to make sure it's working before we can proceed. Yes, you can take a recess. We are at recess. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. You may proceed.
Ready? It's Heather Connor. Let's take a look at exhibit number 1. I don't believe the monitors are on.
Yes, number 16. Can you move the diagrams to the portion of better people to read, please? Yes. The easel? Yes.
Let's just do it this way.
Is that better? Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is the front of the house.
And the exposure of the house, what direction is towards my pen this way?
North?
Okay, wouldn't that be that way, north, that way, rather than this way? Isn't this south? Let's continue looking at it, okay? Exhibit number 2. What is that?
That is another view of the front of the house showing the front door.
And it also shows a closer up of what?
The vehicles that are parked in the garage and driveway.
And how many are there?
3 total.
And exhibit number 3. What are we looking at there?
That is a photograph of the front door entry and the numbers of the residence.
And what's the address of the residence?
11428.
And what's the street?
Queensboro.
Exhibit number 4. What do we see there?
That is a photograph of the open garage door view into the garage and the 2 cars in that garage.
What kind of car is this, do you know?
A Toyota Prius.
Okay. And the color, given how glary this photograph is, what color was it when you were out there, do you know?
I believe it was black.
Okay. Exhibit number 5.
It's the rear of that Toyota Prius.
Okay. If you then look over here to the right, do you see what that is?
That is a doorway leading from the garage into the laundry room of the residence.
Then, and this right here is what?
It appears to be a garage door opener.
Okay, and this right here?
I don't know what that is.
Are you familiar with light switches?
Yes,
Does that look like it could be a light switch?
it appears to be.
And then if we just shows us the rest of the garage and what's here, correct?
Yes.
And do you know what this is?
A bicycle?
Okay. Now, exhibit number 6 is what?
That is a view, a view of the laundry room that includes the washer and dryer that were inside that room.
And this door here, does that lead to?
That door leads to the garage.
And if we take a look at exhibit number 5, do you see this door here?
Yes, I do.
Are those one and the same doors?
They are.
Exhibit number 7 also shows us a door. Are you familiar with which door this one is?
I believe that is the same door we've been discussing from the laundry room to the garage.
When you say you believe, it sort of implies that you're not sure. Take a look at it. And then if we take a look at exhibit number 6, you see that same door?
Those are the same doors.
And is this then the door that leads out to the garage?
Yes, it is.
And what is this up here?
An alarm keypad of some kind.
Take a look at some more photographs. Take a look at exhibits 8 through 16. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What do they depict?
These photographs depict the washing machine and the contents of that washing machine.
And again, were these photographs taken at the time of the investigation back in June of 2008 of this one?
Yes, they were.
I move for the admission of exhibits numbers 8 through 16.
Exhibits 8 through 16 are admitted.
First of all, let's take a look at exhibit number 6. That's the one that we just talked about. And what is this right here?
That is a dryer.
And this right here?
Washing machine.
All right. Exhibit number 8 shows us what? What are we looking at here?
That is a reddish stain that was on top of the edge of the washing machine.
Exhibit number 9, what are we looking at there?
That is looking at the same area of the washing machine, pulled back a little bit with some stickers to label and identify some stains seen on the washing machine.
Are these the reddish stains that you guys were looking at, or just stains generally?
Reddish brown stains.
There's a red number on there. Do you see that? I'm sorry, black. You see that?
Yes.
I thought in our previous discussion we indicated that if it's something that you can't seize or that you take a swab from, that you actually would give it a letter. What's going on with these ones in black?
These particular stains were labeled by a member of the biology unit so that presumptive testing could be performed. I wasn't involved in these labels.
So in other words, these are labeled by somebody from the biology unit to see whether or not this was blood or something, right?
Correct.
Exhibit number 10 is a close-up of one of those ones, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if we bring it in a little bit closer, it has something to the side of it. You see that?
I do.
What is that?
The letter B.
So for example then, if we go to the previous exhibit, there are two ones there. One would be either, well, we can look at it. We can see that they're labeled with letters also, correct?
This one is, yes.
And then if you take a look at the other one, doesn't seem to have a letter on there though, right?
It does not.
Exhibit number 11, what are we, let me give you a better view of that. What are we looking at there?
That is a photograph into the washing machine when the lid was lifted during the entry photos.
And there are some items in there, correct?
Yes, there are.
This is no. Exhibit number 12. What are we looking at there?
That's a digital camera that was found inside of the washing machine.
And for the sake of completeness, is this the way the camera was at the time that you guys went into it and started taking photographs of it?
Yes, it was.
And you were there on what dates?
June 10th, 11th, and 12th, and it ran into the 13th on the 12th.
All right. Exhibit number 13. What are we seeing here?
That is another photograph of the contents of the washing machine, now with those evidence placards that I discussed to identify items that were going to be collected.
Right. 39 is what?
39 is all of the contents of the washing machine with the exception of the camera.
So this is all the clothing articles, and 38 is the camera.
That's correct.
And exhibit number 14? Is that just a different view of how the items are placed in there?
Yes, it is.
In just looking at this, and you were there, and that's the reason why I'm asking, it doesn't seem like this is a full load, does it?
Objection causes speculation.
Overruled.
It didn't appear to be full, no.
Exhibit number 15, what are we looking at there?
That is a photograph of the camera after it's been removed from the washing machine and placed on butcher paper in order to take additional vantage viewpoints of that camera.
And exhibit number 16 is what?
A top view of the camera.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 214.
No, thank you. This is a digital camera.
And is this the digital camera that we see pictured in exhibit number 16?
May I refer to my report, Your Honor, in order to refresh my recollection?
Yes, you may.
Your Honor, she's going to refer to any documentation like that that marked as an exhibit.
I agree. Sam, take a look at exhibit 276 and see if that helps you out.
Thank you. This is the same camera that is depicted in the was collected from inside the washing machine.
But inside of that plastic is something else beside the camera, right?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
Looks like power cords of some kind.
Right, but as far as you're concerned, the only thing that was taken from that washing machine is the camera that's in that exhibit, correct?
Yes.
I may have it back. Judge, I would move to the addition of exhibit 214 that we accept that has this power device, whatever that may be. Have the camera taken or this power cord taken out.
No objection.
Right, exhibit 214 is admitted and it will be repackaged without the power cord.
Correct. Do you know whether or not there was what is known as a SIM card attached to this thing?
There was a memory card inside of the washing machine that was also collected.
Okay. Please take a look at exhibit number 215. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the memory card that was collected from inside the washing machine.
And you were the one that actually packaged it, I guess, correct?
When it was originally in the envelope, yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit 215.
No objection.
From
215 is admitted.
Let's take a look at this. Exhibit 215. And what we're actually looking at is this square or rectangular blue thing, correct?
Yes.
It's not. Do you know the dimensions of this? Or is it just very small?
It's small.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 220. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is what I labeled as a digital camera door
Okay.
that was found at the bottom of the washing machine and was collected.
Was this after the clothing had been removed?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit number 220.
No objection, Your Honor.
220 is admitted.
Take a look at this one. And then this is the item that you collect right here, correct?
Yes, it is.
Let's take a look at exhibits. (17) through 25. Do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
What do they show?
They show the items that were removed from the washing machine as item number 39 laid out. It also shows additional items of evidence that were identified to be collected with evidence placards and the contents of the dryer.
With regard to item 39, what was that?
That's all the clothing items that were in that washing machine.
Okay. I move for the admission of exhibits numbers 17 through 45.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 17 through 25 are admitted.
Go ahead and take a look at these. Exhibit number 17. We see the placard 39. What is this up here?
It's a towel,
All right, and directly underneath it, what are those?
socks.
And to the left?
Those are also socks.
Okay. It does seem that, do you see this part up here on the towel?
I do.
It does seem that the towel is a bit discolored, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Exhibit number 18, is that the same towel?
Yes, it is.
And it shows this other end here, right?
Yes.
What is this right here?
It's a t-shirt or a shirt of some kind.
Do you know what this is right here? I know the glare is bad, but
I don't recall specifically the particular clothing items that were contained.
and exhibit number 19. Do you know what these are right here?
Underwear,
And this?
another shirt.
And these right here.
They appear to be shorts.
Take a look at exhibit 216. You recognize this? Here.
They appear to be all those items in the photographs.
Again, when you say they appear to be, scissors, why don't you go ahead, open it up. Take a look at what's in there and then tell me if this is in fact your item 39. Okay.
Yes, this is item 39.
All right. I move for the admission of exhibit 216.
No objection.
Exhibit 216 is admitted.
Let's take a look at it. Where do you want to put it? Start with the top. All right. Does have some spots on there, right?
Yes, it does.
Are you familiar with what bleach is?
Yes, I am.
What is bleach?
It's a liquid that we use to clean clean various things.
And do you know what bleach does to an item that has color to it?
It will take that color out and cause spotting.
With regard to the towel, is that consistent with bleach being added to the load?
Objection calls for speculation.
You may answer yes or no, overruled.
Yes.
Okay. Take a look at the other items. What is that?
A t-shirt?
You know what size it is on there? Take a look at it.
It's marked medium.
And does it also have some spotting there?
Yes, it does.
Let's see what else we have there. Those are the shorts or underwear.
Yes.
What else? All right, what else do we have?
Pair of shorts.
Let's see what else we have in that bag. What is that?
A t-shirt.
Okay. What else? Let's start with one sock. You have a blue sock in your left hand, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next. What color sock is that?
Mostly gray.
Does it have any spotting on it?
Yes, it does.
All right. What else? Do we have? What is that?
A black sock.
Go ahead. Another sock?
Yes.
All right. What else? Is that a sock?
It is.
All right. Is that another sock?
Yes.
And?
Another sock.
And that's also another sock, correct?
Yes, it is.
Are those all the articles of clothing in there?
No, they're not.
Okay, what else is there? What is that?
This is a pair of pants.
Are you familiar with the term sweatpants?
Yes.
Would that be what that is?
Yes.
What size are they? If you can look inside for us.
They're marked men's large.
Anything else in that bag? And what is that?
A t-shirt.
And what's the size on that t-shirt?
Large.
All right, probably have that item back. Let's take a look at another exhibit. It's exhibit number 20. And if we take a look at, first of all, exhibit 37, what is that? Or item 37, not exhibit 37, I apologize.
That is the memory card that was originally in the washing machine and then was collected as item 37.
And what was the color of that memory card?
From my recollection, it's blue.
Okay. And then we have some numbers here, 40 and 41. First of all, this appliance to the right is a what?
That's a dryer.
And now we have a close-up, exhibit 21, of those items as in relation to the dryer, correct?
Yes.
And what is item 40?
40 is a piece of duct tape that was found on the floor in the laundry room.
And exhibit 22 shows us a close-up of that, right?
Yes.
Exhibit 23 is the SIM card that we've been talking about, right?
Yes, it is.
And exhibit 24 is a close-up of that, right?
Yes.
Now, exhibit 25 are a bunch of items, right?
Yes, it is.
And they were in the dryer. Do you know what was in the dryer?
Bedding items.
Do you have the exhibit up there that will tell you what was in there?
Yes, I do. I have it labeled as bedding items.
All right, so let's take a look at exhibit 36 through, 28. I apologize. 28 through, well, let's do it this way. 27, 28, 29, 30, and 26.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Those are photographs of the items from inside the dryer, as well as a photograph of them inside the dryer.
And are these true and accurate depictions of those items back when the investigation was conducted in June of 2008?
Yes, they are.
I move for the admission of exhibits numbers 26 through 30.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 26 through 30 are admitted.
Take a look at exhibit 26. What are we looking at there?
That is a view of the contents of the dryer and the items that were going to be collected as item 41.
Exhibit number 27, what are we looking at here?
That is a overall photograph of all of the contents of 40 of the dryer that were to be collected as 41, laid out, separated.
And exhibit 28. What are we looking at here?
A portion of the contents of the dryer.
I'm sorry, 29.
Those are additional contents of the dryer.
And finally, number 30. What is that?
That is also something removed from the dryer.
Take a look at exhibit number 212. You may want to just read it on the side. Recognize what's in there.
Yes, I recognize this.
What is it?
This is the all the contents of the dryer as collected as item 41, I believe.
Take a look. It is item 4.
Excuse me, it is item 41.
All right. Do you need more gloves to open it and get into that?
If we're going to pull them out, I would like some additional gloves, please.
Okay.
Would you like me to cut this open entirely?
Just enough so that we can pull the items out and make the table. What is that?
A pillowcase?
All right. What else do we have?
Is it all right to lay them directly on the desk as I pull them out, or would you like them put back in the bag?
If you feel comfortable, put them on the seat of the chair. How about that?
All right.
And what is that?
A pillowcase.
All right, next. And that?
It's another pillowcase.
That is what?
A towel.
Okay. What are those?
A pair of pants.
Do they have a size on them?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What size is that?
Size large.
Next. What is that?
An additional pillowcase.
And that.
It's another pillowcase.
Last one. Is that the last item in there?
No, it's not.
All right. What is that?
This is a bed covering of some sort with buttons.
Okay.
So
Okay. What else is in that exhibit? What is that?
a fitted sheet.
Anything else? What is that?
A flat sheet.
And that.
Another pillowcase.
And I believe that's all that you have in there, correct?
Yes, it is.
I'm putting everything down. Ma'am, let me show you exhibits 31 through 46. And do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you got there?
These are photographs of a portion of the downstairs of the house to include the laundry room, office, and downstairs bathroom, as well as items inside those rooms.
And are these true and accurate depictions of the scene as it existed back then in June of 2008?
Yes, they are.
Move to the exhibit exhibits 31 to 46.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 31 through 46 are admitted.
Start with Exhibit 31. And what are we looking at here?
That is another view of the laundry room from the vantage point of the doorway leading into the garage, into the corner.
What is this door here? Is this the door leading to the garage, or is that the door leading somewhere else?
That door leads into the house,
Okay.
further into the house.
And Exhibit 32, what is this?
That is the view into the laundry room through that doorway that we just discussed.
Where is the doorway leading to the garage in this photograph?
If you were to enter through that doorway, it would be to your right.
Okay. 33. This area here, what is this back here?
That's the laundry room.
And what's to the left here, do you know?
There is a closet and a doorway leading to an office space,
And to the right here, what's there?
a bathroom.
Do you know what this item is here? If you know.
It looks like a punching apparatus of some kind.
Exhibit 34, first of all, in the corner here, what is this right here?
That's the doorway leading from the house into the laundry room.
And this right here?
That is the entryway into the office space.
Exhibit 35. First of all, we look, what is this right here?
The laundry room,
And here?
the office space.
Exhibit number 36. What is that?
That's the view of the office space from the doorway.
Exhibit 37 is what?
A different view in the office space from a different corner of the room.
Exhibit number 38. What are we looking at there?
That is the desk in the office space, and there are items marked with evidence placards in that photograph.
This up here, what is that up here? Do you see that white item there?
It's a closet door.
Exhibit 39. What do we see here?
That is a photograph of the item that was collected as item 35LB, and it's a check.
Take a look at exhibit number 222. You recognize it?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the box, including the check that was collected as item 35.
Okay. Move for the admission of Exhibit 222.
No objection.
Exhibit 222 is admitted.
Let's take a look at that. First of all, what is the date on it?
5/25/08.
And what's the amount of the check?
200.
And who's the person, what's the account? What's the name holder on the account?
Jodi Arias.
It does have an address. Can you read that address or not?
I can.
What is it?
9634 East Nido Avenue, NIDO, Mesa, Arizona, 85209-2243.
And the person that it's made out to?
Travis Alexander,
And what's the amount of the check? I think you already,
200 cents.
and what is it for? Can you see what that's for?
The notes section indicates car payments April and May 2008.
And is it signed? Yes or no?
Yes.
Exhibit number 40 is what? What are we looking at here?
That's an additional view of a different corner of the office space from a different vantage point.
Exhibit 41, what do we see here?
That's the final corner of the office space, and you're seeing the entry doorway from where the photographer's standing.
If we were to take a right, where would we be headed towards?
Out of the door,
Right.
you'd be headed towards the living area and kitchen if you went to the right.
If we were to go left, where would we be going?
The laundry room.
Exhibit number 42 is what?
That's a photograph of the downstairs bathroom from the doorway.
Is that straight across from that door that we just saw?
Essentially straight across, maybe a bit to the left and across.
And exhibit 43 shows us what?
Another view of the inside of that downstairs bathroom.
Exhibit 44, what are we looking at there?
That is a labeled stain that was tested by our biology unit.
And that has a number 3 by there, right?
Yes.
Exhibit 45 is what?
That's a view of a stain, a reddish brown stain inside of the sink in that downstairs bathroom that was tested by the biology unit.
And exhibit 46 shows us what?
That's a close-up of the stain from inside the sink of the downstairs bathroom.
Let's take a look at exhibits 47 through 61.
photographs of the remainder of the house, the downstairs portion of the house, the staircase leading to the loft upstairs, and the stairway itself.
All right. And again, are these true and accurate depictions of when you were out at the scene back in June of 2008?
Yes, they are.
Move for the admission of exhibits 47 through 61.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 47 through 61 are admitted.
We have here exhibit number 47. Okay, what are we looking at here?
That's a view of the dining room, living room area, and the hallway that led down to the office space, laundry room, and downstairs bathroom in the far portion of the photograph.
And what is this right here?
That's that punching apparatus that was in near that hallway.
Number 48?
That's a view of the front door from that dining room, living room area.
Where's the laundry room door from here?
It would be to my left, where your pen is leading. Yes, that direction.
And I guess we'll ask about this 48. What is this right here?
A floor cleaner of some kind.
$49?
That's a view of the entry room and the front door.
And what are these items here? Do you know?
They're metal grids of materials that are linked together by those round pieces.
Okay. Exhibit number 50 is what?
You're seeing a view of the kitchen from the area that had the couches near the dining area.
Okay. And what's this right here?
That's the staircase.
Exhibit 51, do we see that same staircase?
Yes.
Is that right there?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 52. What are we looking at there?
That's a view from the hallway that you would enter from the front door, looking into the dining, kitchen, living area, and the beginning of the staircase.
And these things right here, what are those?
Those metal grids similar to what was shown in that entry area.
But those are not aligned in any way, right? In other words, they're not put up.
No.
Exhibit 53, now what are we looking at?
You're seeing a view down the hallway towards the laundry room, office space, bathroom, as well as a portion of the staircase to show their relationship to each other.
And this is the staircase right here?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 54. Shows us what?
That is a view of the staircase and what you see from the bottom of the staircase.
Exhibit 55 is what?
A view from about halfway up the stairs, slightly more perhaps.
Exhibit 56 is?
That is showing a small possible fiber piece of fabric that was collected as an item of evidence.
Exhibit number 57, that is what?
That's a close-up of that item that was identified as an item of evidence and collected later on.
Now number 58, what are we looking at here?
That is a view from a corner of the loft that is at the top of the staircase. It's showing the area where the staircase ends and the entry into the master bedroom.
And is this the master bedroom door?
Yes.
Exhibit number 59.
That is showing a black bag that was identified as an item of evidence to be collected in the loft.
Are you familiar with exhibit number 231?
Yes, I am.
What is it?
This is the item that I collected as item number 24LB. It's the doorknob from the right door of the master bedroom double doors.
Okay. I move for the admission of exhibit number 231.
The objection.
None, Your Honor.
231 is admitted.
Take a look at this exhibit and describe the locking and unlocking mechanisms of this door appliance.
The unlocking mechanism is a key hole.
Okay.
The locking mechanism is a flat piece that's turned.
Which one was on the inside and which one was on the outside of that door?
The inside was the locking mechanism, which has the flat piece that turns, and the exterior doorknob was the one that has the unlocking key mechanism on it.
So in order to get into that room, if it had been locked from the inside, would a person need a key?
Yes.
And in order to lock it, if you were inside, would a person need a key or would they just need to turn the knob or the item there?
A key would not be necessary.
So does that mean that the person could just turn the little knob there or bump or whatever and close it from the inside and lock it?
Yes.
In Exhibit 231, the item that we're looking at here, is that the inside or the outside?
It was the interior doorknob.
And you were talking about turning. This is what you would turn, correct?
Yes.
To lock it. And this portion of it right here, is that the inside or the outside?
That was the exterior side of the doorknob.
And that's the one that would require the key, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit number 60 is what? What are we looking at there?
That is a closer view of that black bag from the loft that was collected as item 31 LB.
And exhibit 61? What is that?
That's a view of the contents of that black bag.
Take a look at exhibit 213. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the black camera bag that was collected as item 31 LB.
All right. I move the addition of exhibit number 213.
No objection.
213 is admitted.
Do you want gloves for this or not?
I'd prefer gloves, yes.
I'll get them for you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I assume I'm opening this.
Sure, please. And open it up. What is it that we have inside? Open it.
There's a strap. A lens attachment of some kind. That appears to be everything.
All right. Let's take a look at exhibits 62 through 72. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
These are photographs of the entry into the master bedroom itself, the master bedroom closet, and a portion of the bathroom in the master bedroom.
I move for the addition of exhibits number 62 through 72.
Council Exhibits 63, 64, and 68 have already been admitted.
That's correct. That's what we were talking about.
Yes, sir. No objections to those photos previously not admitted being admitted.
All right, 62 through 72 will be admitted.
Let's take a look at photograph, which is number 62. And what are we looking at here?
That is the view into the master bedroom from the doorway.
And we've taken a look at the lock or the door handle, haven't we, before?
Yes, we have.
Exhibit number 65 shows us what?
A view of the bedroom, the master bedroom,
And specifically what?
the bed, and one of the sides of the bedroom.
In this one, we see that the bedding, if you will, is crumpled up on the bed. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that the way the bed was found when you
Yeah.
were there?
That was how it appeared when I was there, yes.
66 shows us what?
That's another view of the bed from the opposite side and more of the bedroom itself.
And what is this right here?
That is a doorway leading, one of the doorways in the master bedroom closet.
So where does it lead to? Is there more than 2 doors from the bedroom going into the bedroom closet?
No, that's the doorway from the bedroom to the closet.
All right. Exhibit 67, what are we looking at there?
That is a view from inside the master bedroom of that doorway from the bedroom to the closet, the entryway to the hallway that leads down to the bathroom, and the door into the master bedroom.
Exhibit 69 shows us what?
That is a view of the interior of the master bedroom closet from that doorway from the bedroom into the closet.
And what is this right here?
That is a doorway leading from the master bedroom closet into the master bathroom.
While you were there, did you notice whether or not there was any blood in this area here in the master bedroom closet?
I did not see any blood in that area or
And-
red staining.
And if it had been there and marked, would you have photographed it?
Objection, this is a pretty bad.
What was the objection?
It's outside her scope.
Overruled. You may answer.
Can you please repeat the
If
question?
if there was a stain that was marked there, would you have photographed it?
Yes,
And were you the person that actually looked for these stains or not?
I was not.
Okay. But you would have photographed anything that was marked there, correct?
Yes.
Number 70. What do we see here?
That's a deeper view into the closet from that same vantage point, showing some of the contents.
And this right here?
That is the doorway leading into the master bathroom from the closet.
And if we look down here, what is this area here?
Carpeting inside the closet,
Okay, and this right here?
that's tile in the bathroom.
Exhibit 71, if we start at the top, what are we looking at here?
That is a view into the master bathroom from the doorway in the closet leading into the bathroom.
And this right here is what?
Carpeting,
And right here?
tile,
And then if we go back here, what is this area here?
The vanity and sinks from within the master bathroom.
And this right here, what is that?
A door for a linen closet inside the master bathroom.
And this hallway that we've been talking about, take a look at exhibit number 67, told us about this hallway here. We take a look at exhibit number 71, where would the hallway be in relationship to this door, the sink?
It's to the right.
So it would be right down this way.
That's correct.
Exhibit 72, starting here, what is this right here?
That is the door and doorway that is leading to the master bedroom closet.
And this right here is what?
A portion of that hallway we've discussed.
That what? I didn't hear you. I didn't
The
catch-
hallway that we've discussed.
Oh, okay. And this right here is what?
The door for the linen closet that's in the master bathroom.
Where does this hallway lead?
To the master bedroom.
And if we take a look at exhibit number 67, is this what you're talking about, the hallway that we just discussed?
Yes, it is.
And this right here is,
The bathtub in the bathroom.
and right here,
That's the shower.
and this,
That's the victim inside of the shower.
and this greenish, bluish,
I believe it's a robe.
take a look at exhibits 76 through 80, 82, through 87. What are they?
These are photographs of the victim, additional photographs of the bathroom, and some items from inside the bathroom.
And again, were they as they existed back in June of 2008?
Yes.
Move for the admission of exhibits 77 through 80, 82 through 87.
No objections, Your Honor.
Exhibits 77 through 87 are admitted.
Exhibit number 76. What are we looking at there?
That's a photograph of the victim inside of the shower and a plastic cup that was found in the shower with the victim.
Take a look at Exhibit 230. Recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is that plastic cup from inside the shower.
It looks kind of black or dark. Is that mold or what is that?
This item was processed in the laboratory for latent prints.
And you indicated that there was a couple of processes that could be used, one of them being powder and the other one being leucocrystal violet, correct?
Those were types of processing that we do at a scene.
Right.
Yes.
But in this one, powder was used, right?
This item was brought back to the laboratory and was processed with a variety of different things.
All right. And were any results obtained?
I may refer to my report. No latent prints were developed on the plastic cup.
One of the things that you told us was that there were environmental factors that would affect whether or not an individual leaves a latent fingerprint. Do you remember we discussed that earlier?
Yes, I do.
With regard to water, if water is run on an item, will that affect the ability to later obtain a latent fingerprint?
It can, yes.
Why?
In some cases, if water is run over a surface, it may obscure that latent impression that was left behind. It could wash away the residue or something of that nature.
And how about if the person is turning the cup as they're doing whatever it is they're doing with it? Would that also affect whether or not they might leave behind a usable latent fingerprint?
How an item is handled will always affect whether or not a latent print is left behind or not.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 230.
No objection.
230 is admitted.
Exhibit number 77, what are we looking at?
It's a lower view of the victim inside of the shower stall.
And what is this right here? Is that the wall, I guess is what I'm saying?
Yes, it's the wall of the shower stall.
And this is his right foot, correct?
Yes, it is.
Is that touching that wall?
Yes, it is.
How about the left knee? Is that also touching the wall?
Yes.
And if we look over here to the right, what portion of his anatomy is that?
It's his right knee.
Is that touching the wall also?
It looks like it is. I don't know specifically if it is or not.
If we go back to exhibit number 76, his head, correct?
Yes, it is.
Is that up against the portion of the shower there?
Yes, it is.
Now, exhibit 78, we're starting to see, first of all, the victim's body here, correct?
That is the victim inside the shower stall, yes.
And 2, 3, and 4, what are we looking at there?
Those were some hair and fiber-like materials that were found around the shower stall that were designated to be collected as items of evidence.
And exhibit number 79, we're also looking at this area here, right?
2 is actually just indicating the hairs that you see here on the floor.
Right.
But you can see the red staining in this photograph.
And this is, what is this, the trim right here?
Baseboard trim of some kind, yes.
And there's also some staining up here, correct?
Yes.
And there's also staining here.
Yes.
Exhibit number 80 is what?
That's a fiber-like material that was found on the floor in the bathroom that was collected as item number 3LB.
And exhibit number 82, we're now looking at what?
You can see a small portion of the shower stall with the victim inside, the bathtub, and a doorway leading into what I called the toilet room. The toilet's contained in that room, there's a door, and then a portion of the bathroom to the right side of the photograph.
What's this right here?
It's a towel.
Take a look at exhibit number 228, see if you recognize it.
Yes, I recognize it.
What is it?
This is that same towel from the master bathroom.
Was there one or two towels there?
I believe there's only one.
When you say you believe, it means you're not sure. Why don't you go ahead and open it and take a look at it and make sure.
Okay. It's a single towel.
Why don't you hold it up for us? What's the exhibit number on it, please? It's the green tag.
228.
I move for the admission of exhibit 228.
No objection.
228 is admitted.
Why don't you take a look at the label there on there and see what it says. If you could read that for us, please.
It says Bianca, B-I-A-N-C-A, concept by Mundo Textile, M-U-N-D-O-T-E-X-T-I-L, all one word.
All right. Put it back in the container. This is the towel that you previously looked at, and it's from exhibit number 216 from the washer. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes, I do.
Why don't you read the label on this one for me?
It's labeled Bianca, concept by Mundo Textile.
Do at least the labels, are they from, do the labels match? How about that?
Yes, they do.
All right. And if we hold these two up, I'll hold this one here, and you hold the other one up. They seem to be a little bit different in shades, correct?
Yes, they do.
And also one is spotted and one is not, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Exhibit 83 shows us, first of all, what is this right here?
That's the victim inside of the shower stall.
And this is the,
The bathrobe.
and this right here?
Some staining or some material that was seen on the wall by the shower stall.
Exhibit number 84, we're looking at what?
That is a view of the bathtub inside the master bathroom.
And this room was what again?
I called it the toilet room. It's the room that contained the toilet in the bathroom.
And what is this right here?
That is red staining, reddish brown staining that was seen on the wall. or
And
door jamb.
I may have to show you the photograph because of the glare on this one. You know what this is down here? If you want, I'll bring the photograph up there.
That's a bath mat.
Okay. This right here, that's the bath mat, right?
Yes, it is.
Number 85, what are we looking at there?
That's another view of the same bath mat that we discussed.
And this right here on the left, what is that?
That is the door jamb of the entry into the toilet room with the red staining that we saw in the previous photograph.
And this right here is what?
More staining,
And down here on the ground is,
more reddish brown substance.
and this right here
It's also a reddish brown stain.
on the mat, correct?
Correct.
And this right here is what right there?
Additional staining.
The towels that we looked at, where are they in relationship to this staining right here where I'm pointing to?
The towel that is in front of me is directly above, maybe slightly further back from that. It's hanging from that wall in the
Okay.
photograph.
Exhibit 86. What are we looking at here?
That's a view of some of the staining on the walls and tile floor of the master bathroom, showing the entry into the toilet room, and you can see more of the bathroom itself.
And this up here?
That's this towel here.
Exhibit 87 is what?
That's a more mid-range close-up view of the reddish staining that's on the door jamb and some of the floor leading into the toilet room.
You see that right back there?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
More reddish brown staining that was on the bottom pedestal of the toilet.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibits 88 through 116. Let's take a look at those. Do you recognize what's in these photographs?
Yes, I do.
What do they show?
Those are photographs of the master bathroom, including staining, shows the sink area and the interior of the linen closet that's also in the bathroom.
Are they true and accurate depictions of the scene when you worked on it back in June of 2008?
Yes, they are.
List of the admission of exhibits 88 through 160.
objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 88 through 116 are admitted.
Start with 88, and we are looking at what here?
That's a view of the toilet inside of the room, the toilet room.
89, we're looking at what now?
That's showing the reddish staining that's on the pedestal of that toilet.
And that would be right there.
Yes, it is.
Number 90 is what?
A closer view of those stains.
And these are it right here, correct?
Yes, they are.
91 is, what is this here?
This is showing staining on both the tile floor and the wall. You can see the entry to the toilet room on the left side of the photograph, and that's the wall that would be along the side of the toilet room that we've seen in other photographs.
And this is this the wall where the towel is?
Yes.
And this is the staining that you're talking about?
Yes, that's correct.
And is this also a stain here on the left?
Yes, it is.
92, if we go to the upper right, what do we see up here?
That's this towel.
And
Point.
93 is what?
That is a view of one of the corners of the bathroom from around the area where the shower stall would be, from that direction to the corner of the bathroom.
And what is this right here?
The sinks within the bathroom.
94 shows us what?
Some of the floor in that master bathroom, the walls, the reddish staining, and 2 scales that were inside that bathroom.
95?
That is a mid-range photograph of one of the scales with placard number 15, because that item was collected as 15 LB by me.
And number 96?
That depicts the scale and also what was beyond the vanity in the bathroom containing the sinks. So you can see a trash can and some staining near that scale.
And is this staining here too or not?
I don't recall.
97 is what?
That is a view of the vanity and sinks in the master bathroom.
And you found this was open when you were there, correct?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
98, what are we looking at here?
That is reddish brown staining and reddish brown substance that was inside and on top of the sink in the master bathroom.
'99 is what? What are we looking at here?
That's another view of the right side sink in the master bathroom with the staining. There's also scales in the photograph that were placed in order to do additional documentation photographs of that staining within the mirror and sink areas.
And 100 is what?
Another view of the same staining with the scales for reference.
And it also shows us the edge here, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And it does have red. Does it have red staining on it?
Yes, it does.
There is something here on the upper left. What is that?
That is a letter marker D to indicate which area was photographed.
And exhibit 101 shows us what?
A closer view of the staining that would be within that D area or quadrant.
(102).
That's an overhead view of the sink on the right side and the staining on top of the sink and countertop.
This looks like a wipe pattern. Are you familiar with like wiping or not?
I don't do blood spatter
Okay.
interpretation.
(103) shows us what now?
A closer view of some of the staining on the sink.
That's actually inside the sink with the outlet valve there, right?
That's correct. It was both inside the sink and on top of the sink.
(104). What are we looking at there?
That's another overhead view of the staining on the sink and the vanity top with some scales and letter and number designators.
This bottle that's here, do you see whether or not it has any staining on it? Can you tell?
I see staining around it. I'm not sure if there's any on the bottle.
Take a look at exhibit 104 with your eyes.
Okay. It appears that there's staining on the bottle, yes.
The bottle is not knocked over, right?
No, it's not.
And 105, we're looking at these patterns, whatever they may be, on a different portion of the sink, right?
Yes.
In terms of coloring, these on the left look a lot darker than the ones on the right, correct?
Yes, they do.
106 now, it's over more to the right, and we see that staining there, correct?
Yes.
(107) is what?
That's a photograph of the staining on the sink from a different viewpoint. It shows the edge of the sink and some of the spatter inside of the sink running down.
Right here is what we're
Yes.
looking at. 108 is?
That is a photograph of the staining that I designated D1. That area was swabbed and collected as a sample.
And 109, what is this right here?
That is the linen closet or closet that's in the master bathroom.
And this right here? See this right here?
That's red staining substance that's on the tile in the bathroom.
I want you to look at this box, and there you go. Can you see that box there?
Yes, I can.
Do you see this right here on the bottom of that box?
Yes, I do.
I know we can look at it, but you were there. Can you describe it any better than what our eyes are looking at?
It was a light gradient of red staining running up the box, what appeared to be running up the box.
And in front of it is this red, larger stain.
Yes.
And were these also stains here?
Yes, they are.
And while I have this of course is What's this white thing here?
That's the door to that closet
Right.
in the master bathroom.
Do you know what this is right here?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to bring it in a little bit. What is that?
That is a cartridge casing that was found on the floor in the master bathroom.
And did you seize that cartridge?
Yes, I
case?
did.
I want you to take a look at exhibit number 216. What is it?
That's the cartridge casing that I collected as number 1 LB.
I move for the admission of exhibit number 218.
No objection.
216, 18 is admitted.
When you packaged it, did you notice the caliber of it? Write down the caliber of it or not?
I documented what was written on the head stamp of the cartridge casing, yes.
And what was written on the head stamp of this cartridge casing?
WIN 25 Auto.
Do you know what WIN stands for? It may not be your area.
It's not my area.
Do you know what the 25 stands for?
I believe it's the caliber, but I don't work in firearms.
That's not your area. Okay. Let's look a little bit at a wider view of this. That's the casing. And then we've looked at this area here. I'm going to pan out a little bit more. And what is this right here?
That's the cartridge casing.
And this up here is,
The right side sink.
exhibit number 110 shows us what?
That's a closer view of the cartridge casing on the bathroom floor.
And it also shows us that there's what? You see this right up here?
There's red staining and red substance all over the floor as well.
And exhibit 111 shows us,
A closer view of the cartridge casing.
and this right here is just some red staining, correct?
Yes.
It may be stating the obvious, but I'm going to ask you, to the naked eye, your eye, and you were there, is there any staining on the top of this casing that's in this red stain?
Not that I see.
See that?
It's a little blurry, but I still don't see any red staining on the top.
Exhibit number 112. Now what are we looking at here? Starting with this corner here, what is that?
That's the sink, or a portion of the sink pedestal.
And this down here is,
That's the cartridge casing, and it's photographed with evidence placard number 1.
and up here,
That's a towel.
and down here,
That's the hallway that leads from the master bedroom to the master bathroom or vice versa.
and right here.
That is the doorway leading from the bathroom into the closet.
Exhibit 113 is the staining and what?
A mid-range view of item number 1, LB, with placard 1.
And it shows some staining there also, right?
It does.
114 is the placard and a close-up of the casing, correct?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit number 115 shows us the box, right?
Correct.
And then it shows us the items in the closet. Number 11, what is number 11?
It's a USB thumb drive that was a Targus brand that was collected from inside that closet.
A what now?
A USB storage device,
Okay.
thumb drive.
That was what number was that?
That was 11.
And what was number 10 then?
It's a prepaid legal services business card.
Okay. And now 116, what are we looking at here?
That is red substance staining that's on the floor in the master bathroom and hallway to the master bathroom.
And now are we headed into the master bathroom and bedroom now?
You're heading down the hallway towards the master bedroom and that to the
Okay.
right.
Great, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the weekend recess. You may step down, please return January 8th at 10:30. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there will be no trial tomorrow, Friday, no trial Monday, the 7th. You should also return on Tuesday, January 8th at 10:30. I know every day I ask you to follow the admonition. Page 13 of your preliminary instructions contains that admonition. Since we are about to recess for the weekend, I want to remind you of your obligations. It is your duty not to speak with or permit yourselves to be addressed by any person on any subject connected with this trial. If someone should try to talk to you about the case, stop him or her or walk away. If you should overhear others talking about the case, stop them or walk away. If anything like this does happen, report it to me or any member of my staff as soon as you can. You may not discuss the evidence among yourselves until you retire to deliberate on your verdict. Do not form any final opinions about any fact or about the outcome of the case until you have heard and considered all of the evidence, the closing arguments, and the rest of the instructions I will give you on the law. Keep an open mind during the trial. Form your final opinions only after you have had an opportunity to discuss the case with each other in the jury room at the end of the trial. All right, one more time, has anyone had any exposure to the media regarding this case? Anyone at all? I see no hands. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We will see you on Tuesday, 10:30 a.m. Have a nice weekend.
Please, Councilor Garrett.
Smaller version of it, so for the record, 249 is now an 8.5 by 9 vote. Yeah, let's take a look at that exhibit 249. And your name, please?
It's Heather Connor.
And you were testifying here previously, correct?
Yes.
Where we left off last time, Thursday, we were talking about this area here, correct?
Yes, we were.
And specifically, we were talking about what was inside of that closet, correct?
Yes, we were.
Take a look at Exhibit 219 and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a business card that was collected as item number 10LB.
And just for illustrative purposes, if we then go to our diagram, do we see the number 10 there?
Yes,
And that's where that was collected from?
that's correct.
What is it? What is this?
It's a business card.
For whom? Do you know who it's for?
I believe,
Well,
may I see it, please?
Sure.
It says Travis Alexander on the card.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 219.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Exhibit 219 is admitted.
Take a look at Exhibit 219. Basically, that's what the card looks like, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you some other photographs. These are exhibits 117 through 140. Take a look at them. Do you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
What are they of?
These are photographs of the hallway that is between the master bedroom and bathroom, as well as photos from inside the master bedroom and bathroom, and items and the overall appearance of those areas.
If we take a look at exhibit number 249, is the area that we're talking about this hallway here? Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct.
And were these taken back during the investigation in June of 2008?
Yes, they were.
Move for the admission of exhibits 117 through 140.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 117 through 140 are admitted.
Ma'am, let's take a look at Exhibit 117. What are we looking at here?
That is red staining on the tile floor in the bathroom.
All right, where specifically in the bathroom are we talking about here?
From this view, it appears to be close to the closet that was in the bathroom.
If we then take a look at Exhibit 118, does that show you where that spot is?
Yes, it does.
All right, so let's go back to 117. Where is this spot if we then look at our diagram?
That would be where the swinging door is,
Right here?
in that region, yes.
And this right here is what?
That's the door for that closet.
So where were you, how were you taking this photograph? Or how was this photo?
It's a bird's eye view of that region, of that staining.
And right here is what? Do you know what that is right there?
That's the cardboard box that was inside of the closet.
Exhibit 118. What do we have here?
You see a portion of that same staining area, and you see a better view of the cardboard box from inside the closet in the master bathroom.
And what is this right here? Do you know what that is? Did you note that, or do you have any idea what that is?
In the photographs, it appears to be red substance of some kind.
All right. Let's take a look at exhibit number 119. Do you see this stain here?
Yes, I do.
If we go back to exhibit number 118, do we see that same stain?
You see a portion of that same stain, yes.
Where?
In the lower right region.
So now what are we looking at?
This is a view of the tile floor in the bathroom and heading towards the hallway, as well as evidence placards marking items 5 through 7 that were to be collected.
And if we say this is 5, what number is this one?
That would be 6.
And this one is where number 7 is, right?
That's correct.
There are also some placards further up here, correct?
I do see those now, yes.
Where does this room lead into? Right here.
That is the master bedroom closet.
And what is this down here?
The master bathroom, or excuse me, bedroom.
And if we're looking at it this way, where is the body?
would be, from this vantage point, would be to your right.
It would be this way, correct?
Yes.
That's number 119. And the vantage point is from here this way, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to get this issue of the placards taken care of, you said this was to 5, this was 6, and this was 7, correct?
Yes.
Just sort of to see if we can follow it. What is 5? What do your records indicate 5 is?
May I see the report that was submitted
Sure.
last Thursday?
Take a look at that exhibit 276. See if that helps you. Look at it, and then I will re-ask you the question.
Thank you.
Hey, what's number 5?
Possible hairs and or fibers that were collected from inside the bathroom.
And number 6?
Is a possible hair,
And number 7?
is also possible fibers or hair.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 7. I'm sorry, 120. And what are we seeing here?
It's more of a mid-range view of the tile floor in that hallway and the items marked as 5, 6, and 7.
And then we also see, what is this? Is this some staining here that we have here?
Yes, there was quite a bit of staining visible in this photograph.
121 shows us what?
A closer view of the items that were collected as number 5 LB.
All right. And what is this area here?
That's the carpeting inside of the closet.
And without, well, what is this right here? What is this called?
I would call from personal experience a baseboard.
All right. $122, what are we looking at there?
That is a possible shoe impression that was found on the tile floor in the bathroom.
And what number is that you marked it?
It was labeled impression number 1 when it was photographed with the scale.
And if we take a look at this diagram, do you know where it was found?
Yes. It is.
Go ahead.
It is, you see a bubble that says shoe impression in an oval with
Right.
an arrow pointing to where it was somewhat between 5 and 6.
You said that it was labeled number 1, right?
It was.
Well, if I go down here to this diagram, which is exhibit 249, see this right there?
I do.
Isn't that a number 1 already?
It is.
And what is number 1 here?
That was item number 1 LB. That was a cartridge casing.
Okay, so how do you differentiate so that we can keep them straight?
Some items that are not able to be collected will be labeled with a letter, some with a number, and some may be labeled with a combination of the two. In this case, latent impressions, finger and palm impressions were labeled with letters. The shoe impression was labeled impression number 1. It was just a manner for us to keep track of what was being photographed.
I understand that. How do we know that number 1 isn't the same as a cartridge casing? How do you keep track of that? Do the photographs assist you in that? Is that how that's done?
Photographs and report, correct.
All right. Exhibit number 123, what are we looking at here?
That is a close-up view of a portion of the possible hair that was collected as item number 6 LB.
Is this the hair that we're talking about? Possible?
That's a portion of it, yes.
Exhibit 124 shows us what?
The placard has been moved to show more of that hair along the floor, or possible hair.
Exhibit 125. What do we see here?
That's an overall view of the hallway and floor, including the red staining from the hallway in the master bathroom.
How is this different from anything that we've been seeing?
There are no evidence placards in this.
In terms of processing a scene or investigating a scene, how, in this photograph that we have here, what is the process whereby the photographs are taken? What is the sequence of the photographs taken and the placards placed? Why don't you explain that to me?
Absolutely. When we first arrive at a scene, we will take overall entry photographs of the residence or wherever the scene is to document its condition when we arrived. There won't be any evidence placards or anything in those photographs so that it's showing the location of items within the residence or scene without us having introduced anything by the crime scene investigator. Once items have been identified as needing to be collected, we will take additional photographs of those items. We will mark those items with evidence placards so that we can keep track of which item is which in the photographs and in diagrams, for example. And additional photographs will be taken of the scene again with those evidence placards in the photograph. That's for later reference. So the first photographs have no evidence marking, and the second photographs will have evidence marking, the sets of photographs.
In taking a look at exhibit number 125, I want you to note this area here. Do you see that right there?
Yes.
What is that? Where does that lead to?
That is the closet, the linen type closet that was in the master bathroom.
And we've talked about the trim here at the bottom, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
And then also take a look at this, for example. You see that right there?
Yes.
And I'll bring it up just so that we can look at it. See that?
Yes.
If we then go to exhibit number 126 to orient yourself. Do you see this right here?
Yes, I do.
And this right here?
Yes.
Looking at those, what area are we looking at there?
That is a portion of the west wall near the bottom of the wall in the bathroom, near the linen closet.
And in looking at this, these do appear to be a little bit more red or brown or dark than this over here. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
Is that a function of the camera, or is that how they were?
These were as the scene appeared when we took the photograph,
What I'm
when the
saying-
photographs were taken.
Right, I understand that, but is this because of the photo of the camera, or is it true that this was darker than this when you were out there? I'm asking from your personal observation. I'm asking from your personal observations.
There were differences in the color, yes.
And exhibit 127. What are we seeing here?
This is a view of the baseboard, wall, and tile floor in the hallway bathroom, the hallway between the bathroom and bedroom.
And what is this over here? What is that right there? Is that carpet?
It appears to be carpet.
Well, why don't you take a look at it so that you can tell us, you were out there, right?
Absolutely.
Well, why don't you take a look at 127 and tell us what that is.
That is the carpet in the,
Objection as to foundation. She hasn't testified to testing any of this.
Well, ask another question.
What is this right over here?
that's the carpet in the master bedroom.
Okay. And again, is this a true and accurate depiction of this area and whatever marks are there as it existed back then?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 128. What is this up here?
That is the door leading to the of the linen closet in that bathroom.
And this right here is what? What direction? Is this east or west?
That's the west wall.
And this right here is,
Red staining on the carpet in the master bedroom.
it is the master bedroom then, correct?
That is correct.
If that's the west wall, what wall is this one right here?
The east wall.
To get to the body from this area here, where would a person have to go starting here to get to the body?
You would walk forward to the area near the linen closet and look to your left.
And if we look at exhibit number 249, because the directional is up here is north, how would they be able to walk?
You would walk south and then to the east.
I'm looking at this diagram. I'm going to bring it in pretty close so that way. And if you need to, I'll bring it up to you.
Okay.
From, what is that number there? Do you know how, can you read that there or not? It's trying to focus it.
11 foot 4 inches is what I can see.
And over here on the right is what?
12 feet 6 inches.
Okay. Let's take a look at Exhibit 129. First of all, which wall is this, east or west?
Will you zoom back for me?
See that up there?
Yes,
Okay, so which wall is this right here?
that's the west wall.
And we do see some placards down here, right?
Yes,
8 and 9, right?
that's correct.
What are 8 and 9?
Possible hairs and or fibers.
And where does this lead to, this entrance? The one with the carpet, where does that go to?
The carpet is the master bedroom. That's a view leading into the hallway leading to the master bathroom.
And these are, for lack of a better term, these are the patterns or the staining that was there in June when you were out there at the scene, right?
Yes.
Take a look at Exhibit 130. What is this right here?
That is the entry to the master bedroom closet.
And do you know what this is down here?
Those were sandals, flip-flop type sandals that were collected.
And then, as we look here, this door up here, what is that?
That is the door to the linen closet that's inside of the master bathroom.
This, you see this down here, this trim down at the bottom?
Yes, I do.
What is just to the right of that? What is to the right of that?
That's the master bedroom door
That leads to the outside?
to the loft in the upstairs, correct?
Exhibit 131. What are we looking at there?
That is red staining that was on the carpet in the master bedroom.
Is that a close-up of it?
Yes, it is. A closer view of it.
Okay. Exhibit 132. First of all, what wall are we looking at there?
That is the east wall.
And these are, for example, the patterns that were there when you were out there in June of 2008, correct?
Yes, they are.
Exhibit 133. What do we see here?
That is a different vantage point of some of the red staining that was on the east wall of the hallway.
take a look at Exhibit 134. What is this area here? What is this? Where does that lead to?
That is the hallway that leads to the master bathroom.
And this door leads where?
That is the master bedroom door. You're seeing a view of it from inside the master bedroom looking out.
And this lock that's on this door, can you describe the locking mechanism from the inside for me?
Yes. It is a flat piece of metal that is turned.
So can it lock from the inside?
Yes.
Do you need a key to lock it from the inside?
No, you don't.
Do you need a key to get into it from the outside?
Yes.
Exhibit number 135 is showing us what?
That is a view of a stain that was identified as 9.
And exhibit 136 is what?
That is a close-up of that stain identified as 9.
Let's take a look at exhibit 138. See that?
I do?
First of all, I want to start with the door over here. You see that right there?
Yes.
In the previous photograph, we saw it, and it was white. What's all this dirty black stuff on it?
That is latent processing powder, fingerprint powder.
And then if we look to the left of this photograph, first of all, what wall is that?
That is the west wall.
And we see all this black stuff also on there. What is that?
That is also processing powder.
And who put that processing powder on there? Or were you there when that was put on there?
Yes.
In terms of processing the scene, you told us that, well, you first take overalls without placards, right?
Yes.
Then you told us placards are put down, and then you take photographs, right?
That's correct.
In terms of when the black powder is applied, when does that come in this process? Is it before any photographs are taken, after the placards are taken? How does that work?
Typically, latent processing will occur after overall and evidentiary photos of items marked with placards are taken. There are times where we may identify items to be collected later on after we've already begun processing, but typically processing will be done after photographs have been taken and the evidence items have been collected.
Why is that?
Processing for latent prints can be a very messy process.
And would it then affect other items that may be there? Is that if you do it first?
It could, yes.
Exhibit number 137. What do we see there?
That is a view of the hallway leading to the master bathroom.
And does it show us the messiness on the right there?
Yes, it does.
Exhibit 139. What are we looking at there?
That is a view of the west wall in that hallway bathroom, the bathroom hallway, pardon me, and there is a section of the wall that has a square drawn around it.
Is that this right here?
Yes.
And why is that significant?
Contained within that drawn square is a latent palm impression that was developed on the wall.
Take a look at Exhibit 239. You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the piece of wall that was cut out and collected as item number 77 LB.
And this is what we're looking at in this photograph.
While it's still in the wall, yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 239.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
239 is admitted. Mr. Martinez, we're going to take the noon recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the designated area at 1:25. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay in starting this afternoon. The state is requesting to take a witness out of order. Mr. Martinez, the state may call its next witness.
The state calls Kevin Horn.
Can you spell your last name, please?
H-O-R-N.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Your name, sir?
Dr. Kevin Horn,
And who do you work for?
Maricopa County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 12 years.
And what is it that you do over there at the medical examiner's office?
I am a medical examiner. I'm charged with examining deceased individuals and certifying a cause and manner of death within the county.
And in terms of your education, where did you go to medical school?
The University of Maryland,
And what year did you graduate?
1995.
When did you begin working for the medical examiner's office again?
2001.
And drawing your attention back to June of 2008, did you have occasion to conduct a medical examination on the body of Travis Alexander?
Yes.
With regard to an examination of an individual such as this, what are the first steps that are taken?
The body is received under seal. It's in a sealed body bag with a number that's unique to that case. That seal is broken in my presence. The bag is opened, and then we examine the outside of the body, collecting evidence, performing photographs, and then we move on to an external examination, documenting injuries, and then an internal examination or an autopsy.
In this particular case, were there any x-rays taken?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of the x-rays?
Mostly to document internal trauma and or projectiles that we may need to recover.
I'm going to show you some photographs. Take a look at exhibits 170 through 173. You recognize those?
I do.
And are these photographs that were taken as part of your medical examination of Travis Alexander?
Yes.
And specifically, do they include the identification photograph as well as the x-rays?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibits 170 through 173.
Any objection?
Judge, I would object to number 170.
Counsel approach.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 170. And what is this number that's here on the left here?
083532, that's our case number for the year.
Is that the same as the number that came in the bag or in the sealed bag, or is that a different number?
There's an individual seal number on the bag, but the case number is separate from that.
And this is the face identifying the individual that was brought in, correct?
Yes.
The radiographs or the x-rays that were done in this particular case, were they done before you conducted your exterior examination or afterwards?
Before.
Let's take a look then at exhibit number 171. And what are we looking at here?
We're looking at a frontal x-ray of the head, and on the left side, on the right side of the x-ray, you can see a projectile.
When you said the left side, that would be the left side of Mr. Alexander, correct?
His left, our right, as we look at the x-ray.
Exhibit number 172. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at a side view of the head, again showing the projectile.
And this is where the projectile ended up, correct?
Yes.
And it is on the left side, even though this is the right aspect.
Yes, it's his left cheek area.
In looking at 173, this is a radiograph or an X-ray of the top or the top portion or the chest portion. Why was this taken, or does the medical examiner's office just take a full view X-ray of everybody that comes in?
We usually do a full series of, especially in homicides, we'll do a full series of x-rays to look for any sort of hidden projectiles or any sort of, especially in a stabbing case, we'll look for the tip of a knife or something like that, something that could harm us as we're doing the examination.
And is there anything that is shown in this x-ray as it applies to the stabbing or the shooting?
No, there's no metal fragments visible.
As part of your examination, the external examination, did you take a look at the hands?
Yes.
Take a look at exhibits 174 through 183 and see if that depicts photographs of Mr. Alexander's hands.
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibits 174 through 183.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 174 through 183 are admitted. Let's take a look at exhibit 174. What are we looking at here?
The back of the right hand.
Sir, one of the things that we know in this case is that the body was in its home for a while or days before it was actually discovered. So was there any decomposition that was associated with the body, and are we looking at any in this particular photograph, or was it other parts of the body?
Yes, there was a state of what we would call intermediate decomposition, or the middle stage of decomposition, and it involved the whole body. And in this picture in particular, we can see green discoloration of the hand and also early what we call mummification of the fingertips.
And if you take a look over here on the thumb, why is that dark? Or I guess in the rest of the hand?
It's dried.
And is that part of the mummification process that you described for me?
Yes.
Are there any injuries to the upper portion of Mr. Alexander's right hand?
No.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 175. Now the fingers are extended, and we do see that there is some darkness on each of those fingers. Do you see it? Fingernail areas. Do you see that?
Yes.
What causes that?
Again, that's decompositional change.
And are there any injuries on the top of the arm?
There is an injury to the thumb, which I don't think is really clearly visible in this photograph.
All right, let's then take a look at exhibit number 176, which shows us what? What are we looking at here?
This is the palm of the right hand, and I think there may be another picture that shows this better, but there is an incised or a cutting injury of the tip of the right thumb.
And exhibit 177, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
In looking at injuries, are you able to tell whether they were made before death, after death, or at the time of death as part of the examination?
Sometimes. It depends on the case.
How about this one right here? Could you tell by looking at it and conducting an analysis whether or not this was done either before death, at the time of death, or after death?
I think it was done before death. There is hemorrhage associated with it.
When you say that there's hemorrhage associated with it, explain that a little bit more to me. What is it that causes a person to hemorrhage if they're alive, which is what I think you're telling me?
Well, if you have a heartbeat, you're going to have blood flow to an area that's injured, and so you'll have blood flow from an injury. So if the skin is cut or torn, there will be a great deal of blood that will come from that injury in a living person. A deceased person will ooze some blood, but not a great deal.
So in this one right here, it is your opinion that Mr. Alexander was alive when this was inflicted?
Yes, taking into consideration what I said and also in context with other injuries that are on the hands.
And what kind of injury is this one that we're looking at?
It's a sharp force injury. It's caused by a blade or a sharp forced object.
If an individual, let's get away a little bit from a knife right now and just focus on the individual maybe who is dragged or is hit, that kind of thing. If an individual is dead and somebody applies some force, hits them, are they going to bruise necessarily or not?
There may be something that would look like a bruise, but it will not be as large and the color will be different in a deceased person because there's no blood flow to the area. So you'll actually just breaking blood vessels in that area, and whatever blood happens to be there will ooze out, but there won't be blood pumped into the area.
And part of the reason I ask that is I see that there's sort of like on top of it a little bit of a darker area. Is that mummification or is that bruising?
It may be a combination of both. There's some darkening underneath the nail there, but in the context of the mummification, I can't really say for sure.
Are you familiar with the term defensive wounds?
Yes.
And define that for me, please.
They're based largely on location on the body. If you have injuries to the backs of the forearms or to the palms or backs of the hands, you can have gunshot wounds in those locations, or in the case of an assault with a knife or an edged weapon, you can have cuts or incised injuries to the backs or the palms or the backs of the forearm, and it's consistent with someone trying to either grab the knife or fend off wounds or fend off injury.
And the way you described it, by necessity, the person would have to be conscious and alive, correct?
Yes.
And is this that we're looking at, the right thumb, is that a defensive wound?
Could be, yes, consistent with that.
Let's take a look now at exhibit number 178. What do we see here?
It's the back of the left hand.
And again, with the back of the left hand, if you notice this little portion right here, what is that right there?
It appears to be what we call a void in the blood. Maybe there's an area of pooling the hand was resting in, and the blood is not staining that area.
Okay. But that's not an injury, correct?
No.
Exhibit 179. What are we looking at there?
This is the back of the left hand.
Do we see any injuries here or not?
You can see the edge of an injury on the side below the thumb, the side of the hand, and then also on the back of the thumb. So there are two injuries that are partially visible here.
And those injuries, if we look at Exhibit 180, do those show those a little bit more?
Yes, this is the palm of the left hand, again showing from the side of the thumb near the wrist. There's a fairly deep wound that's going into the muscle there. There are two separate wounds of the palm below the index finger, and then I believe there's another injury on the thumb that we've already described.
In looking at these just to the naked eye, and obviously naked eye may not tell us everything, as we compare those to the injury to the right thumb, these seem to be a little bit deeper. Is that true or not?
Yes.
And how deep are these in comparison to the one that we saw in the thumb?
The one on the thumb is fairly superficial. It just clips off part of the nail. This is actually going into the soft tissue and the muscle beneath the hand, so it's going in a depth of about 1/4 of an inch for all three injuries.
And if you look at this, are you able to tell us what type of blade is doing this other than that it's a knife blade?
All I can say is that it's a sharp-edged object.
Take a look at Exhibit 181. And this has a scale to it, correct?
Yes.
And so, for those of us that are really not versed in metrics, how big would you say this one is, the larger of the two?
That measurement in inches is 1 3/4 inch.
And this one right here, the one down there?
3/4 of an inch.
Taking a look at Exhibit 182, now we're looking at those first two injuries that we described, the one near the wrist and the one on the higher up on the thumb, correct?
Yes.
Were these also deep, this one that I'm pointing to near the wrist, was that deeper than the one on the right thumb?
Yes.
And if we look at 183, we have the scale there, correct?
Yes.
How big was that one?
That was measured in inches, 1 1/2 inch, and on the back of the thumb, 1 inch.
One of the things that we talked about with regard to the other injury to the right hand was whether or not they were consistent with defensive wounds. In this one, were these consistent with defensive wounds?
Yes.
And does that mean that Mr. Alexander was alive at the time that these injuries were inflicted?
I believe he was.
Would they have bled at the time?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibits 184 through 191. Are you familiar with those photographs?
Yes.
Do they depict the injuries to Mr. Alexander's front area from the head down to, I guess it would be down to his toes, correct?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibits 184 through 191.
No objection.
184 through 191 are admitted.
Sir, while those are being marked, how tall was Mr. Well, as part of the examination, is the body measured for height?
Yes.
How tall was Mr. Alexander?
69 inches.
That's 5'9", correct?
5'9", yes.
And how much did the body weigh at the time of the examination?
189 pounds.
The decomposition process, does that add weight or does that take away weight or does it just not affect it much?
Generally, you're not going to add weight. You'll take away weight. And also in a person who's been bleeding, that will also take away weight.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 184. And I'm interested in this area here on the right arm. Do you see that right there? This area here?
Yes.
That looks like it's some sort of veiny action going on, veins or something. Is that what that is, or is that something else?
We term that marbling, and it's a decompositional change. It's bacterial action in the small veins under the surface of the skin.
How about right here in the middle of his stomach?
That is what we call skin slippage. It's also decompositional.
One of the things that appears to be there, and that may not be so, but it appears that the body is a little bit bloated. Do you see that?
Yes.
Again, is that something that's associated with decomposition, or is that really how he was in life?
I do believe he does have a bit of bloating. He may have been a slightly heavy-set person in life, but there is some bloating, and that's from bacterial gas formation after death.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 185. On the shoulder there, do you see that?
Yes.
Is that an injury there?
Yes.
How big is that injury in terms of inches? I know we have the metric scale there, but how big is that? It's on the right shoulder.
Just looking at the photograph, you do have an English and a metric scale on the same side, so it's about, each of them, the largest of them is about an inch.
Is this a deep sort of cut, or is this sort of a grazing kind of cut?
Very superficial grazing injury.
But it would bleed, correct?
Yes.
And how about this one right here that we're looking at right there?
That is characterized as a stab wound, so it's actually a deeper wound, but it actually terminates at the breastbone, doesn't go into the chest cavity.
So as it was going in, it actually hit the breastbone and did not go any further, correct?
Right, yes.
Would this wound have been fatal, whether immediately or rapidly, or alternatively longer term?
Not in and of itself, no.
But it would bleed, correct?
Yes.
We then go to the one right here. First of all, how big is that one?
Just in looking at the scale, it's about 2.5 inches in length. It's transverse across the chest, or extending horizontally across the chest, and it's also it's a deeply incised wound, so the blade is going below the skin, but it's not entering the chest cavity either.
You used the term incised that
Yes.
I don't think you used before. How do you define incised?
Oh, well, sharp force injuries are usually divided into stab wounds and incised wounds. So a stab wound is deeper than it is long on the surface of the skin, and the incised wound is just the opposite.
It's
so if you
longer
take
than it is deep?
Yes, if you take a razor and cut yourself on the skin, that's an incised wound. But if you stab yourself with a knife, then that's a deeper wound.
And this one right here, which is sort of below the chin and down here to the sort of the median, can you tell me a little bit about that in terms of whether or not this is a stab wound, whether or not this is an incised wound? Can you tell me about that?
It's a stab wound, and I do think we do have better views of it, but that one actually penetrates a major vessel coming into the heart.
Let me show you then Exhibit 186. Is that the better view of it?
Yes.
You said something about it going into the vessel of the heart. Why don't you explain to us a little bit about what the heart is, and whether or not, when you said that it stabbed the vessel of the heart, whether it actually hit the heart, whether it hit the pericardium is what surrounds the heart, right?
The sac around the heart.
The sac.
Yes.
Whether it hit that, if you could just sort of explain that one to us.
But I do want to clarify first on the photograph that it's the lower of the two wounds there, so not the one next to the scale, but the
Right,
one
so
below
it's this
it
one that we're talking
is the one
about.
that goes into the vessel. What this actually does is it goes through the cartilage between the ribs and the breastbone. There's some softer cartilage, especially in young people. And this knife has penetrated that cartilage and gone through the sac that surrounds the heart, which is the pericardial sac. And it has perforated or passed through the superior vena cava, which is a major vein that comes down from the upper body and the head and drains into the heart. And then from there, the heart beats and pushes the blood elsewhere in the body. But it's a major vessel.
With regard to that major vessel, and I was talking about the tissue that encases the heart, is that vein inside that tissue that encases the heart, or is it outside, on top of it? Where
It starts out outside and enters the sac and then enters the heart, which is fully within that sac.
And this knife wound, did it penetrate the sac and hit this vein or not?
Yes.
So what happens when when a knife goes in and causes this amount of damage or this type of damage?
Well, depending on the position of the body, you may have significant internal bleeding, or if the person is leaning forward, they may bleed outside of the body because there is a track leading from that vessel outside. But this is a major vessel. It's not going to bleed as fast as an artery, but it will bleed a considerable amount.
With regard to this considerable amount of bleeding that's going on, is this a wound that could kill this person?
Yes.
And do you have an estimate, or is there any science out there that tells you, well, this type of wound, given what I know about it, would take X amount of time?
No, it depends on so many factors. It depends on the person's health. It depends on care that they receive. It depends on their blood volume to begin with and the position of their body.
Also, with regard to a situation like that, what if we have a person who's asleep, relaxed, versus an individual who's animating, jumping up and running around? Does that affect the amount of blood that is being lost and how quickly the blood is being lost?
Yes, a person in action is going to have a rapidly beating heart and they will lose blood more quickly.
And other than the blood coming out through here, we know that these others have bled also, correct?
Yes.
This one above and this one. Would any of these injuries, and for the example, this one, would what we associate with television, would blood come out of the mouth, the ears, or just out of the chest area?
It depends on what's hit inside the body. If the lung was nicked, which is possible in this case because we're dealing with a decomposed body, so the organs aren't as pristine, they're not as they don't lend themselves to examination as in a fresh individual. But if the lung is nicked, they can cough up blood. If you have blood going into the throat area, and he does have throat injuries as well, which we'll talk about, all of those can cause coughing up of blood or loss of blood out of the mouth and the nose.
There is death, and then there's also unconsciousness, correct? Those are two different things, right?
Yes.
With regard to this particular wound that's here at the bottom, is that something that would, once it's inflicted, would that cause Mr. Alexander to lapse into unconsciousness?
Eventually, yes, not immediately.
When you say eventually, do you have an estimate, maybe minute, seconds, between the time of infliction and the time that he would lapse into unconsciousness?
If that were the only wound, and it's not, probably a few minutes, because we're dealing with a vein and not an artery, so it's a lower pressure system, so blood loss is slower.
And how about if you take a look at that injury in connection with the things that we've seen with regard to his hands, the defensive wounds that we've talked about? Does that tell you, or at least in terms of time, does that indicate whether or not there was at least enough time for Mr. Alexander to attempt to defend himself and then get these other wounds to the hand?
With this wound to the heart, he should have been able to get his hands up and attempt to defend himself.
If he was in a seated position when this wound was inflicted, would he have the ability, even though this was inflicted, to get up and walk somewhere or move quickly somewhere, as a matter of fact?
Yes.
Exhibit number 187 shows us the injury to the right shoulder. Do you see that?
Yes.
Looks more like a scratch, doesn't it?
It's very superficial, yes.
Do any of these injuries, including the one to Exhibit 186, do any of these speak to movement or anything like that, or is just that's not something that these photographs show?
Since they're on multiple parts of the body, they imply a motion of the assailant or a motion of the decedent, and I can't say which of those is the case.
Exhibit 184, we do have the lower portion of his body, correct?
The lower part of the abdomen.
Right. And we have this injury here, right? And then we
Yes.
have these, right?
Yes.
If we go to Exhibit 188, is that a close-up of them?
Yes.
What are these down here to the, as we look at it, to the lower part of his belly button?
There's another photograph which may not be entered into evidence, but there's a wound track that extends across the front of the belly from where this stab enters. So some of that, what you're seeing, is blood actually appearing on the surface of the skin because of this track where the stab wound went is very close to the surface of the skin.
So what I think you're saying with regard to this stab wound is that it went something like that.
Yes.
And so if we do that from the opening to the longest one, how far is that?
I gave a maximum wound track depth of about 5 3/4 inches.
If Dr. Horn is referring to his report, can we have that marked, please?
Do you want to mark yours, or do you want to mark another one?
It's the same report, so.
I think we have one marked.
Hasn't? No, let's go if you don't mind. And I guess from now on, if you want to refer to your report, you can mind looking at Exhibit 277, and if you want to look at yours, let me know.
Apologies.
We were talking about the length of this one, and this one is, I think, it says 5 3/4.
Yes.
What is the angle of that?
It's across the body from left to right and slightly downwards.
So it's sort of came sort of from the side right here,
Yes.
correct? And was he alive at the time that this happened, or was he deceased at that time?
More likely than not alive, since there is bleeding associated with the wound.
And you're talking about this down here, the bruising that's down here, correct?
Yes.
Is this area in the belly button, is that also associated with the stab wound?
Yes, it's going across the navel.
Exhibit 189, we're now looking at the lower portion of his body, right?
Yes.
And not to be indelicate, was there any decomposition in the testicular area, that sort of part of his body?
Yeah, it's usual to see some drying there and some early mummification, and that
All
is
right.
present, yes.
And let's start with the right leg. What are we looking at there?
Apart from some decomposition changes, he also has some contusions or bruises on the shin area.
Right here? Is that correct?
On the right shin, yes.
Let's take a look at 191. Does that show it better?
Yes.
And the question is the same. Were these injuries here, were these inflicted at the time of death, before death, after death? Can you tell?
I believe they were inflicted before death.
Would these be consistent with this individual being dragged somewhere while he was alive?
Or,
Sustained.
You're familiar, you've done how many autopsies, sir?
about 6,000.
And during that time, have you seen and studied the situation where someone is dragged before death? Have you seen that situation before?
Yes.
How many times would you say?
At least 3 or 4 times.
And looking at that along with and have you read up on this area? Is there any?
recently, no.
Given what you know and what you've seen in your work, and you said that these injuries are before death, could that be consistent with someone being dragged?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Approach.
Use to me against something, as you'll see more drawn.
Dragging him along, or him being dragged?
Usually what you see in a dragging is you'll see more drawn out abrasions. These look more like impacts to me against something. Bruising is usually from stumbling against something or being forced against something.
So in other words, these are consistent, more consistent in your view with him hitting something before death?
Yes, or something hitting him.
How about if we then go to Exhibit 190, and this is the right heel or left heel?
That is the left heel.
And what do we have here in the back of the left heel?
I call them abraded lacerations. So a laceration as opposed to an incised wound is actually a tearing of the skin rather than cutting, and it's abraded. So there's an abrasion or a scrape leading into the laceration, and that is also from a contact with an object of some kind.
And again, were these made before or after his death?
I believe before, because they are hemorrhagic.
And you said hemorrhagic, that means they were bleeding, right?
Bleeding into them, yes.
But these do imply some sort of action, correct? I mean, there was movement.
A force, yes, a blunt force.
To go back to this exhibit, which is 191, and looking at the left foot, do you see this right here? That area there by the heel?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a contusion or a bruise.
And looking at the left foot, do you see this right here? That area there by the heel?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a contusion or a bruise.
So that's also this. How is that different than the abrasion that we've talked about?
A contusion or a bruise is just bleeding under the skin. The skin is intact, whereas an abrasion or a laceration, the skin is scraped or torn.
And if we look at the knee here, is that a contusion or an abrasion?
I would characterize that as an abrasion, and in contrast, the other things we've been talking about, I'd say that looks more like a post-mortem change. It's got some drying and it's kind of a yellowish in color, so it really doesn't look like an ante-mortem or an injury before death.
So this could be something after death?
Yes.
And if an individual, I know it begs the question, but if an individual is dead, they're not going to be moving around to cause this, right?
No.
Are you then telling me that actually a force was applied to this area as opposed to Mr. Alexander either moving or striking himself?
That's more likely, yes.
Let's take a look at exhibits numbers 192 through 199. Are those photographs of the victim's injuries in the back area of his body when you conducted the examination in June of 2008?
Yes, and also some images of the head as well.
The back part of the head, correct?
Yes.
Move for the admission of exhibits 192 through 199.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibits 192 through 199 are admitted.
Let's take a look at exhibit 192. And the injuries that jump out at us are these right here. Are you familiar with the term grouping?
Yes,
Is this a grouping of injuries?
yes.
And what does that mean to you?
Well, more likely than not, they occurred close in time, and a lot of them, most of them, have the same orientation.
When you say that they have the same orientation, what does that mean? And I'll show you exhibit number 193. What do we mean about the same orientation?
In general, except for one exception that I can see at the lower edge, they're all oriented exactly the same direction.
And what direction is that?
They're in a diagonal extending from the right shoulder towards the lower left side of the back.
So if these were inflicted like this,
Yes.
and with one exception, which exception is that?
The lower, there's a pair of wounds. It appears that there's one that's sort of going the other direction, the other diagonal.
And these injuries that we're talking about that are coming this way like that, could they be consistent with the individual having his back, as I have it to you, turned to his attacker and the attacker just stabbing him like that?
Yes.
How many are there here? Starting with this one here, cutting across to the other shoulder, sort of in a triangular fashion, if you will. How many injuries do we have there?
We have 9 injuries, and they're all clustered together there in the center. What you're seeing on the upper left side is actually a post-mortem artifact. There's some skin slippage there and some drying.
Is that what we're talking about there?
Yes.
Or in this
all
one?
of this area here where your pen is.
And also right here, I believe.
Yes.
Correct. And you said that there were how many? 9?
9.
Are these stab wounds or are they incised wounds?
They're stab wounds.
So which means that they're deeper than they are longer, correct?
Yes.
How deep is the deepest one there?
They're all about the same depth. They're about 1 inch deep, and they're going into the back parts of the ribs and the spine, the spinal bone, and stopping there. And none of them, to my exam, none of them entered the chest cavity, although with decomposition you can't completely rule that out.
When you say that they went up to the bones, does it mean that they stopped there, or did the knife blade continue past the bone? Do we know that, or does decomposition affect that?
They appear to all have been stopped by the bones.
And that does speak a little bit to the pressure that's being applied to them, right? That they didn't go through the bone, right?
It depends on the force of the assailant and also the type of weapon that's used.
And if you know, maybe you do, maybe you don't, do you know approximately how much force there was that was applied there or not?
I couldn't say. It would depend on the thickness of his bones as well, so there are a lot of variables.
But needless, they didn't go through the bone, right?
Correct.
This area here, which is his buttock area, correct?
Yes.
What's going on there? It just looks like it's a little bit red. Could you tell us what's going on there?
That's lividity. So this person was found in a semi-seated position, and the blood had settled to that part. So when the heart stops beating, the blood will settle to wherever gravity will guide it. And so in this case, since he's in a semi-seated position, most of the blood is going to go to the buttock area, and that's why it's kind of got this reddish color.
Is part of the decomposition process, does that include gases being inside the body, being formed and then expelled? Is that part of the decomposition process?
Yes.
So for example, if in this case, if we had, which we do, a wound here to the neck, would it be consistent with the decomposition process to have the gases sort of be expelled through that area such that liquid or fluid maybe come out with the gases? Is that something that could happen?
Yes, that's usual.
Let's take a look at 194, and I want to look at the right foot. Do you see that right there? That area there, and perhaps this area here. Are those bruises, or is that just maybe blood or discoloration?
It's discoloration and also mummification of the sole of the foot, extending up onto the side of the foot.
And the left foot, do you see that right there? I'm going to move it up. The knee area, you see that? And is that the one that we talked about that was probably post-mortem, or is that a different?
That was on the other side, but again, that has the same sort of appearance. It's not the best view, but it looks like it dried, almost like a parchment-like appearance, and that's something that we see with after death.
And the left foot has the abrasion, I think you called it.
Yeah, there's a contusion on the
Okay.
ankle area, and then also that abraded area of laceration on the Achilles tendon.
Let's look at Exhibit 193 again, and we've talked about this grouping. And we see the head and the neck. Let's take a closer look at that. And Exhibit 195. What are we looking at there?
This is, after I've inspected the back of the head, I've shaved some of the hair away to better show the injuries. And what you have here are deep incised wounds, so they're longer than they are deep. But they are very deep. They're going all the way to the skull. And there's 2 of them on the back of the scalp.
Given the way you described it, and it may have been something that I was reading into it, but it appears that the way you described it, there was some force that was applied to these particular wounds to get to where they got.
Well, if you have a very sharp blade, it actually wouldn't take very much force at all to cut the tissue very deeply. All it is just connective tissue that forms the scalp. Now, to go through the bone, that would be a lot more force that would be needed.
And this one right here, how long is that one?
I have it as 2 inches on the autopsy report.
And the one above it?
2 inches as well.
The fact that the hair is there, does that affect the strength needed to get into or get this sort of injury, or is that just something that the hair really is not something that you deal with or think about?
His hair is very short. I mean, if he had longer, bushier hair, it might cushion the head somewhat or protect the head. But in this case, he's got short hair, so I don't think it played a role.
Taking a look at Exhibit 198, what are we looking at there?
What you actually see here are the edges, and it's only in one portion of those incised wounds we saw. There was some force applied that was sufficient to cause a divot in the skull bone. So this is actually after the scalp has been reflected away from the skull. And what you're seeing here is actually a divot in the center of the skull, and then over on the left side you see another one, and there's hemorrhage around those. So the bone was actually sort of chipped away by the end of the implement there.
If we take a look at Exhibit 199, what are we looking at there?
This to me is the tip of an implement, probably the tip of a knife or something similar, because it has this very triangular profile. This is the bone, and the piece of bone has actually been chipped away by the end of the object.
If we go back to Exhibit number 195, what this divot in Exhibit 199, where was it as it applies to these two?
Right. There's one at the extreme left end of the longer wound at the bottom,
Right here?
and then one towards the middle of the top wound.
Right here?
Yes.
So we're looking at there, and we're looking at there. When we look at Exhibit number 198, you're looking at here and here.
Yes.
Exhibit 196, the focus on the area that's down here to the bottom, and also to the front, if you will, of the head. Take a look at Exhibit 197. In terms of these 2 injuries that we saw back there, where is this one now?
This one's actually towards the front of the head, so you're looking at the top of the head near the hairline on the forehead. At the very bottom, you'll see Mr. Alexander's eyebrow, his left eyebrow. So this is a small incised wound at the forehead near the hairline.
Any of these wounds that we've been talking about, the ones with the sharp instrument, are they any of those after death, or are they all pre-death?
I think they're all pre-death. They all have bleeding associated with them.
Let's take a look at Exhibits 200 and 201. What are we looking at there?
The right side of Mr. Alexander's neck behind the ear.
And these were also taken at the time of your examination.
Yes.
Move for the admission of exhibits 200 and 201.
No objection.
200 and 201 are admitted.
Of all of these injuries that we've taken a look at so far, how many of those have been the type that would have been fatal? Of all the ones that we've looked at so far, the head, the back, and then the one to the front.
Taken together, all the wounds of the back and the head could have been fatal from bleeding over time. The most significant wounds are going to be the neck wound, which we haven't talked about yet, the stab wound that penetrates the heart, the vein leading into the heart, and then also the gunshot wound, which we also haven't discussed.
Right, let's take a look at exhibit 200. And what are we looking at here?
This is another stab wound of the back part of the skull behind the ear, so there's bone underneath there. It goes down into that bony area and also goes into the muscle, the strap muscle that is on the side of the head below the ear.
And we're looking at 201. How big is that one?
1 1/4 inch.
Exhibit number 202. What are we looking at there?
That is the back opposite side of the neck, on the left side of the neck, and that's another stab wound.
I move for the admission of exhibit 202.
No objection.
202 is admitted.
What do we see here?
That's another stab wound to the back left side of the neck, and that also penetrates into muscle on the back of the neck.
And how long is that one?
1 inch.
Take a look at exhibits 203 through 206. And what do they portray?
The largest wound of the neck across the throat.
Move for the admission of exhibits 203 through 206.
No objection.
Exhibits 203 through 206 are admitted.
Sir, when we're looking at these kinds of wounds like the ones to the neck, are you able to tell, for example, if it started on the left side or the right side? Do you know by looking at these where the wound may have started or not?
I'm not able to say.
Take a look at 203. Okay, what are we looking at? I guess we'll do it this way. What are we looking at here?
This is a side view of the neck wound, and it's probably one of the better views to show how deep it goes.
And how deep is this wound? What is it that was cut as this knife came through there?
Again, referring to my autopsy report, it passes through the airway, so the windpipe is cut through.
Let me stop you there. When it passes through the airway, Does this individual, as it's going through there, lose the ability to scream at that point or not?
It's below the larynx, below the voice box, so yes.
And if this person, well, this person's alive at this point, according to you, right? He was
Yes.
still alive at the time
Yes.
this was inflicted. Where would the blood start coming out as a result of this wound here?
Well, right next to the windpipe are the major vessels of the neck. So you've got the carotid artery, you've got the jugular vein, and on the right side, not the left, but on the right side.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 204. That's the right side, correct?
Yes. You're not going to be able to see it in this picture to any great advantage, but my examination did show that the jugular vein and the carotid artery on the right side were both cut.
And looking at this, how deep is this wound that we have here?
It goes all the way back to the spine, so it's 3 inches, 4 inches.
And if a person were to have the spine cut off, is that where the feeling stops and they don't feel anything, or?
Yeah, it doesn't go through the spinal cord, so it doesn't penetrate that bone. So it's actually the soft tissue and structures of the front of the neck and then stops at the bone.
Exhibit 205, what are we looking at here?
And this is a frontal view of the same wound.
In looking at this, do you see how it's, my term, scalloped?
Yes, there's some irregularity, and a lot of that is due to the drying of the wound that's happened after death. If you inspect the edges of the wound, it is actually a cleanly incised wound, and it has retracted a bit and gotten a bit larger after death because the tissue has dried and retracted away.
Are you familiar with the term hesitation marks?
Yes.
And what are hesitation marks?
Very occasionally we'll get suicides like this. We'll get people that cut their own throat, and it's very unusual for them to just cut their throat. They will do shallow cuts, and they'll sort of do test cuts, and then they'll do a deep cut. So we call those little smaller cuts hesitation marks, and we don't see anything like that here.
Exhibit 206, what are you doing here?
I'm trying to show the profile of the wound a bit better, put the wound together so we have sort of an idea of what the wound looked like before it's separated.
And you see this right here? Is that an indication of where it started, or you can't tell where it started?
I can't say whether it started on the right or the left, but it's across the neck.
Once this was inflicted, what kind of wound is this? We've talked about the one that's in the chest, and you said, well, that's not immediately fatal, and the person would be conscious. Once this was inflicted on Mr. Alexander, is this something that's, number one, rapidly fatal, and number two, what about lapsing into unconsciousness? If you could have talked to us about those two aspects.
Well, he has 2 major vessels in his throat that have been cut. He's going to lose a great deal of blood very quickly. He's going to lose consciousness within seconds likely, and then die a few minutes later.
So if an individual receives this wound, would he be able to get up and walk, let's say, 12 feet 6 inches somewhere?
Yes, he could
do
get
that.
up and walk a couple of feet. That's possible. He could move, yes.
And then he would
collapse.
And in terms of unconsciousness, so how much time are we talking about?
A few seconds, probably.
And death, how long would it take for this person to die if this was the only injury?
If this was the only injury, again, probably a few minutes.
In this case, though, you've seen that there were other injuries, and you also alluded to the fact that there was a gunshot wound, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibits 207 through 210. And what do those deal with?
They show the gunshot wound of Mr. Alexander's right forehead.
And we also have
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Connor, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
your name, please.
Heather Connor.
Judge, I had exhibit. exhibits 207 through 210. The strength needed to get into or get this sort of injury, or is that just something that the hair really is not something that you deal with or think about?
His hair is very short. I mean, if he had longer, bushier hair, it might cushion the head somewhat or protect the head. But in this case, he's got short hair, so I don't think it played a role.
Taking a look at Exhibit 198, what are we looking at there?
What you actually see here are the edges, and it's only in one portion of those incised wounds we saw. There was some force applied that was sufficient to cause a divot in the skull bone. So this is actually after the scalp has been reflected away from the skull. And what you're seeing here is actually a divot in the center of the skull, and then over on the left side you see another one, and there's hemorrhage around those. So the bone was actually sort of chipped away by the end of the implement there.
If we take a look at Exhibit 199, what are we looking at there?
This to me is the tip of an implement, probably the tip of a knife or something similar, because it has this very triangular profile. This is the bone, and the piece of bone has actually been chipped away by the end of the object.
If we go back to exhibit number 195, what this divot in exhibit 199, where was it as it applies to these two?
Right. There's one at the extreme left end of the longer wound at the bottom,
right here?
And then one towards the middle of the top wound.
Right here?
Yes.
So we're looking at there, and we're looking at there. When we look at exhibit number 198, you're looking at here and here.
Yes.
Exhibit 196, the focus on the area that's down here to the bottom, and also to the front, if you will, of the head. Take a look at exhibit 197. In terms of these two injuries that we saw back there, where is this one now?
This one's actually towards the front of the head, so you're looking at the top of the head near the hairline on the forehead. At the very bottom, you'll see Mr. Alexander's eyebrow, his left eyebrow. So this is a small incised wound at the forehead near the hairline. Any
of these wounds that we've been talking about, the ones with a sharp instrument, are they any of those after death, or are they all pre-death?
I think they're all pre-death. They all have bleeding associated with them.
Take a look at exhibits 200 and 201. What are we looking at there?
The right side of Mr. Alexander's neck behind the ear.
And these were taken at the time of your examination?
Yes.
Move for the admission of exhibits 200 and 201.
200 and 201 are admitted.
Of all of these injuries that we've taken a look at so far, how many of those have been the type that would have been fatal, of all the ones that we've looked at so far? The head, the back, and then the ones at the front.
Taken together, all the wounds of the back and the head could have been fatal from bleeding over time. The most significant wounds are going to be the neck wound, which we haven't talked about yet, the stab wound that penetrates the heart, the vein leading into the heart, and then also the gunshot wound, which we also haven't discussed.
Right, let's take a look at exhibit 200. And what are we looking at here?
This is another stab wound of the back part of the skull behind the ear. So there's bone underneath there. It goes down into that bony area and also goes into the muscle, the strap muscle that is on the side of the head below the ear.
And we're looking at 201. How big is that one?
1 1/4 inch.
Exhibit number 202. What are we looking at there?
That is the back opposite side of the neck, on the left side of the neck, and that's another stab wound.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 202.
No objection.
202 is admitted.
What do we see here?
That's another stab wound to the back left side of the neck, and that also penetrates into muscle on the back of the neck.
And how long is that one?
1 inch.
Take a look at exhibits 203 through 206. And what do they portray?
The largest wound of the neck across the throat.
Move for the admission of exhibits 203 through 206.
No objection.
Exhibits 203 through 206 are admitted.
So when we're looking at these kinds of wounds like the ones in the neck, are you able to tell, for example, if it started on the left side or the right side? Do you know by looking at these where the wound may have started or not?
I'm not able to say.
Let's take a look at 203. Okay, what are we looking at? I guess we'll do it this way. What are we looking at here?
This is a side view of the neck wound, and it's probably one of the better views to show how deep it goes.
And how deep is this wound? What is it that was cut as this knife came through there?
Okay, referring to my autopsy report, it passes through the airway, so the windpipe is cut through.
Let me stop you there. When it passes through the airway, does this individual, as it's going through there, lose the ability to scream at that point or not?
It's below the larynx, below the voice box, so yes.
And if this person, well, this person's alive at this point, according to you, right? He was
Yes.
still alive at the time
Yes.
this was inflicted. Where would the blood start coming out as a result of this wound here?
Well, right next to the windpipe are the major vessels of the neck. So you've got the carotid artery, you've got the jugular vein, and on the right side, not the left, but on the right side.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 204. That's the right side, correct?
Yes. You're not going to be able to see it in this picture to any great advantage, but my examination did show that the jugular vein and the carotid artery on the right side were both cut.
And looking at this, how deep is this wound that we have here?
It goes all the way back to the spine, so it's 3 inches, 4 inches.
And if a person were to have the spine cut off, is that where the feeling stops and they don't feel anything, or?
Yeah, it doesn't go through the spinal cord, so it doesn't penetrate that bone. So it's actually the soft tissue and structures of the front of the neck, and then stops at the bone.
Exhibit 205, what are we looking at here?
And this is a frontal view of the same wound.
In looking at this, do you see how it's, my term, scalloped?
Yes, there's some irregularity, and a lot of that is due to the drying of the wound that's happened after death. If you inspect the edges of the wound, it is actually a cleanly incised wound, and it has retracted a bit and gotten a bit larger after death because the tissue has dried and retracted away.
Are you familiar with the term hesitation marks?
Yes.
And what are hesitation marks?
Very occasionally we'll get suicides like this. We'll get people that cut their own throat, and it's very unusual for them to just cut their throat. They will do shallow cuts, and they'll sort of do test cuts, and then they'll do a deep cut. So we call those little smaller cuts hesitation marks, and we don't see anything like that here.
Exhibit 206, what are you doing here?
I'm trying to show the profile of the wound a bit better, put the wound together so we have sort of an idea of what the wound looked like before it's separated.
And you see this right here? Is that an indication of where it started, or you can't tell where it started?
I can't say whether it started on the right or the left, but it's across the neck.
Once this was inflicted, what kind of wound is this? We've talked about the one that's in the chest, and you said, well, that's not immediately fatal, and the person would be conscious. Once this was inflicted on Mr. Alexander, is this something that's, number one, rapidly fatal, and number two, what about lapsing into unconsciousness? If you could have talked to us about those two aspects.
Well, he has two major vessels in his throat that have been cut. He's going to lose a great deal of blood very quickly. He's going to lose consciousness within seconds, likely, and then die a few minutes later.
So if an individual receives this wound, would he be able to get up and walk, let's say, 12 feet 6 inches somewhere?
Yes. He could
do
get
that.
up and walk a couple of feet. That's possible. He could move, yes.
And then he would
collapse.
And in terms of unconsciousness, so how much time are we talking about?
A few seconds, probably.
And death, how long would it take for this person to die if this was the only injury?
If this was the only injury, again, probably a few minutes.
In this case, though, you've seen that there were other injuries, and you also alluded to the fact that there was a gunshot wound, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibits 207 through 210. And what do those deal with?
They show the gunshot wound of Mr. Alexander's right forehead.
And we also have the bullet. Did you recover it?
Yes.
Move for the admission of exhibits numbers 207 through 210.
That's 207 through 210 are admitted.
Exhibit 207. What is this right here?
That's a gunshot entrance wound.
And what's the trajectory of this gunshot wound?
It passes down through the skull, passes through the face and downward and to the left, and terminates in the left cheek.
In looking at this, are you able to tell or give us a determination as to the distance between the muzzle and his temple?
I'm not. I called it an indeterminate range. I don't have sooting, I don't have stippling, any of the indicators of a range of fire here.
So we really can't tell how far away it was.
That's right.
And 208 just shows us that same injury with the ruler next to it, right?
Yes.
Exhibit 209, what do we see there?
That is the left cheek, and I've made an incision and removed the bullet here.
This bullet and the trajectory that you've described, did it affect the brain at all? In other words, did it strike the brain or not?
It must have. It passed through the front right portion of the skull. The problem in this case is that the brain was decomposed, and the brain is a very soft structure to begin with, so it falls apart very rapidly after death. So I was not able to see a track through the brain, but just because the bullet passes through the front part of the skull where the brain normally would be, I have to conclude that the brain was perforated.
And if the brain is perforated, what would happen to this individual once he was shot?
He'd be incapacitated.
Went down?
Yes.
Immediately?
Rapidly, yes.
Exhibit 210 is what?
That's the bullet after recovery.
Let me show you Exhibit 244. If you want, go ahead and open it. If you need that, you know, I get your particular gloves there, I get you some scissors.
Do I need to view it, or you prefer that I did?
Yeah, let me go ahead and get you some scissors.
This is the evidence canister, which would be containing that projectile that was recovered. And those are my initials.
All right, if you don't mind putting it back. I move for the admission of Exhibit 244.
No objection.
244 is admitted.
So how did Mr. Alexander die? What was the mechanism of death? In other words, how did he die?
Primarily blood loss.
And tell me how that works on the body in terms of the blood loss and what that does to the individual as he dies.
Well, after you lose blood, you lose the ability to provide oxygen to your major organs, including your brain and your heart. In this case, the first thing that would happen would be dizziness, followed by loss of consciousness, and then death.
In this particular case, you've indicated that there are three specific injuries that could have led to death. We talked about the stab wound in the chest. We've talked about the slitting of the throat. And then we've talked about the shot to the head. With regard to the shot to the head, would that have been rapidly fatal?
Likely would have been, yes.
And by rapidly fatal, what are we talking about?
Well, if you have a projectile going through the front part of the brain, the person may not die immediately, but they'll probably lose the ability to function normally. They'll lose consciousness, and they'll be laying on the floor.
Very short order. In other
Yes.
words, shot, they go down.
Yes.
How about the slashing to the throat in terms of whether or not it's rapidly fatal or not?
I think by far it's the most significant injury, and would have been
why do you
most.
say that?
Well, it's just the most hemorrhagic injury. It's the one that I can demonstrate the most significant injury to the structures that are going to cause death, like the carotid artery, the windpipe, and the jugular vein.
And then the one to the heart, is that, I think we've talked about it, but in terms of rapidly fatal, less fatal, which of these, if we're going to apply that standard as to which are the most fatal, how about the one to the chest? Is that the most fatal or the least fatal? Which may not be
probably the middle. It's a significant injury. It would definitely cause death without medical attention.
And would that cause unconsciousness immediately?
Yes. Not immediately. Not the chest wound, no.
From what I'm hearing you say, of the three that we've talked about, two of them, the one to the neck and the one to the gunshot to the head, those appear, from what I hear you saying, that those would cause unconsciousness quickly. Immediately.
Yes.
And the one to the chest would not.
Less likely.
So if that's the scenario, and in this case we have the defensive wounds to the hands, what does that tell you about the sequencing of these 3 injuries?
I believe the wounds to the hands must have occurred before the fatal injuries, either of the head or of the throat.
And so what you're saying is that at some point during the stabbing, but before the slashing of the throat and before the gunshot to the head, this individual grabbed the knife.
Or attempted to.
Or the knife was applied.
Objection leading.
Rephrase.
Tell me about the sequencing of events as it applies to the 2 injuries, and 1 to the head and the slitting of the throat, and when this individual may have grabbed the knife or the knife was applied to his hands.
With the throat wound and the head wound, I don't think this person could have had a purposeful activity, meaning I don't think they could have raised their arms and attempted to defend themselves. With the chest wound, that's possible because he would not have been immediately unconscious.
In terms then between the other 2, so that would mean then that it would appear that, in your opinion, the first wound would have been the one to the chest.
Objection leading.
Rephrase.
Which one would have been first in your opinion?
Well, the stab wound could have occurred, and then the defensive injuries could have happened after the wound to the chest occurred.
Right, okay. And then in terms of the sequence of the injuries involving the 3 major ones that we talked about, what is your opinion?
Well, the throat injuries and or the head wound are going to be immediately incapacitating, and he's not going to attempt to defend himself after that.
Okay, in terms of the shot to the head, do you have any opinion as to whether or not he was alive at the time that that shot was struck?
I can't say.
Do you have an opinion as to the wound to the neck, whether or not he was alive at the time that that was rendered, if you will?
I believe he was. There's a great deal of hemorrhage associated with that.
And was he alive with regard to the one to the chest that we've been talking about?
Yes, I believe he was.
Can you tell with regard to the gunshot wound to the right temple whether or not he was alive or not at that point?
Again, there's a wound going through the head, and I don't see hemorrhage in the brain. I can't see a wound track through the brain, so all I know is that there's a bullet going through the brain, so I can't say with certainty.
And if we don't see hemorrhaging or bleeding, as you talked about, is that an indication that the person was already dead?
They may have been, yes.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the afternoon recess. Please be back in the designated area at 10 minutes after 3, and we will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Okay. And so, and when they're present, Alexander, right? Okay.
The record will show the Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Wilmot, you may cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Dr. Horn.
Good afternoon.
Okay. So you're obviously the doctor that performed the autopsy on Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
And were you the only doctor that did that?
Yes.
And present during the autopsy was Detective Flores, right?
I have, again, referring to my autopsy report, Detective Barrientos and Detective Flores were present.
And that's Detective Flores here sitting at the prosecution's table?
Yes.
Okay. And so, and when they're present, that means they are able to watch what you're doing?
Yes.
And if they had a question, they can always ask you?
Yes.
And if you had, they're there to collect evidence too, right?
Yes.
And if you had something or you noted something, you can certainly tell the detectives, right?
Yes.
And there was no issues. I mean, he was free to ask you questions if he had any.
Yes.
After the autopsy, he would have been free, the Detective Barrientos or Detective Flores would have been free to call you if they had follow-up questions, right?
Yes.
I mean, in other words, you don't just do this autopsy and then forget about it.
That's right.
Okay. And so, and you certainly would take Detective Flores' calls if he called you.
Yes, I would.
And in fact, at some point you did speak to Detective Flores later, didn't you?
I may have. I don't recall.
Okay. Well, he's considered what we call a case agent. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
And that means that he is like the point person for the investigation, right?
I believe so.
As far as the police agency, if you had needed to say anything, it would be Detective Flores or the case agent that you would say it to.
Right, or if I needed further information, I would contact that detective, yes.
Okay. And he was always open to you as far as you know, right?
As far as I know.
Okay. Now, during this autopsy, you learned that, I think you said that Mr. Alexander was 5'9".
Yes.
And at the time of the autopsy, the weight was 189.
Yes.
And if you need to refer to your report, just let me know.
Thank you.
The 189 pounds, I believe that would be during the autopsy. So more likely in life, he weighed more than that. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any type of an opinion about how much more he would typically weigh?
I would go by his driver's license or recollections of family. I don't have that information.
Okay. But we do know that at the point of an autopsy, especially when somebody's lost blood, they're going to weigh less than what they did in life.
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the gunshot wound, okay?
Yes.
All right. Now, we looked at the pictures, and from the pictures, it looks as though the gunshot wound, the gunshot goes in, there's an entry. Well, you're familiar with an entry wound, what that means, right?
Yes.
And an exit wound?
Yes, there is no exit wound in this case.
Okay, and an exit wound is when a projectile is leaving the body?
Yes.
Okay, so there's an entry wound right above his right brow, is that right?
Yes.
And just in the middle of his brow? Just above it, actually?
It's above it, yes.
Okay, and you said there's no exit wound?
No exit wound.
So that means that during the autopsy, you recovered the projectile in his left cheek, right?
Yes.
Or correct, I should say. And it was in, we know that the trajectory, which is the pathway of the bullet, right? That's what
It's the direction.
The direction. So we know that the direction of the bullet, based on where it went in and where it lodged, we know that it was coming in from the left and going down.
Coming in from the right and going down and ending up on the left side.
I'm sorry, heading left.
Heading left, yes.
Okay, right. Coming in from the right-hand side, heading in the direction of left, and then lodging in the left cheek.
Yes.
Okay. And it was coming in a downward position, right?
It may have been deflected by the bone since it's passing through the skull, so its position in the cheek may not be the actual trajectory at the beginning of its path.
Okay. So, and you know, I would assume from being a doctor, I've always heard that head wounds bleed. The scalp is something that bleeds a lot. Is that true?
Yes, scalp wounds do bleed.
Okay, so a head wound, a bullet entry wound above in the scalp, just above, or not the scalp, but just above in the forehead. Is that something that's going to have a lot of blood associated with it typically?
In a living person, yes.
Okay, and so if this bullet wound is made while Mr. Alexander's living, there's going to be blood coming out of it, right?
Yes.
And it would be, of course, in the pictures we just see a small little hole, but when it actually happened, if Mr. Alexander was living, there would have been quite a bit of blood coming from there.
Generally, yes. Depends on what other wounds have happened.
Okay.
So if the throat's already been cut and he's already been bleeding from that wound, there might be considerably less blood from that wound.
Okay. Assuming, though, that Mr. Alexander was alive at the time that the gunshot wound is done, so that the heart is still pumping, in that situation, you would agree, right, that there would be lots of blood coming from the gunshot wound?
In that abstract sense, yes.
Okay. And then the left cheek, the projectile lodging in the left cheek, that's something that would typically cause bleeding, wouldn't it?
Wherever it is along its path, it's going to cause bleeding along the path. So yes, there would be bleeding into the cheek, there'd be bleeding into the forehead and into the skull intervening.
Okay. And in the cheek where you were able to recover the projectile, that would be something that, had Mr. Alexander been alive, that blood would be going from his cheek and probably into his mouth, wouldn't it?
I don't have any evidence that it passed through his mouth. So if it's actually going through, and when I say cheek, I do mean this bone up here, the maxilla, which is really not connected to the oral cavity except by the sinus. So I'm not saying that it went through his oral cavity.
Okay, so you're talking about it being lodged in the cheekbone?
Cheekbone or beyond the cheekbone, up here in the soft tissue above where the mouth is.
Okay, and you said that's connected to the mouth through the sinus?
Right, there's a
cavity?
maxillary sinus, right.
All
Yes.
right. So if there was bleeding associated with that, then would we expect to see blood into the sinus or through the nose and then eventually into the mouth?
It's likely, yes.
All right. And you talked about the pathway. Well, let me ask you this. You talked a little bit on direct about not knowing the distance from the muzzle of the gun to Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
So when you're talking about that, you're really talking about things like stippling, right?
Stippling or soot,
Soot.
that deposits on the skin, right.
Okay. Can you tell us what stippling is?
Stippling is sometimes out of the end of a firearm. If the person's close enough when they're being shot, you'll have little pieces of burning gunpowder that will come out of the end of the gun and will embed themselves in the skin. And so you'll get these little tiny dots, little stipple marks around the wound. And when we see that, we usually say that's an intermediate range of fire. And it depends on the type of firearm you're using, but it may be a couple of feet away or maybe up to a yard away, depending on what gun is used.
Okay, so when you see stippling, that tells you that the muzzle of the gun was probably within 2 to 3 feet away from the person?
Depending on the gun. So some can be considerably further away, some can be closer than that and leave stippling. So what you'd have to do is actually get the gun and test fire it.
Okay. Now when you talk about stippling and it leaving marks, those are actual burn marks, aren't they?
There are abrasions, and there may be some burn to that, but most of the time it's an abrasion and it's a piece of gunpowder that's embedding itself in the skin.
Okay, and those abrasions, they're not just going to go away if somebody were to pour water over them, right?
No, they're embedded in the skin.
So we know that Mr. Alexander's body was found in the shower and that it appeared that there was water at some point put over his body. That's
Yes.
not going to get rid of any stippling, right?
It may wash out some of the gunpowder fragments, but the marks, the stipple marks, would still be there generally.
All right, and you're confident that you would be able to know that, right? From your experience.
Well, with decomposition, it may be less apparent, but in looking at him and looking at his face, I didn't see any stipple marks.
All right, and so based on the fact that there's no stippling marks, you can say, I know you talk about an indeterminate range of fire, right?
Yes.
And that means, what does that mean to you?
That means I couldn't determine a range of fire
Okay.
based on the autopsy alone.
Okay. But because there's no stippling, doesn't it also mean that we know that the gun certainly wasn't next to his forehead?
I don't think it's a contact wound. A contact wound will usually leave like a star-shaped tear, and I don't see that here. If it's not right up against the skin, but if it's very close, you usually see soot and not stippling. I don't see soot, I don't see a star-shaped tear, and I don't see stippling. So that, for me, takes it out beyond the range of an intermediate. So it's either a distant range or indeterminate. An indeterminate range of fire could be that there's some object in between the face and the gun. So if there's a garment, a towel, something like that, that can also cause you to be unable to determine a range of fire.
All right. So you know that we're talking at least 2 to 3 feet away, if not more, because of the nose stippling.
That's likely.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the wounds on the back, okay? All in all, on the back there was 9 wounds. Is that correct? Not on, I'm sorry, in the upper back. Let me be more specific.
Yes, a cluster of 9 stab wounds on the upper back.
And I think that's what you call the grouping?
Yes.
And they're in between his shoulders. Is that right?
Yes.
And these wounds you'd consider very shallow. Is that right?
They are shallow, yes.
And I'm going to show you what's in evidence of 193. All right, that's 193, and that's a picture of the wounds in between the shoulders, the grouping on the back, right?
Yes.
All right, and you see that there's a center. There's these in the center, right?
Yes.
This group, and then there's 3 here to his right shoulder, more towards his right shoulder, I should say.
Yes.
Now the group in the center, those actually are more of a straight on direction, aren't they?
They appear to be straight, yes.
Okay.
There's about equal amount of tissue on either side.
All right, so in other words, those are not, the ones that are, the grouping in the center, those are not a diagonal, as far as you can tell, diagonal incoming.
Well, I think we got off on a sidetrack on direct, that the directionality, like the way that they're oriented is in a diagonal, but
Okay.
the track itself going into the tissue is pretty much straight on.
Okay, so when you talk about direction of diagonal, you're talking about that the wound is...
The wound itself is diagonal.
Not vertical, up and down.
Right.
Okay. And so directionality, when we talk about directionality, we're talking about where the instrument might have been coming from.
Yes, in
Okay.
terms of a trajectory.
Yes, okay. So in terms of the trajectory, we're looking at the center and the back, and those look like the instrument would have been coming more of a straight on. Is that
More
right?
straight on from back to front, yes.
Okay. And the grouping on the right, we can see those look more like they are coming at a diagonal. The trajectory would be diagonal.
Right. If you look at the tissue on the side, you can see that whitish tissue in the margin, and you're seeing fatty tissue that is being sort of shaved as the knife is going in. So when I look at these 3 wounds here, it looks like the knife is actually going in from a little bit from right to left and into the back.
Okay. So from right to left. So going in from his right shoulder heading towards his middle. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you already talked about these wounds being shallow. When you see shallow wounds, that would typically mean that there's less force applied, right?
Well, it depends on what the object is that's being penetrated. In this case, there's lots of bone underneath these, so whatever force was applied was insufficient to break through a rib or break through into the spine.
Okay. Well, if you assume that the same instrument is used for all these different wounds, we know that some of these wounds are deeper than others, right?
Yes.
And for example, the wound that penetrates into and perforates the vena cava, that one,
Yes.
right? The one that hits the vein that leads to the heart.
Yes.
That one was much deeper, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And so typically, and that had to go through cartilage also.
Yes.
And so that one would require more force, wouldn't it?
More than just going through soft tissue or fat, yes.
Okay. And in these instances, the wounds on the back, those ones, you didn't see any chipping of the bone or anything like that?
No.
And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that if somebody were standing and they were if the 2 people were standing facing each other and the person with the knife is reaching over the bag. That's going to have less force to it, wouldn't it, than somebody who's standing behind and being able to drive the knife right in without stop?
Generally, I'd agree with that, yes.
Okay. All right, so the wound to the one that we were just talking about, to the vena cava. In the pictures we saw that there's, it was basically in the middle of below his chest, right?
Lower right chest, yes.
Okay. And that one you said would eventually be fatal without medical attention.
Yes.
And that's due to blood loss?
Yes.
That wound, you were able to tell a direction or a trajectory on that wound, right?
Yes, it's pretty much straight into the chest cavity from the right side of the chest.
Okay, doesn't it have a slightly upward trajectory?
If it is, it's very slight because the heart is right, the vena cava is right in that location where the wound is.
Well, doesn't it have, and I don't know, let me know if you need to see a picture, but doesn't it have an undetermined lower edge so that it's going to be a slightly upper trajectory as it's going in?
Undetermined, I don't know what.
Lower edge?
I don't know what you mean by undetermined lower edge.
Okay.
Undermined?
Undermined, I'm sorry.
Undermined, yes. Well, that would indicate that the blade is angled slightly upward as it's going into the skin. So if you see more tissue on the lower part than the upper part, then that's consistent with that. But we also have to keep in mind that this is a decomposed person. So the characters of the wounds can change a bit.
Okay, but based on what you saw, you would say that based on what you were just talking about, the undermined edge.
Undermining.
Based on that, you can tell us that more than likely it was going in an upper trajectory, right?
Generally, that's true, yes.
Okay, and that means it's going from down to up.
Yes,
When we
as
talk
the
about
tip of the wound, as the tip of the weapon is going into the body, it has a slightly upward trend to it, yes.
Okay, and that can happen when somebody is taller than the person who has the knife, right? You have to reach up.
In a general way, yes, that's true.
Okay. And you said that one, but that one is mostly straight in as far as in other words, it's not diagonal coming from the right or the left. Is that correct?
The vena cava is slightly on the right side of the body, the right side of the chest, so it's right underneath where the stab wound goes in. So
Okay.
It's essentially straight in and maybe with a slightly upward trajectory.
Okay. Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Horn, I know you haven't seen that photo prior to today, is that right?
No, I haven't.
Okay. In that photo, can you see a person's head
I think so.
and a shoulder
Yes.
and what appears to be an arm?
Yes.
And then at the very back portion of the picture, and you can tell it's a distance because it's small, is a foot, right?
Could be a foot. Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you to assume that that picture is of Mr. Alexander, okay?
Okay.
And Judge, I was going to ask to publish to the jury for demonstrative purposes.
And the exhibit number for the record?
192?
162.
162.
And Judge, I would move it into evidence, 162.
Any objection?
No objection.
162 is admitted and you may publish.
Thank you. Okay, so what we were talking about is here you can see what appears to be a head, right?
Yes.
All right, and this appears to be an arm.
I think so, yes.
Okay, and then this would be somebody's shoulder.
Yes.
And then the very distant part of the picture, you can see what appears to be a foot.
Yes.
So in this picture, it would appear to be somebody lying down almost on the floor, right? It appears that the person is lying down.
I think if this is tile here, yes, that would be him laying on his back.
Okay. And you can see what would appear to be blood, right?
Yes.
Something that's dripping over his shoulder.
Yes.
And that would be the person's right shoulder, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And also in this picture, the arm is up, isn't it?
It looks like it's flexed up, yes.
Okay, so in other words, it's not just laying limp on the floor, right?
Right.
Okay. And the head is also up, right?
Yes, except that I don't know what this blue object is, if it's something that the head's resting against or what this is in the foreground.
Does this appear to be like a foot and then a pant leg?
Could be.
Okay. But from what you can tell from the shoulder is definitely off the ground, isn't it?
I think so.
Okay. And assume for a second if this is Mr. Alexander, once the wound to the neck occurs, having his head up and his arm up, certainly his head up, that would be near impossible, wouldn't it?
Well, like I said, he's going to have a few seconds of consciousness, and it's certainly enough. If he's laying on the ground to raise an arm or raise a head, that wouldn't be beyond the realm of possibility.
But unlikely, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that, no. I wouldn't think he'd be getting up and walking around, but picking your head up or moving your arm is not impossible.
Okay. And you can see the blood coming over the shoulder, right?
Yes.
And if there was a neck wound at this point, wouldn't you expect to see quite a bit more blood than that?
I don't see what's underneath him. That seems to be a lot of blood to me, but I have no way of quantifying or telling how much is here, just based on this photo.
Okay. But we do know that the blood is on the right-hand side, right?
Yes.
And we can tell that, at least from the picture, it looks like the blood is dripping down the back. In other words, it's like a drip, isn't it?
Right. There's a large area of blood going back, and there's some dripping on either side of that large area of blood.
Okay. And we do know for sure that the gunshot wound was to his right side, wasn't it?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the gunshot wound. Let's see. And we know with the gunshot wound, obviously you discuss it in your examination report, right?
Yes.
And you talk about the track of the bullet begins in the frontal skull, is that right?
Yes.
And when you refer to the frontal skull, you're referring to a bone.
Yes, the frontal bone of the skull.
And we know that it ends in the facial skeleton near the left cheek.
Yes.
And again, as you told me earlier, the facial skeleton, you're referring to a bone.
Right, the maxillary bone.
All right. Now, in your report, and let me just ask you, you did this report, actually you did the autopsy on June 12th of 2008, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So on June 12th of 2008, after doing your report, you found that there was no evidence, no gross evidence of significant intracranial hemorrhage. Is that right? And I'm looking on page 4.
Yes, page 4 of my report.
Okay. And when you talk about significant intracranial hemorrhage, you're talking about bleeding through the brain. Is that right?
Right. And at this point, the brain is really non-existent. It's almost, you can't examine it. It's become liquid.
You can't examine it at all?
It's very difficult.
Okay, well, but didn't you actually take slices of the brain? And I'm referring to page 7.
Yes, so it is softened, it's not liquefied.
Okay.
It is still present, but it's soft.
All right, so you were able, it's still there, right?
Yes, it's always there, it's just the state that it's in.
Okay, so the state that it was in, though, is that you were able to actually take what's called autolyzed brain, multiple serial sections of autolyzed brain.
Right, so the autolysis or autolyzed, that's a term that refers to the liquefied brain tissue or very softened brain tissue.
Okay, and when you talk about multiple serial sections, does that mean that you're taking slices of the brain to look through it?
As best I can, I'm running a knife through the brain and trying to examine it. But
Okay.
that may be actual sections or may just be in terms of trying to inspect the internal parts of that tissue, whatever's there.
Okay, but according to your report, that's what you did, right?
Right.
And in there, so in this part of your report, after going through these sections, again you say it does not reveal the presence of grossly apparent trauma. Is that right?
Right.
So by taking through these sections, again, you don't find any evidence of trauma or like a bullet track through the brain.
Nothing so clearly defined. No hemorrhage, no foreign bodies, no metal fragments. Right.
Okay. And we know that people who have had injuries to their brains, depending on the section of the brain, they're not always incapacitated. Isn't that true?
For the most part, if you have a bullet pass through the brain, you're not going to be standing, you're not going to be functional, you're going to fall. And like I said earlier in direct, it may not be immediately fatal. In fact, it likely wasn't. Passing through the frontal part of the brain, especially, it's not as vital. I mean, they're all vital structures, but it's not as vital as the brain stem or the back parts of the brain.
Well, just so we're clear, you don't actually have any medical evidence of it passing through the brain, right?
It had to have passed through the brain.
You don't have any medical evidence of that, do you?
I do. The skull is perforated where the brain is, so it had to have passed through the brain. The brain is there.
But you have no idea, you have no medical evidence of how far or what part of the brain it exactly would have hit, right?
It would have passed through the right frontal lobe.
Uh-huh.
I just don't have any evidence of hemorrhage now because of decomposition. But it had to have passed through the brain because of the part of the skull that was injured. The brain in a young person especially is flush against that structure. The brain occupies the entire skull. So to have a hole in the skull here and an exit in here, it has to pass through the brain.
Well, the exit's there's no exit. What do you
Exit from the skull cavity into the face.
Uh-huh. So, but what you're saying though is you have no idea where that bullet might have hit. It could have just grazed the tip of the brain, right?
No, it had to have passed through the right frontal lobe of the brain based on where these holes in the skull are.
And
There's no way it could have avoided the brain.
Okay, and you're sure of that?
Yes.
What I was talking about earlier was that with brain injuries, I mean, we've all heard the stories of the person who had the arrow went through his skull and hit his brain, or the person who had I don't know if it was an arrow or what, but actually goes through the brain, and these people are coming to the ER.
Right.
You've heard those stories, right?
Those are different.
Okay, but those are people who've had brain injuries, right?
Not with projectiles.
Okay.
With firearms, you don't just have an arrow or an object passing through the head. With a firearm, you also have gas and you have an expansile cavity that damages the brain as it goes through. So you can shoot an arrow through the brain. It's a much lower velocity projectile and will not cause a large temporary cavity to open up in the brain tissue like a projectile would, like a firearm projectile would.
So those don't cause as much damage as a bullet does, is
That's
what you're
right.
saying?
That's right.
But you didn't see any damage, even in your slices, right?
Right. I could not document the damage because of the decomposition.
Now, your findings during the autopsy, that would be something that you would explain to Detective Flores, right?
Preliminarily, yes.
Okay. And he's going to get a copy of it?
A copy of my final report?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And like you said before, he's free to call you with questions if he doesn't know what you mean by something.
Yes.
And do you remember speaking to Detective Flores about close to a year later after the autopsy?
No.
Do you remember speaking to Detective Flores ever again?
No.
Do you think you didn't? Or do you just not remember?
I don't recall, no.
Do you have any memory of ever speaking to Detective Flores about this particular autopsy after June 12th?
No.
So then any information that Detective Flores would have gotten from you would have been from June 12th of 2008, is that right?
I have no idea.
Well, I mean, you spoke to him on June 12th, right?
I assume so. He's listed as present on my report, but I don't remember him being there.
Okay. And you said you've done 6,000 or so autopsies?
Something like that.
All right. And when police are involved, police have been present during your autopsies, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it makes it difficult. I'm sure they run together, do they not?
Yes.
But you know in your report that Detective Flores was there. You know that from because it was documented.
Just, yes, the documentation.
All right. And so the information about, let's talk about the gunshot wound first. So any information that Detective Flores had about the gunshot wound, I guess then would have come from June 12th, right? If you don't remember ever talking to him again.
Objection, speculation is for Detective Flores may have to take this information.
Overruled, you may answer.
Sorry, can you ask it again?
You're the only doctor who did this autopsy,
Correct.
right? And so any information that Detective Flores has about the autopsy itself would have come from you, right?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Any information would have come from the autopsy that you did.
Objection, speculation, and as to what information she's talking about.
Sustained.
You provided your report to Detective Flores, right?
Not myself personally, but my office would have mailed it to him.
Yes, it goes to the police department, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that at some point you told Detective Flores that you believed the first wound was the shot to the head?
I don't recall ever saying that.
So you think you never told Detective Flores that?
I don't think that's consistent with the evidence that I have, and I don't remember ever saying anything like that.
Okay, so what your testimony is, I just want to be clear, is that you never told Detective Flores that the gunshot wound was the first wound.
I don't believe I ever said that, no.
And do you remember telling Detective Flores that you knew this because the gunshot wound wouldn't have completely incapacitated somebody?
I don't recall saying that either.
Is that something that you think you would have never said to Detective Flores?
I think I've said it here in court that I don't think it would immediately incapacitate him or kill him, but it would be a serious injury. But I don't recall telling Detective Flores that, no.
Okay. So let me back up for a second. So you're saying that the gunshot wound is not immediately incapacitating?
I would say not immediately fatal.
Okay, I'm not talking about fatal. I'm just talking about incapacitating.
I think, yes, I think that it would be incapacitating. It's passing through his brain, so yes.
Okay. So, and that's assuming it passed through his brain. You would say it's incapacitating, right?
I'm saying it did pass through his brain.
All right. And so then you wouldn't have told Detective Flores that that particular gunshot wound would not have completely incapacitated someone, right? I guess you wouldn't have said that.
I don't recall having a conversation with a detective about anything.
I'm sorry, I missed the last
I don't recall having a conversation with the detective at all about this case.
Okay. So do you remember then telling Detective Flores that Mr. Alexander could have been unconscious, but then you suspect that he became conscious again?
No, I don't recall saying that.
Okay, and you suspect that he became conscious or that you knew he was conscious because there's defensive wounds.
Well, I think you'd have to be conscious during the defensive wounds. I don't recall telling Detective Flores that.
Okay. But if the gunshot wound comes first, and then the defensive wounds come after that, obviously he would have to be conscious for that.
I don't think that makes sense. I don't think he got the gunshot wound and then got defensive wounds. I think he would have been unconscious.
Okay, so that's something you never told Detective Flores?
Again, I don't recall ever having a conversation with him about anything.
So if you don't recall ever having a conversation with Detective Flores, and we know that Detective Flores was at the autopsy, right?
Right.
So then can we assume then that you never spoke to him again?
That was 10 years ago. I don't remember.
It wasn't 10 years ago. It was in 2008.
6.
4.5.
Several years ago.
Okay, so you
I
don't
don't
remember.
recall speaking to him again, no.
So then it's possible that you spoke to Detective Flores.
Sure.
Okay. And it's then possible that you might have said these things to Detective Flores.
I don't believe I would say those things, no. I don't think they're consistent with what I'm saying here.
Okay. And so I guess the one thing we can agree on is that the wound to the neck, that one was most certainly fatal the quickest, right?
Yes, that's the most significant wound in my opinion, yes.
Okay. Just may I have a minute? Thank you. And so if Detective Flores would have testified in some other hearing that that's what you told him, he's wrong?
Objection, vouching speculation.
Sustained.
And you remember, I take it you have no memory of discussing the scene photographs with Detective Flores?
I don't, no.
And in discussing the scene photographs with Detective Flores, telling Detective Flores that the gunshot wound would not have completely incapacitated Mr. Alexander?
Again, I've been answering this question. I do not have any recollection of that, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Reader.
Sir, in terms of the sequencing of the wounds, do you remember having an interview with this individual sitting here with the glasses? Do you remember having an interview with him?
Vaguely, I do remember the defense interview.
You were interviewed with regard to this case, right?
Yes,
And you have a copy of that interview, don't you?
I do.
And you were asked about the sequencing of these injuries, weren't you?
Yes.
Objection, reading.
Sustained.
All right. Did you talk to them about the sequencing of the injuries?
Yes.
And at any time, did you stop the interview and say, no, I don't want to talk to you about the sequencing of the injuries?
No.
And were you asked about the sequencing of the injuries?
Yes.
And what did you tell them during that interview that you had with them?
I felt that the gunshot wound may have been last, but at any event, the gunshot wounds and the wounds to the neck would have had to have come after the defensive wounds of the hands.
And is that what you told us today?
Yes.
Now, sir, with regard to the procedure or the process that takes place when a body is brought in terms of when you conduct the examination, who is in the room with you?
Forensic technicians, photographers, sometimes medical students.
Do you take the photographs?
No.
In terms of the individuals from law enforcement, you indicated that they're there via your report, right?
Yes, they're in an observation area.
But in terms of the examination room itself, is the detective there looking over your shoulder and questioning you as you conduct this examination? Is that how it's done out there?
No.
Where are they, physically speaking, the detective, when this examination is going on?
They're in an observation bay separated by glass.
And if they want to talk to you during this particular process, how does that work? In other words, if they want to provide you advice as to whether or not an injury went through the brain or not, how is it that they provide this advice to you?
They don't, generally.
But if they do want to talk to you, how does it happen?
They have a handset they can pick up, and I can hear them in the autopsy area. And then I will come to the door or the window, and I'll talk to them.
And as you're conducting this examination, is it your practice to immediately form an opinion as to which injury is first, which is second, and which is third, if there's three of them?
No.
Why not? Why would you not immediately tell them, oh, I know this one's the first one, this one's the second one, this is the third one? Why wouldn't you do it that way?
Well, often we can never establish that, but I do want to have an opportunity to look at the whole case, get investigative reports back, get toxicology, histology, and then come to a final report.
And this report that you prepare, when is it due? In other words, how long does it take you to prepare this report with your impressions?
Varies, minimum of a month, maximum of 4 to 5 months, depending.
In this case, I think you conducted the autopsy, June 16th, I think?
June 12th.
June 12th. And what date is your report dated?
July 15th.
And how many, so that's roughly what, a month later?
5 weeks, so, yeah.
And how many pages is your report?
8 pages.
And in that report, is there any place that indicates that the gunshot wound or which injury was first or last? Anywhere does it indicate that?
No.
In terms of you being asked about the sequence of events, in terms of these fatal injuries, when, according to your records, was the first time that you were asked about the sequencing of events?
According to my recollection, it would have been at the defense interview.
And before that, you didn't write it in your report, right?
That's right.
And is it your practice to write the sequencing of events in your report?
No.
Why not?
It would be speculative, and I am simply providing information about the injuries that I see.
And then once you've had a chance to have all this information before you, that's when you make your determination then, right?
Yes.
You were asked about this photograph here, which is exhibit number 162. Let me have it marked since it is in evidence. One of the things that you weren't able to see is there's a date and time associated with that, correct?
Yes.
What is the date, if you can see it, and time?
June 4th, 2008, 5:32 in the evening.
16 seconds.
16
right?
seconds.
And it does show a head, right?
Yes.
And you were asked over and over not whether this was a foot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If that were a human being's foot, would you have any problem saying that perhaps this human being had another foot if they were a normal human being?
No.
And would you have any problem saying that this individual, if he had 2 feet, would also have 2 arms?
Yes.
Well, you would know that they would, right?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not the right arm, the left arm, do you know what that right or left arm is doing?
No.
Do you know whether or not that right arm or left arm is holding what you said may have been a right arm, whether or not that's holding up that arm?
That's certainly possible.
And you don't know what, for example, the left arm is doing, do you?
That's correct.
And this part up here, I know that this is straining a little bit of credibility, and I don't know medical science, but that's the top of the head, right?
Yes.
And if I'm wrong, tell me that, right?
Yes.
And this part right here is the neck, right?
Yes.
You see any blood coming down this from the top of the head?
It's very dark. I can't say for sure whether.
But can you see any blood coming from the neck area there?
Yes.
And if you see the blood coming from the neck area and you know the injuries, and assuming this is Travis Alexander, what would you associate that blood with?
They cut to the throat.
And with regard to the injury to the chest area, if his head is up in that position and his arm is being lifted in that position, and knowing what you know about gravity, would you think that this blood was coming from the injury to his chest or the neck area?
Neck area.
So one of the things that you were asked about was the wounds to the back. Do you remember
Yes.
being asked about that? And this question may or may not be your area, but with regard to human beings, are men's arms longer than women's or not? I don't know.
Generally longer, yes.
And with regard to a person's body, generally speaking, is a man's body, upper chest, is that bigger or smaller than a woman's upper chest?
Bigger.
Bigger. And you were asked about the injuries that were to the back. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked, well, is it possible that somebody could have come around and with those given what those injuries are there, that they would have come around and done this and done the injuries back there? Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And you said, well, it's possible, right?
Yes.
With regard to that particular scenario, is it also possible that an individual could be hunched over and somebody came up behind him and started inflicting those kinds of injuries? Are they consistent with that?
Yes.
And with regard to the injury to the chest, you said, well, it's slightly upward. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Is it possible that with regard to that injury, it could have come up like this? Was that possible?
Yes.
Is there any impediment or anything in the way to doing something like that?
No.
Do we have to wrap arms around somebody to get that injury, or can we do it just like this?
It can be from the front or back. Yes.
What, is it consistent, that injury, if somebody is sitting down, a male, Mr. Alexander, is it consistent if he's sitting down and somebody is standing and you come up and do that? Is that consistent with that?
Yes.
The issue of the gunshot wound. Did the gunshot wound go through the frontal lobe or not?
It did.
If it goes through the frontal lobe, what does the human body do when a gunshot goes through the frontal lobe?
Well, there's a shock delivered to the entire brain as a projectile is passing through. So it's not just like an arrow or a nail. You've also got expanding gases. You've got a tumbling projectile. So generally you're going to have, it's a shock situation, neurologic shock, and those people are incapacitated.
And that gunshot wound that we're talking about, did it go through the mouth or not?
It goes above the mouth. It's in the sinus structures. So bleeding out of the mouth is certainly possible.
And it ended up in the left cheek, correct?
Cheek, yes.
The distance of the gunshot wound, you said it was indeterminate, right?
Yes.
And that's based on the fact that you don't see any stippling there, right?
That's right.
And indeterminate to you in this case, if it's indeterminate, I know what the word means, but how far, can you give us any parameters whatsoever as to how far or how close the gunshot was?
Again, I'm not a ballistics expert, but generally speaking, for most firearms, it's going to be a minimum distance of a couple of feet, at least.
Okay. And this gunshot wound, was there hemorrhaging that was associated with it on the path that it traveled?
In the scalp and in the cheek area, there is some hemorrhage. There is no hemorrhage detected in the skull itself.
And what does that mean to you in terms of the sequencing, whether or not the person was alive or not alive, if there's no blood there?
If there's less blood, it may mean that the other injuries preceded that, and there was just less bleeding because there was less blood to come out of the body.
Could this person have been dead at the time that the gunshot wound was inflicted?
That's possible, yes.
And in terms of what an individual may have said or didn't say, you did indicate that, your report does indicate that Detective Flores was at the autopsy, right?
Yes.
Does it have an MD after his name? Maybe I missed that.
No.
So in terms of this individual, Detective Flores, what he may or may have said, do you have any idea where he gained his knowledge?
I don't know.
But your knowledge is based on what you saw, what? At the autopsy, your schooling, and anything else that was provided to you, right?
Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? I see no hands. You may step down. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Elizabeth Northcutt.
Judge, may we approach before we do that?
You may.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Please walk around and have a seat.
May I have your name
Elizabeth A. Northcutt,
and who do you work for?
the City of Mesa Police Department Forensic Services Section.
What do you do for them?
I'm a forensic firearms examiner.
And as a firearms examiner, what are your day-to-day duties?
I do firearms examinations, cartridge case and bullet examinations, distance determinations, serial number restorations, respond to crime scenes for documentation.
The microphone's a little bit far away, if you don't mind. It's the one in front of you. That one. How long have you been employed involving this particular area?
In firearms,
Yes.
8 years.
And in this, involving the investigation or the murder of Travis Alexander, did you have occasion to take a look at a cartridge casing?
Yes, I did.
What is a cartridge casing?
A cartridge casing is a container that holds powder, a primer, and a bullet in a cartridge, which is a basic unit of ammunition.
You said that it holds a bullet. Does the casing always have to hold a bullet or not?
No, it doesn't.
What if a bullet is fired? What happens to the casing?
Then it's a fired cartridge case.
With regard to the casing, if it is fired from a semi-automatic handgun, what happens to the casing after the bullet is fired?
It is extracted and ejected.
What is a semi-automatic handgun, and why is the casing extracted and ejected?
A semi-automatic handgun is a handgun that extracts and ejects fired cartridge cases. When the cartridge case is fired, the firing pin hits the primer, which is in the back of the cartridge case, and that ignites the powder inside the cartridge case, which begins to burn, producing gas. That gas makes pressure inside of the cartridge case, which then pushes the bullet down the barrel and on its way toward a target. The pressure also pushes back on the slide in a semi-auto pistol and extracts and ejects that cartridge case.
Are you familiar with a revolver?
Yes, I am.
And in terms of the casing issue and extraction and putting it out there, what is the difference?
A revolver does not automatically extract and eject the fired cartridge case. You have to manually open the revolver's action and remove the cartridge case before you can put another cartridge in a chamber.
So if you find a casing at a scene, for example, what does that indicate to you? In terms of whether it's a semi-automatic or a revolver?
With revolvers, you typically do not find cartridge cases at a scene.
Why is that?
And you'd have to reload the revolver. You'd have to open the action, remove the cartridge case, and leave it at the scene.
Well, I think what I'm hearing you say is that with a revolver, you'd have to fire it, open up the revolver part, take it out and drop it, and then close it up again, right?
That's correct.
And with the semi-automatic, you fire the gun and the casing comes out automatically, right?
That's correct.
So if you see one at a scene, the indication is perhaps is a semi-automatic, would be your opinion, right?
Yes.
Now, take a look at Exhibit 218 and see if you're familiar with that.
Yes, I am.
Do you recognize it?
Yes,
And have you had occasion to examine it?
I have.
What kind of, all it is not all, but it's a casing. What is it that you did with it to further this investigation, or what was it that you were asked to do?
I examined the cartridge case and observed that it had a head stamp
Okay.
that read Win 25 Auto.
What does that mean to you, Win 25 Auto?
It is manufactured or branded as Winchester.
And when it says auto, I thought we were talking about semi-automatic handguns. Well, does the fact that it say auto on it mean something to you?
The auto is part of the name of the cartridge, and it designates that it is designed to be fired in a auto-loading pistol.
It's what now? What did you say? I didn't understand what you said.
The auto in 25 Auto is part of the caliber designation for the cartridge case. And so the auto is, in this particular instance, indicates that it was this cartridge, it's the designation. So 25 Auto is designed to be fired in an auto-loading pistol.
So are you saying that this 25 Auto can only be fired in an automatic handgun? Is that what you're telling me? Or
No, that's...
What is it that you're telling me? Is that just the name of it, Winchester Auto, 25
Yes.
Auto? Is that all it is? Is that all you're telling me?
It's a caliber designation, yes.
Okay, and in anything else with regard to that casing?
I entered that casing into the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network.
Why would you do that?
The database holds cartridge case images from other crimes, and we enter images of other crime evidence in that database to look for hits or high confidence candidates. So when you enter a cartridge case into that, it gives you a list of possible candidates back. You go through those correlations and you determine if there are any high confidence candidates, so if there are any hits. I did not find any in this case.
So in this case, you entered it in a database and you got nothing back, right?
That's correct.
Anything else with regard to that casing that you did?
No.
Did you also have occasion to work with exhibit number 244? And this is the bullet from the medical examiner.
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if we take a look at it here, it's exhibit 210. You see that?
Yes,
Is that the bullet?
it appears to be.
When you say it appears to be, always leaves room for doubt. Do you need to open it to make sure or not? Why don't you open it up and take a look at it to make sure it is the bullet?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If you could go ahead and seal it and put it back for me. With regard to this bullet, were you able to determine the caliber of this bullet? In other words, can you just take a look at that bullet and go back and see what the caliber of it is?
I examined the basic physical characteristics of that bullet, and I measured the base diameter, which helps us to figure out caliber. I also looked at the bullet weight and the other style that the bullet has. And all of those led me to the determination that this is consistent with a .25 auto bullet.
So you can go back and attempt to do that then, right?
Yes.
And what is it that indicate, how much does a .25 caliber bullet weigh?
Typically about 50 grains.
50 grains?
Yes.
And how much did this bullet weigh?
44.8.
And the fact that it didn't weigh the same, does that indicate to you that it isn't a .25 or that it is, given the circumstances?
No, bullets are frequently damaged when they're fired, and they can lose weight that way. So that's not a big discrepancy, 44.8 to 50 grains.
And anything else about the bullets that you found? For example, any markings, striations on it, anything like that?
Yes, there were rifling impressions on the bullet.
When you say rifling impressions, those are impressions on the bullet, right?
That's correct.
And these impressions on the bullet, what are they made by?
They're left by rifling inside the firearm.
So is it the muzzle of the gun that leaves them? Is that where the rifling is?
The rifling is from the entire barrel.
So it's in the barrel of the gun.
Yes.
And what characteristics did this one have?
This one had 6 rifling. What rifling is it's a series of helical or spiral grooves that go the length of a barrel. And what they do is they help impart stability to the fired bullet.
And so, looking at the rifling, I think you said it was 6 lands and grooves, I think?
6 lands and grooves with a right hand twist. They can either be right or left hand twist.
So 6 lands and grooves with right hand twist, is that consistent with a .25 caliber bullet? Or not? Or it has nothing to do with that?
It has nothing to do with it.
Okay. But is it your opinion that this is a .25 caliber bullet?
Yes, fired .25 caliber bullet.
To get back very quickly to the casing, take a look at Exhibit 114. It'll autofocus in a minute. With regard to the casing that you looked at, is that the casing that you looked at?
It appears to be.
When you say it appears to be, why don't you go ahead and take a look at the casing. Do you have that up there with you?
I do.
And take a look at the markings on it. What item number was the casing out at the scene as indicated by the exhibit?
1LB.
1LB, but it was 1, right?
Yes.
And if you take a look at exhibit number 114, what number is by the casing?
1.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Northcutt.
Good afternoon.
Through all of your examinations that you did on the casing and the bullet, you were never able to match either one to a specific gun, right?
Did not have a firearm in this case, no.
And in fact, this casing and, this particular casing actually can match several different types of guns. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're familiar with crime scenes, aren't you?
Yes.
And in crime scenes, especially if there's a struggle that is going on, you know that casings aren't always left where they are ejected.
That's correct.
Sometimes they can be kicked around?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's all you got.
Any redirect?
With regard to this .25 caliber casing, is it a magical casing?
No.
Objection argumented.
Sustained.
Is there anything unusual about this .25 caliber casing?
No.
And so that if, for example, there's blood on the ground, assuming that you were talking about a crime scene. You've been to crime scenes, right?
Yes.
And there is blood on the ground. Take a look at Exhibit 114. See that there?
Yes.
See, there's a reddish brown substance there, right?
Yes.
And you see that the casing is there, right? Number
Yes.
1, right?
Yes.
And does the top of it have any blood on it? Can you see that?
No.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
It's beyond the scope of process.
Approach.
Yeah.
And this reddish substance, to this particular casing, you see the top of it?
Yes.
Is there any reddish substance consistent with blood on top of it?
No.
And this reddish substance is where? Underneath it or on it?
Underneath it.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? I see no hands. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the evening recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area. We will start at 10:30 tomorrow morning, so please be here by 10:25. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. You are excused. So the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Nurmi?
Yes, Your Honor. The court has not made mention as it relates to any witness, whether they are in particular released from their subpoena when they're done testifying. I just want to go on record with our request that Dr. Horn not be released from his subpoena, as we may seek to recall him.
All right.
And Judge, we'd ask the state as which witnesses will be called tomorrow.
I got it.
Oh, you got it? Oh, I'm sorry. We already know.
All right. Counsel, if you want a witness released from the subpoena, you need to let me know at the end of their testimony. Otherwise, I will assume that you may want to recall them, and I will not release them. All right.
All right.
She said if I ever needed any assistance, if anybody out there in California, I was welcome to call her. And
This individual, Jodi Arias, that we've been talking about, is she in court today?
yes, she is.
Tell me where she is seated and what she's wearing.
She's over there in a black long sleeve shirt.
Is she at the end of the table?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
Yes.
So, after that, did you continue having contact with her or not?
Yes. I don't believe we spoke for maybe 3 or 4 weeks after the convention. I think we did a kind of a party for Utah before one of our big events. And I think we were actually playing pool with a friend of ours named Zion Lovinger. And Zion, somehow Jodi's name came up and asked me if I knew who she was or how we had known each other. And eventually he maybe kind of played matchmaker a little bit and got, we talked about it, and then I ended up giving her a call, I think even that night at that event.
And how much time elapsed between the time that you met her and the time that you actually placed this call?
Probably 3 or 4 weeks.
And when you called her, what did she say?
I asked her if she remembered who I was. She said yes. And it just was, it seemed like a pleasant conversation. It went on for maybe 30 minutes for an hour maybe.
And during the time that you and she spoke, was there an agreement or an indication that you were going to call her back, she was going to call you back? What was how was that conversation ended?
I don't know if we necessarily agreed, but I think we probably talked the very next day.
Okay. And did this sort of continue on where you continued to talk and that sort of thing?
Yeah, from that point, I mean, we probably talked at least 3 or 4, sometimes 5 times a week. Either she would call me or I'd call her, usually around 10 or 11 at night when our days were kind of done.
Did there come a time where the two of you agreed, or she agreed, to come out and visit you?
Yes.
What was the name of the town that you were living in back then?
Salt Lake City.
Is Salt Lake City near West Jordan?
Yeah. This is a suburb.
And were you living in Salt Lake City or in West Jordan?
West Jordan.
And when you say West Jordan, describe the living arrangements back then?
Back then, I actually lived in a kind of a side apartment with my family, and their house is in West Jordan.
Did that side apartment have its own entrance?
Yes.
And did it have its own kitchen?
Mm-mm.
Is that a no?
No, I'm sorry. No, it didn't.
So there's this sort of agreement that she's going to come out. Do you know about when you guys reached this agreement that she was going to come out?
It would have been the end of May.
And do you know what her itinerary was when she was going to come out there?
I can't remember for sure. It seemed like she was going to be on a road trip, or she was just going to come out and see me directly. I don't really remember, but she was going to come out and just spend one day because she would have to get back to work. So she's going to come out probably about a week from the time we originally talked about her coming.
Did she tell you what route she was going to take to visit you?
I think she had a friend that had a baby that was born or something. She wanted to visit her friend. If I understand it right, she lived in Northern California, so she was going to drive down to LA first, LA area, and visit that friend. And then from there, she was going to come and see me.
And are you familiar how to get from the LA area up to Salt Lake City, Utah area?
Yeah, it's I-15 freeway the whole way.
And when you spoke to her about this particular trip and her itinerary, what day of the week was she supposed to arrive to see you?
I believe it was, I think it was Wednesday. That's the time that we normally have our training. And I think she was going to be there on Wednesday morning is when she had said. We talked at the night before, maybe around 9 or 10 at night.
Okay, so you talked the night before around 9 or 10 at night, and the expectation was that she was going to be there the next day, which was a Wednesday, around what time?
I knew it was about a 12-hour drive. A little concerned about her driving overnight because it's 9 p.m. She said she'd be fine, and she'd obviously pull over just to be safe if she needed to take a nap or something. So 12-hour drive, I would have expected her maybe at 9 if she would drive straight through, but of course probably she wouldn't drive straight through, so I thought maybe around 12 or 1 I was kind of expecting her to be there.
All right. So the next day, which was the Wednesday, around 9 o'clock, did she arrive up there?
No.
And you talked something about training that day. What are we talking about when you say training?
Associates get together, kind of learn more about the membership and how the service can serve families and things like that. And so we come together on a training on Wednesday night. And so I think she was even going to attend that training with us.
What time was the training on Wednesday night?
Training was 7 p.m.
And where was the training scheduled to take place?
In Sandy, Utah, which is about 10 minutes south of West Jordan.
And did you attend that training that Wednesday?
Yes.
So it's 10 o'clock, noon. Did she arrive by noon?
No. And at noon, I was obviously concerned because she's driving throughout the night. And I tried to call her at 9, but her phone went straight to voicemail, so I couldn't get through. Tried to call again at noon. And I wasn't too concerned at 9. At noon or 1 when I didn't get a hold of her, at that point I was a little concerned, but it still was just going straight to voicemail. And
so it was just going straight to voicemail every
Yeah,
time?
I wasn't ringing.
All right, go ahead. And how many tries did you give it, let's say, after 1 o'clock in the afternoon to reach
Maybe
it?
two more times. I also contacted another friend that I think she was going to visit while she was there, Mark and Leslie Jodi. And Leslie seemed to know her a little bit better than I did. I talked to her for 5 minutes at the convention, and then I talked to her a lot on the phone before she came over for about a month and a half. We'd have a lot of conversations throughout the week, but Leslie Jodi seemed to know her a little bit better. And so I asked Leslie if she had heard from her or if possibly she knew her number to her grandparents or whoever it was that she was living with, and maybe see if she was okay.
Were you successful after this call to Leslie Jodi in receiving a return call from the defendant?
No. So when we couldn't get a hold of her, I had just hoped that maybe she could figure out where our training was, and so I thought maybe I'd see her at the training.
So you went to the training, and you said that started at 7 o'clock, correct?
7 p.m. Mm-hmm.
And you hadn't heard from her at that point, right?
No.
So the training lasted for how long?
2.5 hours.
So that would place you at what, 9:30 in the
9:30.
evening?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you go after that training?
At that time, we had a few of our buddies. Every week we'd go over to the Cheesecake Factory, and we'd just hang out, maybe grab a drink, sometimes grab an appetizer or something. We'd just sit there and chat. That's where we go.
And while you were at the Cheesecake Factory, which would have been after 9:30, right?
Yeah, we got there probably about 10 p.m.
And while you were there at the Cheesecake Factory, what town is that in? That Cheesecake Factory that you went in?
Murray, which is maybe 10 minutes east of West Jordan.
And when you were there, did you receive a call from the defendant?
Yes.
About what time was that?
Maybe we had talked about it a little bit. I knew that she knew some other people at the table, like Mike Bertot was there.
But you received the call from her?
Around 10:30 p.m.
Right. And what did she say to you when she called?
I mean, obviously, first I just said, Jodi, and she said, hey, and she almost sounded apologetic from the get-go, and I just said, hey, are you okay? And then she said, yes, I'm fine, and I just asked her, where she's been, and how.
So you asked her where she's been. What did she tell you that she'd been?
She said a few things happened. For one, I think she said she's kind of airheaded like that, and she took the wrong freeway. And she drove the wrong direction for many hours, and then at some point she got tired, and so she fell asleep, and she couldn't believe how long she slept by the time she woke up. And I just said, okay, well, good, I'm just glad you're okay. I couldn't get through to your phone. And when I said that, she told me that she had lost her car charger, or she hadn't forgot to bring it, maybe pack it, and so her phone had been dead all day.
If she'd forgotten the charger and her phone had been dead all day,
Mm-hmm.
how was it that she was then able to call you from that same phone?
She actually calls for speculation.
I think she told me.
Sustained rephrase.
Mm-hmm.
Did she tell you something about that?
She told me that she had, I think, bought it from a gas station or something. She found one.
So she told you she'd bought another charger, right?
Right.
And how long did this conversation last?
I could be wrong, but maybe 30 minutes to an hour.
And
It could be longer, I'm not sure.
during that time that you were talking to her, was there ever an indication as to when she was going to, did you and she talk about when she was going to arrive in the Salt Lake City area?
Yeah, it seemed like she was still like a long ways away. She wasn't sure exactly where she was at, so we didn't know exactly how long it was going to take her to get there, so she had to kind of get her bearings.
So she told you she didn't know where she was, right?
Right.
Then, and what else did she say?
I remember at some point, and I don't know if it was this conversation or if we disconnected for a couple hours and then she called back. I really can't remember. But at some point, I went into the living room where my father was, and I asked him what freeway should she take at this point where she's at. And so he also knew that she was coming. And I don't even remember where she said she was, but it seemed like a pretty simple answer. And then it seemed like she could have been maybe 7 or 8 hours away at that point. It still took her another 12 hours to actually get to my house.
So she called that evening, and then you have this call around up to 11 o'clock.
Maybe, yeah.
And after that, she may have called one other time, right? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, maybe. It's hard to remember now.
And then after that, did you receive another call late in the evening or not? Was there any other contact with her?
No, not until the next morning.
Did she know how to get to your house? Had you given her
I think
directions?
she must have had my address or something. She knew how to get to my house. She had never been there before, but she knew how to get there.
And what time did she get there to your house?
Again, not sure, but maybe around 10 or 11 the next day. I'm not positive on that.
And that would have been the Wednesday, right?
That would have been Thursday now.
That was Thursday then. And she was supposed to get there Wednesday.
Yeah, so this is 24 hours after I was originally expecting her.
And did you have any plans for lunch during that?
I had an appointment, and so I'm not really clear of how this happened, but I know that she followed me to the appointment.
But let me stop you there. Where was this appointment, and what was
It's at
it
a place
for?
called Jim's Restaurant. It was less than a mile from my house.
And what was the purpose of the appointment?
I had an associate on my team who had another gentleman who felt like he had some connections, some people who could use our help from our company. And so we arranged the time for me to go and meet with him and do a presentation.
What time was the meeting scheduled for?
Could have been 11 or 12, I'm not positive.
So she arrives before that meeting, right?
Yes.
After she arrives there, does she stay a long time there at your house in West Jordan or not?
I don't remember anything before that event. And that meeting might have been the first time I think she came straight to that sit down with me because of the time she was showing up. And then she actually was with me during that sit down.
All right, so she was there during the meeting. Right?
Yes. Yes, she actually followed me in her car there.
How far away was the meeting in terms of travel from your house to the restaurant? How far was it?
A mile.
And on the way from your house to the restaurant, you say you're driving your own car. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Is she driving her own car?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yes, yes, she was for sure.
So she's driving her car, and as you're driving to this place, does something happen?
We get pulled over by a police officer.
When you say we, did you get pulled over too?
No, I was in front of her. So the police officer, her car was behind mine. Police officer was behind hers.
And who did he pull over? Both of you, her or you?
Jodi.
And what did you do when the police officer pulled her over?
Just sat there, looked in my rearview mirror at them talking to each other.
And how far from your house, or how much had you traveled before she was pulled over?
700 yards. I mean, we pretty much got pulled over right away.
And after you're watching in the rearview mirror, what are you seeing?
He's talking to her, and eventually, it didn't look like he gave her a ticket or anything.
Why do you say that?
Because I didn't see him hand her, and maybe he gave her a warning. I'm not sure. I was trying to figure out if she got a ticket or not. But I didn't really find out the story, I don't believe, until we went to the restaurant. I might have got out and talked to her there. I don't think so. I think we went over to the restaurant before I got the story what happened.
Okay, so you went to the restaurant and you had the story. What was the story that she told you?
She said it was a funny story. He pulled her over because her back license plate was upside down. And then I asked her how that would happen, and I think she had what she told me is she was coming out of a Maverick or a restaurant or something like that. And
Where? What?
Sometime on her trip to get to my house.
All right.
And when she came out, there was these kids that were goofing around at the front of her car with her front license plate. And when they saw her, they were laughing. They dropped the license plate and took off. And she told me she thought that was the only thing they did, so she just took that license plate and put it in her back seat, or maybe put it back on. I don't remember. But she thought that that's all they did. But what she told me is that apparently they also switched my back license plate and turned it upside down. And so that's why the police officer had pulled her over. So we laughed about it, and that was it.
Do you know whether or not you helped her reaffix the license plate right side up?
I honestly don't know. I think I might have fixed it for her, but I cannot remember.
So then you go to this meeting. The meeting is completed, and she's there, right? Is what you told us.
Yeah, and she's had to sit down with me, probably around 11 or 12.
After that, where did the two of you go?
We went back to my house.
Okay, and when you go back to your house, what did the two of you do?
We talked for a while. I think we agreed that we were going to watch a movie or something like that. And that's what we did. We turned on a movie.
And what happened during the movie?
At some point, we were talking and we kissed.
And did this kissing continue, or did it just stop at one kiss?
Eventually we kissed probably many times. Every time we started kissing, it got a little more escalated.
And with regard to the physical contact beyond the kissing, was there any of that?
Clothes never came off. At some point she was kissing my neck, I was kissing hers, but clothes never came off.
How about your hands?
Yeah, my hands were, I never touched her breasts or anything like that. At one point I had my hands on her thighs. She was she was definitely seemed to be into the moment, and eventually we stopped.
Before you stopped, did your hands ever go near her vaginal area?
Yes.
When you say that you stopped, at any point did she say to you, "We need to stop," or how was it that it came?
I don't think really either one of us had said, "Please stop." We both just stopped. I mean, part of our conversations with each other were about her religious views and my religious views, and I didn't want her to regret her trip, there. I didn't want that to happen, so, at some point we stopped, but it wasn't necessarily her stopping me or me stopping her. I didn't want to go any further for her to regret the trip.
During this interlude that you are having, what was her demeanor? Was she upset? Was she happy? What was her demeanor?
It just seemed like the person I'd be talking on the phone, just meeting her in person. There was never a moment where it felt awkward or anything like that.
At any time while this is going on, did she grab your hands and say, "Don't put it here, don't put it there," anything like that? Is that a no?
No.
And so later on, what did the two of you do?
Later on, we had, I don't know if anything else happened before this, but we had to get to the business briefing.
And where was the business briefing?
Sandy again, same location as the training the night before.
And what time was the business briefing?
The business briefing was at 7 p.m.
And so you get back probably around 1, so it's 1 to 7 that you and she are together, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
So 1 to 7 we're together, yeah.
And did you finish watching the movie that you guys
I don't know if we did.
So what happens with regard to the business briefing? Do you go by yourself or do you go with her?
No, we go together. I think she drove with me. I think I was just going to take her back to her car. She might have followed me there. I don't remember that. But we showed up definitely together at the same time. And she, obviously people were surprised to see her there. A few people knew who she was, and obviously knew she was from California, and asked her, said hi and what she's doing in town.
With regard to her hair color, when you met her, what was her hair color?
Blonde.
When she came over to West Jordan, what was her hair color?
Dark brunette.
And during the time that you and she are alone in the afternoon, did you notice her hands?
Yeah.
And did you notice whether or not she had any injuries or cuts to one of her hands?
She had 2 small bandages, it seems like, on one of her fingers, or a couple of her fingers.
Did you and she talk about that?
Yeah, either then or, yeah, we did at some point, yes.
And what did she tell you about those cuts?
She worked at Margaritaville, and I guess she broke a glass and she cut her finger.
Well, I'm not asking you to guess. I'm asking you to tell me what she said.
Okay.
We know that you weren't there and you don't know. I'm just telling you what
she told me. She worked at Margaritaville and she'd cut her finger.
And how did she cut her finger at Margaritaville?
I think she told me she broke a glass and cut her finger.
So you go to this training, and how long does this training last?
About an hour.
And then what happens after that?
We get a whole bunch of buddies again, and we go out to Chili's, and that's we went over there and talked for probably 2.5 hours, something like that.
At any time during this evening, what was her demeanor like? Was she crying at any time? Was she upset at any time? What was her demeanor like?
The only time, she was fine. She was laughing about simple little things, just like any other person. I never once felt there was anything wrong about the day. I felt like socially, the first time I ever saw her in a crowd, I thought she was much more comfortable one-on-one. That was the first time I noticed she was a little awkward in social areas, and it seemed like she didn't talk very much to some other people. And some other people would talk about that a little bit, but it just wasn't the Jodi I knew, because one-on-one she was very talkative and insightful and very different.
So it seemed like in social situations she was a bit more inhibited and shy.
Yeah, a little shyer, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And with you, that's not how she was when you were alone with her, right?
Not at all.
Did she leave then to go back, or did you guys make it back to your place?
We made it back to my place.
About what time was that?
Late. 11, maybe.
And when you got back, what did the two of you do?
I think we turned on a movie again. Maybe it was the same one we were watching, maybe it was a different one, but we were tired, we fell. She had to get back to Margaritaville. That was why she couldn't come forwarding with us the next day. She almost was going to stay with us, and everybody was, telling her to. But she seemed to think about it, but it got to a point where she felt like, no, she couldn't. She's got to get back to work. And so we left, but sometime as we left, she said she don't have to leave right now. And so I said, well, we can go back to my place again if you don't want to leave right away. And so we went back to my place, and we took a nap.
All right. And when you awoke, describe for me what happened.
I don't know how long we were sleeping. The second we woke up, we were kissing.
And what else happened?
She got on top of me pretty aggressively, and we were kissing.
When she got on top of you pretty aggressively, where was her genital area compared to yours?
I mean, she was right on top of me.
And you guys were kissing, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And how long did this encounter take?
Maybe a few minutes.
And during that time, was there a decision to go forward or a decision to stop?
We just stopped.
And you partly made that decision, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
At any time did she say stop, don't go forward, don't do anything else, anything like that?
Neither one of us did. It was kind of the same feeling I had. We just stopped.
Anything about her demeanor that indicated to you that she was upset about anything at that point?
Not at all.
In terms of you were around her for that day, did you form an opinion based on your contact with her and being around her as to her strength and how fit she was?
She's very fit.
She calls for speculation.
You said what?
She's very fit. She was in good shape.
And in terms of her strength, did you form an opinion based on that night?
We were instant messaging back and forth. At some point, I complimented her on being very feisty, and was kind of referring to she's a lot stronger than she looks.
During this encounter, after you wake up, did she ever, and the phrase may have been, adjust you in any way while this encounter is going on?
Well, that's what I mean. When we woke up, we were kissing, and then she eventually kind of grabbed me and adjusted me a little bit, and that's when she got on top of me and we were kissing.
And were you able to feel her strength at that point?
Yeah.
And did you form an opinion, again, throughout the day and as part of that, as to her strength?
Yeah, she's strong.
At any point, did you ever kiss her stomach?
Yes.
And were you able to see her stomach in terms of whether or not she was in shape?
Yeah, close to a six-pack, yeah.
You said it was close to a six-pack?
That's what she was even talking about in our MSN, or our instant messaging through Google. Yeah.
And after you stopped, what happened? Did she stay, or did she go, or what happened?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I kept on reminding her she had to get to work. That's what she was telling people at the dinner, and that was kind of the whole reason she had to go. And she said she wanted to stay just a little while longer, and we stayed maybe a few more minutes is all. And then just kind of walked her out to her car and said goodbye.
What time was that? Any idea?
1 a.m. possibly. It was later. Could even be later than that. I don't remember.
One of the things that you indicated to me was that there was this sort of instant messaging part or component of your relationship.
Yeah, we would talk, and every once in a while, if I noticed she was online, or if she noticed I was online, we both had a Google account, I believe, and so you can kind of tell when they're on, and so you could just kind of write a little message, and a few of our conversations were through that.
Describe for me how that's different, if you know, from emailing, in other words.
I mean, it pops right up on the screen if you've got your Gmail open, and so if somebody says, hi, it pops right up, and you can reply, and then you can almost carry on a conversation while you're doing other things. But I mean, it's kind of like a text message back and forth. It's immediate, and you're both responding right away. And sometimes you're even responding to things that are 2 or 3 questions away, so it can kind of be kind of confusing.
Let me show you exhibit number 284. Go ahead and take a look at it. you familiar to who that is sent?
Yeah, this is from Jodi Arias
And
on May 30th.
And who's it sent to?
Me.
And it has, without reading it, it has something on there, right? Something written.
Yeah, what she wrote me.
If I could have that back. Move for the admission of Exhibit 284.
No objection.
Objection. 284 is admitted.
Let's take a look at 284, and if you look at your computer there, I think it'll pop up for you.
Yes, I see it.
And this is from her to you, and what does she say in this message dated May 30th of 2008 at midnight, 12:21 a.m.?
It says, hey there, handsome, this is a test.
The fact that it says this is a test, do you know whether or not this is the first contact that you had via this messaging system?
Yeah, it could have been. I don't remember being too familiar with using it too much before this. Yeah.
And you didn't send this though, right?
No.
Take a look at exhibit. Well, let me show you another exhibit. 287. Take a look at it.
Yeah.
Is it the same sort of message, and it's between you and her?
Yeah. It's just this one's on 623.
All right. I move for the admission of exhibit 287.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, when we approach.
You may.
To Jodi Arias, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
In reading this, it appears that it says at the top, but it's always great to hear from you when that says me, and then directly underneath it, it says Ryan's PPL. Mm-hmm. Are you me or Ryan's PPL?
I'm Ryan's PPL.
And in terms of reading it, it does say that it's always great to hear from you. You do the same, referring to something, right?
Yeah, but I mean, the conversation looks like it starts at the bottom, like it goes the other way.
So it
that's
would
the
be,
last thing that was said.
So it would actually read, if we're going to read this conversation, her saying to you, "Hey, hottie biscotti, what's new?" Right?
Yeah, that probably would have been the first.
Is hottie biscotti a pet name she gave you, or is that just something that's in this text message or message?
I didn't. She might have said it a few times. I don't remember her calling me that on a regular basis.
And then it says Ryan's PPL. It says, "Hey, you, what's?"
Probably what's up. I just didn't type it. You're not really spell checking yourself as you're going through this.
And then me, which would be her, says, "Actually, I'm just running off to work." And you responded with what?
Okay, have a great day.
And then what did she respond?
She said, "You do the same, but it's always great to hear from you."
There were other such conversations between the two of you, right?
Yeah.
Was there a conversation that took place in which she discussed the breakup with Travis Alexander?
Not too often, but we talked so much that, yeah, I mean, a few times we talked about it.
And take a look at Exhibit 286. and see if you recognize it and whether or not that's a conversation where she talks about the breakup.
Yeah, this is a few days after we were together in West Jordan, and we did talk about, we did talk about the breakup here, a little bit about some of the things that happened, and yeah.
Okay. I move for the admission of Exhibit 286.
I'm going to object again, same objection.
Please approach.
Go ahead and look at parts of Exhibit 286. This is page 2 of 9. We see the me does indicate
Jodi.
and me is who?
That's Jodi.
And the Ryan's PPL is who?
It's me.
Me does indicate something there. Why don't you read to us what that sentence or that whole section says?
You want me to read it or just say what I
No,
remember?
it's just whatever it says, starting with anyway.
Anyway, back to Travis real quick. And this is Jodi. Anyways, back to Travis real quick. He's a great person, and I wouldn't want to edify him as anything else. We all have our character flaws. We've seen each other at our absolute worst and our best. We are just fundamentally different.
This is page 4 of 9. If you start reading with me from the bottom and read up for me.
From where you're pointing?
Me is Jodi Arias, correct?
What, you want me to start on well?
No, where it says yes. Uh-huh.
Well, there is a little more.
What is
Laugh
it?
out loud, LOL. Laugh out loud. The whole time we were seeing each other after we broke up, he had another girlfriend. I had no idea. He didn't tell me about her here, but her probably until after they broke up.
Let me see if I can get this to focus in a little bit.
There you go. That's better.
Okay.
But I felt so bad this time I was the other girl. I wanted to tell her, but that would have caused a lot of unnecessary drama and pain. Anyway, since she asked what time it was, I decided to text her back, quote, "Time to cuddle with Jodi, good night." Then I deleted the message, went to sleep, and never mentioned it to him.
Let's continue on. What did you say?
I said, "Oh man, that is intense."
And she responded,
But it got to the point where I couldn't keep it in anymore. I confronted him. We broke up, and I kind of wish that was the end of the story. But he is very persuasive, and we continue to see each other, even though we were no longer boyfriend girlfriend.
so she talks about this text message and what she did with it, right?
Yeah.
As part of her coming out there, did you and she continue on talking about what it was that you might do when she came out there to see you?
Before she came the first time?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we talked about maybe watching a movie, going on a hike. We just mentioned some things that she can do while she was out here in Salt Lake.
Take a look at 285. Does this sort of summarize your conversations regarding what the two of you might do?
Yes. This is, before she came.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 285.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may. Is admitted.
While they're marking that, let's take a look at a couple more lines from exhibit number 286. And this is page 3 of 9. Read the part that says, me.
Then while we were in Huntington Beach, he fell asleep and a text message came through from a girl that said, "Sorry, I didn't get back to your last text. What time is it there?" I tried, and then up. So of course, I read the last text he sent her, and it said, "I really miss you. Gosh, I'm making myself look so bad." This is still her. "I had a really strong gut feeling. I'm not saying I'm psychic, but I've been cheated on twice before, and it's a very distinct feeling, one that I cannot ignore." So I asked him gently about it, and he got really angry, and it led to an argument. He said I was crazy to think that, so I left it alone. But the feeling persisted, and one day while he was taking a nap, I took his phone and read his text messages. Bad, I know.
And exhibit number 285, for example, you talk at the bottom about getting sushi and that sort of thing, but basically it just talks about what your plans are when she comes out, correct?
Yeah, she had said that about getting sushi or something.
Did you and she also text message each other back and forth?
Yeah.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Cross-examination.
A moment, Your Honor. Talk to you a little bit. Let me start out today. I want to talk to you a little bit. I think what you told us was that you met Miss Arias in Oklahoma City.
That's right.
Okay. And that was at I think you call them convention for people at Diego, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned having a conversation with her after a meeting or a ceremony, if I understood you correctly.
Yeah, it was like a specific team breakout session. So it's a little bit smaller than the entire convention. It's just a closer knit team.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you began to talk to her after that. Do you remember how long that conversation was?
It couldn't have been more than a few minutes. It was quick. Didn't spend a whole lot of time. We were going to and from.
And what were your initial impressions of Jodi at that time?
She was nice, beautiful. That's what I remembered about her.
Okay. At this point in time of this convention in Oklahoma City, and it was April 2008, that was your recollection or thereabouts?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know a man by the name of Travis Alexander?
Yes. I knew who he was. I didn't know him personally.
Okay, so could you kind of describe that for us, what you mean by that?
Yeah, I maybe 3 months in the business, I was struggling, not doing so well. I was even thinking about quitting. And then at some point, Travis Alexander was flown into town as a guest speaker for Salt Lake City Market. And I attended that training, and I was inspired by him. It kind of changed my business around, and that was my only encounter with him personally.
Okay.
And so I just, I kept going and did much better after that.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned that sometime subsequent to this initial meeting with Ms. Arias. By the way, was Mr. Alexander there when the two of you were speaking during that initial session?
I don't know. I don't remember him, so probably not.
Okay.
Being there.
All right. And as someone who was important to you, you probably would have remembered that.
I probably would have recognized him. Yeah, probably. I mean, I know he was at the event, but not that specific event when me and her were talking and exchanged numbers.
Okay, gotcha. And you mentioned something. I believe it was a smaller team get together where a gentleman by the name of Zion Lovinger, did I get that correct, was there?
Excuse me. Yeah, that was probably about a month after convention. We were playing pool downstairs.
Okay. So this was after the convention was over. It was just the two of you then, is that?
I mean, there was a bunch of people, and I can't remember whose house we were at. Maybe Dave Hall's mom's house or something like that.
Okay.
But it was kind of a dinner get together with just the business people in Salt Lake and the Utah area.
Okay.
And yeah, eventually Jodi's name came up. And
do you remember the context of her name coming up at this meeting? It sounds kind of out of place.
It's been so long. I don't really remember if I brought it up or if he did. I'm not sure.
Okay. In between this initial mean and the time her name was brought up in this meeting, the pool or what have you, did you have conversations with Ms. Arias?
I don't think so. I think it was about a 3 or 4 week break before we really started talking after that convention.
Okay. Tell me what you can recall about that conversation with Zion about Jodi.
She's cool, you should give her a call, something like that.
Okay. You mentioned that he was trying to play matchmaker between the two of you, I think was your words, right?
Yeah, it could be an assumption, but yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, what did you mean by that?
I mean, he mentioned that I should call her, and I told her that I originally had her number, and I think I even asked him for it because I didn't have it anymore.
Okay. And did he express the reasons why you should call her?
Objection, hearsay.
Not really.
Overruled, you may answer yes or no.
No.
Okay, but something he said must have motivated you to call her, is that accurate? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And just so we're clear, you were single at this time back in April 2008, or maybe May when you had this conversation with Zion?
Yeah,
okay.
At that point, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you take Zion up on his offer, and did you call Miss Arias?
I think if I remember right, I actually called her right there at that event.
Okay.
Because I believe the first time I talked to Jodi, I was at somebody else's house. It seems like I even found it. Yeah, there was a room that had a sitting room, and I think everybody was kind of off this way, and I started talking to her, and I actually went and sat in that room where there was nobody at, and we started talking, and we talked for quite a while.
Okay.
Seemed to hit it off pretty quick.
Okay. Do you remember how long quite a while was?
Could be 30 minutes. You could tell me it was 3 hours. I wouldn't remember at this
All right.
point.
Fair enough. But you remember it being a pleasant conversation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Was your, thinking of how to put this, was your interest romantic, if you will?
I mean, sure, I was interested in getting to know her better and possibly dating her, yeah.
Okay. So what do you remember about that conversation? I mean, just other than it was pleasant.
We talked about the same kind of books that we'd like to read. I mean, Atlas Shrugged, Think and Grow Rich, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And she kind of had just had a lot of the same interests. She was a very good conversationalist on the phone. We just had a lot in common. When I initially met her, I mean, she's a businesswoman at a national convention entrepreneur, so I thought that was an attractive trait.
Okay.
Just all those kinds of things that sounded like somebody I wanted to get to know.
Okay. And everything in that phone conversation, nothing dissuaded you from your initial feelings, right?
No.
Okay. You also mentioned, and I think this might be a good point to talk about, you mentioned the fact that in crowds she was a bit of a shy girl, but in private it was different.
Very different.
Okay. And I just wanted to, because it sounds like after the convention, when you first met her, you didn't see her in person again until June of 2008. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, that's the first time we ever met, was when she came on that road.
So
outside of that, yeah.
What I was curious about, what I was asking about, and if you could explain it for us, is how did you draw that comparison? How did you make the comparison that she's a little bit different, engaging in conversation, and shy in groups? Could you kind of
Sure.
explain that to us?
I mean, just when I talked to her, it was such a brief moment there in Oklahoma when I got her number. And then when we talked on the phone, it was just one-on-one, me and her, and she was very easy to talk to. There wasn't ever any awkwardness there. And I felt like I got to know her pretty well. She was funny. She just had a lot to say and a lot of insight on things. She asked a lot of questions. And, you know, it just never seemed like there was ever a moment of awkwardness. Now, when we got together at the briefing, I started noticing, you know, that she was a little shyer, you know, when she was in a crowd. And, you know, that's just something I noticed. I just noticed she didn't, she's just a little shyer when she was in front of people.
Okay. And this briefing that you just mentioned, that was in June of 2008. That's when she came to Utah, right?
Right.
Okay.
That was a Thursday. Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you made contact with her in the I guess
May,
it would have been,
probably.
I'm losing track of my months, April or
Probably
so.
May or end of April could have been.
Okay. When you had that contact, did you have any awareness of her dating Mr. Alexander, having a relationship?
No, in fact, at some point we had a conversation where she told me that they talked a couple times a week. And that actually shocked me because I'd talked to her for quite a bit of time, and I thought that relationship was long in the past. So when she'd mentioned that to me, I was kind of surprised that they weren't. But then it made more sense as she explained that was her executive director. That was the one that kind of, you know, and she also explained that at times she would help him put in applications and stuff with the company, and she was working with him as him being her mentor in the business as well.
Okay. So you said she had advised you that she helped him put in membership applications.
Yeah, I mean, she said a couple times a week they would talk business matters, but the relationship seemed to be far behind them.
Okay. Did she ever mention that she gave Mr. Alexander memberships so he could keep his numbers high?
Yeah, I think she did help him qualify for executive director if he was close. I don't know if she just mentioned she helped him in what way, but maybe, yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned, I think it might be a good time to kind of describe, you said to help him maintain executive director, right? I think that's the word you used, right? What is that? What does that mean? Could you just
it's a bonus level in our company, and you get paid a lot more if you qualify for it. And so it requires a certain number of applications that your team would process. At that time, I believe it was 75 memberships. And so if you only had 73 by the end of the month, you would still get paid director commissions, but not the executive director bonus. And so it's not a position you'd want to miss if you're close.
Okay. So it is there's financial reward for being a quote-unquote executive director,
It is
correct?
a big pay jump.
Okay.
Yeah.
You say big pay jump. Is there any way you can, I understand it's a commission-based business, from what I understand anyway, I should say. Is that correct?
I mean, for example, my first month as a director, I made $6,000. My first month as an executive director, I had my first $10,000 month. Okay. So it was a $4,000 increase for me.
Okay. And would that also apart from the financial rewards, which obviously you just described are significant, are there, for example, status? Does this status allow you into certain places or certain meetings, or could you kind of define that for us?
Like an executive director banquet, for example, might be the only thing I could think you're referring to, or that you would get. Basically, you just got paid more, but there would be certain incentives the company would put out that would be just for the executives, and so we'd have 1,000 or a couple thousand of us with us in our state or whatever that would go to an executive director banquet.
Okay.
So, there is incentives in that way, yeah.
Okay.
And easier to get on the Cancun trips and that kind of stuff. The requirements are a little less for executives.
I see. Okay. Could you, and I know that the state showed you some of the instant message conversations you had with Ms. Arias between, well, not all of them, but some of which were between April and May of 2008 and June of 2008.
Mm-hmm.
And well, that was one medium you used to communicate, right?
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you said you made phone calls as well.
Yeah, usually at night.
About phone calls.
My business was really picking up at the time, so I think she was busy during the day, and she knew I was busy during the day. So if I called her, she called me, is usually around 11 p.m. at night when we were both kind of settling down.
Okay. Between this initial call you made at Zion's prompting and your meeting on June 4th or the 5th of 2008, did you talk on a daily basis, a near daily basis? I'm sorry, I think I talked
4 or 5 times a week. Could be more even. Text messages throughout the day sometimes.
4 or 5 times a week, and you text message during the day?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. And these instant message conversations that we just saw a few moments ago, when did those typically take place, and how often?
I don't think too often, because you usually would just call each other, we'd be texting. If we were both by a computer, when you're on Gmail, you can kind of see your contacts and who's actually online.
Okay.
And I think at one point she wrote, "Hi, this is a test," and then I was online and I responded back to her, and that's when we started kind of just talking that way.
All right. Tell us about these conversations and what were the subjects. You talked every day. What kind of things did you guys
getting
talk
to
about?
know each other, her likes and dislikes. She'd ask me that. She'd ask me a lot of questions like, what are your hobbies? What do you like to do? What do you not like to do? What books have you read? She'd ask me questions about, not too often, but a few times we talked about my dating history, what that was like, how that happened. Do I have trust issues? Does she have trust issues? We would talk about just whatever would come up.
Okay. You didn't have any conversations that could be characterized as phone sex?
Yeah, we probably did.
Okay. And when did those take place?
Sometime after she was there, after that.
Okay. But no, what I was specifically saying is between the time you met and the time you met in April and the time you met in June, there was none of that. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. And let me ask you, just so we're clear, because some of it came up, in April 2008 and June of 2008, between that period of time, did you have any moral or religious qualms against premarital sex?
Ironically, it was I hadn't actually attended an LDS church for probably over a year at that time. And she would often tell me how she felt about, her religious beliefs, the Book of Mormon, how she felt. And I think that was kind of one of the big reasons why I didn't want her to regret her trip when she came, is because I certainly didn't want her going home feeling like she regretted her trip or she made a huge mistake or that she let temptation take over. And so that was one of the things that kind of made me stop, when things were kind of getting a little heated between us. And so, yeah, it was more her expressing her religious beliefs and almost trying to bring me closer to God.
Okay, and you made that comment, I think, to, I know you spoke to Detective Flores on the phone.
Yes. Uh-huh.
And we spoke a year or so back.
You came out to Salt Lake,
yeah. And that's, you said that very thing during one of those conversations, that she was trying to bring you closer to God.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that was during those phone conversations. And to your understanding, was she a member of your, I guess, former church at that time?
Yeah, she was. She was what they would call a convert. She was baptized later on. She wasn't grown. I don't think she wasn't raised in the church. But somebody introduced her to it.
Okay. Do you know who that someone was?
I've been told it was Travis.
Okay, but she did by her, or did for someone else, or just gossip?
No, I think she told. Yeah, okay. She told me. She told me in one of our conversations.
Okay. And did she seek to get you reinvested in the church? Is that a
little bit? I mean, yeah, she'd mentioned reading my scriptures and, yeah.
Okay. And do you believe she was any reason to doubt her sincerity in that effort?
No.
Okay. During these conversations that you had, where you're talking about the scripture and your relationship with God, did she ever talk to you about, or confide in you, I should say, that she had a sexual relationship with Mr. Alexander?
Yeah.
Okay, tell us about that.
She told me that she never wanted me to say anything to anybody because she didn't want to de-edify him in front of people that knew him, but that they did go a lot further than they should have. I don't know if I ever heard her say they had sex, but it seemed like that's what she was saying. I didn't want to ask the specific question because I didn't feel like it was my business. But yes, at one point, maybe I did ask her, and yeah, I found out that they had sex together. Yeah.
Okay. And you used the word edify, and that came up in the text, or excuse me, the instant messages you read a moment ago. That leads me to ask the question: during these conversations, text messages, emails, whatever mode you use to communicate, did she ever badmouth Travis? Did she ever edify him?
Besides the conversation about him cheating on her and him being unfaithful, and she felt just not being honest with her. No, in fact, I always found it quite surprising that some of the people who, even after we found out, which I believe was 4 or 5 days after Travis was killed, we didn't know that for weeks.
Mr. Burns, if I could, let's just focus on that period of time, okay?
Yeah.
She never edified him before June 4th.
She never said bad things about him, really.
Okay.
I mean, besides that, when she said the trust issue. Besides that, everything was, he was a great guy, he inspired her, he was great, everything.
Okay. Mm-hmm. This trust issue and this cell phone and this response to a text message from another girl, you recall talking to that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Okay. Do you know which girl she was referring to?
No idea.
Okay. Do you know the period of time that we're talking about when she found this out?
I was under the assumption it was a long time ago. I didn't know if it was 6 months ago or 2 years ago. I really didn't know. And again, I didn't try to pry too much in that relationship. I didn't feel like that was, it just didn't, I didn't know how long ago it was.
Okay, fair enough. Do you recall when they broke up? Or did she ever advise you of that? When she became single?
Seemed like a year ago. I was under the impression, I thought, but it could have been 2 years prior. I don't remember having that conversation about when, timeline.
Okay. Do you know if it was the infidelity that motivated this breakup?
From everything.
Judge respects evidence that cut off.
Sorry. Okay.
Mr. Martinez, did you have an objection?
Objection, since that's not an evidence, I either Mr. Alexander was being unfaithful.
Since there were so many people talking at once, why don't you ask the question again? Please wait.
Sure.
In the event there is an objection, I need to respond.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Burns, there was some infidelity referenced in the instant message conversations we just saw. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it seemed like she didn't trust him. I don't know if he was doing stuff with other girls besides flirting and talking to other people.
Do you remember in your conversations with her, do you know if that was the reason that motivated them to break up?
It seemed like, yeah, that was what. I think at one point I even complimented her, and I felt like she was, full disclosure, I felt like she was telling me a lot more than she needed to, and I didn't ask her to. And yeah, it seemed like the reason they broke up was because they didn't trust each other.
Okay. During one of the conversations you had, you made a comment that something to the effect that Travis didn't want the relationship he had, and I think you referenced it a little bit earlier today. Travis didn't want their relationship to be public. Do you recall saying that, or?
Yeah, I think that was, that seemed like that was some of her frustration, that it didn't seem like the relationship was going anywhere. And I think that's why she told me she moved away, because it just was, she explained it was hard to stop seeing each other when they were so close.
Okay.
So she moved away.
And when you say moved away, did she reference where she was moving to?
From Arizona to California. She moved away for that.
Okay. And I don't think you mentioned a specific city, but you mentioned when she returned to Northern California, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this would have been when, do you recall?
When she moved away from him?
Yes.
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Do you remember when she told you about that?
Just that was the end of it.
Okay. But you don't
Or that
remember,
she wished that was the end of it.
Okay, but you don't remember when she moved. You don't just saying, "Hey, I'm moving" or anything like that. You don't remember
No, I
that.
don't remember
Okay.
her saying that to me.
But I still want to get back to my question about how Mr. Alexander didn't want their relationship to be public, which is something you've said in prior interviews. What did you mean by that? How did you get that impression?
It just seemed like they were just on the way to breaking up, and they kind of hooked up a few times after they had broken up. I think from the sounds of it, sounded like she wanted to move on, and it sounded like he wanted to move on.
Okay, so let me ask this a different way then. Did you ever see, and how long was this convention in Oklahoma City?
2 days.
2 days, okay.
Sometimes 3 if you'd fly in the day before.
And I'm guessing the logistics of it was it's located at a certain hotel and everybody's...
The Cox Convention Center in Oklahoma.
Okay. And I certainly don't expect you to have an attendance total with me, but are we talking hundreds of people, thousands of people?
Well over 10,000.
Okay. And were there a social event? I mean, you talked about meetings or social events, that sort of thing, correct?
Social events, parties. They do training throughout the day for about 8 hours, so you got 2 4-hour sessions then. And then usually after they would have, dance parties, hanging out, all kinds of stuff going on.
Okay. And it sounds to me, from what you've told us in the past, is that you and Jodi had a fair amount of mutual friends. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was there any interaction with yourself and those mutual friends at the convention with Jodi there?
No.
Okay.
Just me and Jodi I mean, I talk to those friends all the time there, but not with interaction with Jodi.
Okay. Did you ever see at this convention Travis and Jodi together as a couple?
No, no.
Okay. Did you ever see or hear of them together as a couple in any other forum?
No, that's why when we had a conversation that they had been talking twice a week, I was shocked because I thought they weren't talking to each other at all. I didn't know that.
Well, talking to each other could mean a lot of different things.
Sure.
Does that mean dating, or did you have any sense of?
Just speculation.
I don't know.
As to what he thinks it means.
Rephrase your question.
Did you have any knowledge of Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias spending time together back in 2008?
Objection, foundation.
You may answer, overruled, you may answer yes or no.
No.
Okay. The conversing that you referenced a moment ago, you learned that knowledge through Jodi, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. A moment, Your Honor. I'm going to extend you a copy of what's been marked as Exhibit 283. Just to refresh your recollection about what I'm showing you, this was do you remember having some telephonic conversations with Detective Flores?
Yeah.
And that was back in the summer of 2008. Do you recall that?
Yeah. Probably the middle of June, maybe later. I'm not sure.
Okay. What I'm going to do is ask you to read starting at line 7 of this exhibit on page 9.
Objection, improper impeachment. And if he's giving it to him to refresh his recollection, there's no question before the witness for his recollection to be refreshed about.
Counsel approach, please.
Mr. Matt.
I'm going to object because he's going to introduce the hearsay by asking him it. If he wants him to look at it, he can.
All right.
So I'm asking for the subject matter. I'm asking a subject matter question, not for specific verbiage.
Without referencing the specific statement, you may ask the question.
Do you recall referencing to telling Detective Flores that there was some discussions about people warning Jodi not to date Travis because he was a ladies' man?
Statement about what other people are saying. Hearsay. We just saw
Please
that.
approach.
her to stop dating Travis. What
Even when
And since we're outside the presence of the jury, you said, and in fact, they told her to stop dating Travis because they felt like he was kind of a ladies' man. Do you recall that? What?
Yeah.
Okay. And Judge, I would just be asking him what he meant by that. And what do you mean? What did you mean by that?
I mean, I think Travis had the reputation of just kind of being a fun flirt, and I don't know who you're referring to when I said they. It's 5 years ago, so I don't know who I'm referring to when I say they.
Okay. And I'm not asking you that. I'm just asking you what you meant by when you said that. Okay.
That he was flirtatious.
Okay. And the other comment you made directly subsequent to that is that he wasn't treating her right. Do you recall making that statement?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Do you know what you would have meant by that statement?
From conversations from what Jodi telling me that he had talked to other girls even when they were supposed to be together. That might have been what I meant.
Judge, as it relates to the objection, I don't know if you want to have this here in front of the witness or the argument.
Mr. Martinez?
With regard to that particular statement, that that's in exhibit number 283, they told her to stop dating Travis because they felt he was kind of a ladies' man. And who is this they person?
I just don't know.
When did this they tell you this information?
I don't remember saying any of that. I just don't remember how that conversation went. I just can't
Do you
remember.
have any idea what the motivation was for them to be saying that?
The only thing I can think of that would have given... No.
You know.
Mm-mm.
I don't know. I'm not asking you to speculate. Where were you when you may have heard this?
That they shouldn't...
They told her to stop dating Travis.
I don't know. I don't know when I would have heard that. I don't remember saying that. I just don't remember how that conversation was going.
What were the words that were used, other than your conclusion? They told her to stop dating Travis. What were the words that were used?
I don't remember any of that.
And in terms of he wasn't treating her right, but then they were telling me, who are the they that are telling you that he wasn't treating her right?
I mean, I really don't know who would have told me that. It might have been...
Well, we're not speculating.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I could take a guess of who I might have heard that from. I don't know. Mm-mm.
With regard to what it was that the statement was, what was the statement that involved his treatment of her? In other words, that he wasn't treating her right. What were the exact words?
I don't know.
In terms of Mr. Alexander, when Mr. Nurmi was asking you the questions, you said, well, he was a flirt, something like that. That was his reputation, right? Is that yes?
Yes.
What do you mean when you say he was a flirt?
He just talked to everybody, and he was flirtatious. I don't know if Clancy told me that. I don't know who told me that.
I know, but what do you mean when you say that he's a flirt?
I didn't know enough about him, but I just knew he was a flirt, and that he was. I remember Clancy telling me, at times that that just was him, and she was. He would just flirt with everybody, just goofing around. Nobody really took it seriously. It seemed like, obviously, he's just a flirt. That might have been what I meant.
At least somebody named Clancy told you that he was a flirt. So that's Clancy telling you that, right?
Yeah.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Nerve, anything to follow up?
No, Your Honor, just argument I don't think is appropriate.
So his reputation was based upon what others told you, is that correct?
Right. I didn't know him. Yeah, personally. Mm-mm.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. Please return at 1:25.
Okay.
Mr. Nurmi.
Judge, before we have argument, I wanted to be ensured that the microphones are off. It appears he's going into the victim's room.
He's going through the victim's rooms. That's where he has his wallet and his money for lunch.
All right, we turned it all off. You may proceed.
Judge, ultimately, this isn't the objection that, the way I understand the state's objection, and actually perhaps it was Mr. Martinez's objection. He should explain his objection because it doesn't appear to be hearsay at all. So.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, your objection.
It's hearsay. He's trying to introduce evidence of an out-of-court statement by somebody that they don't know even who said it. This individual does not lack, or this individual lacks any information as to who even told him. I know at the bench defense counsel argued, well, it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. In other words, he's saying, I don't think that Mr. Alexander was a flirt. I don't think Mr. Alexander treated her badly. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If that's his position, then it's irrelevant. What difference does it make then what he was? So my objection is two-pronged. It's hearsay, and there's no foundation, and if he's offering it not for the truth of the matter asserted, then it's irrelevant.
However many prongs the state's objection has, both prongs are nonsensical. It's not hearsay because we're not trying to get in a statement. Mr. Burns stated that Mr. Alexander didn't treat Ms. Arias right, and that she was warned, or there was a discussion that she should not date him. And throughout the examination, subsequent outside of the view of the jury, he said, well, that was because he was a flirt, and that sort of thing. After Mr. Martinez took it to the extreme and put, who said this, who said that? Because keep in mind, I didn't say, did someone tell you this? Did someone tell you that? That wasn't the question. That wasn't the subject of inquiry. He goes down, breaks him down, and says, well, maybe. He says, I don't know. I don't know who said this. I don't know who said that. And then after being badgered for a little while, he says, well, you know, Clancy might have said, this person Clancy might have said something about this, which was so far from the question. This is general reputation evidence. What he knew about his reputation, we're not saying anything about what someone said to somebody else. I did not ask him about Clancy. That's why I say it's nonsensical, because I'm not asking about a statement to hearsay. So, you know, we don't even get to truth or matter asserted because there is no statement. And that was the point I was making at bench. We're not even talking about anything being offered for the truth and matter asserted. So, Judge, I think the objection is not well taken and should be overruled, and we should be able to inquire, as Mr. Burns, on this subject matter.
All right, Mr. Nurmi, the question is whether or not this witness had information from individuals that he cannot now identify regarding the victim. I believe that is hearsay. I'm going to sustain the objection to that question. If you want to rephrase your question, I will hear that and any objections the state may have, but I'm going to sustain the objection. I believe it is hearsay, and I do not believe it is relevant that some unknown third parties gave him this information. So if you want to rephrase the question, when we come back from lunch, I'll give you an opportunity to let me know what that question would be. I will give the state an opportunity to object, and then we can proceed.
All right. The exhibit marked as Exhibit 291. Could you take a look at this, please, sir?
Sure.
Now, based on your review of that exhibit, what day of the week was what days were your business briefings then?
My business briefing was on Thursday. My training was on Wednesday.
Okay, so could you tell us numerically what days those were?
Wednesday, Thursday, and are you talking about the first week of June?
No, I'm saying numerically, what day of the week? Was it the first, the second? What day was that business briefing?
Every Thursday and every Wednesday of every week.
I'm asking you numerically. Was it that day, that first week in June?
Oh,
what
yeah.
day was your business briefing?
The business briefing was on the 5th.
Okay. And the training was on what day?
The 4th.
Okay. And your understanding, I believe what you testified to, is that Miss Arias was to arrive in your area in Salt Lake around June 4th, correct? For the first
Yeah,
week?
sometime on June 4th. Uh-huh.
Okay, sometime on June 4th.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what time was that? And forgive me, you said business briefing and meeting, I think. So on the 4th, was there a arrival time?
That I was expecting, Jodi?
Yeah.
I knew she was leaving LA. The conversation I had when she'd be leaving roundabout was 9 p.m. the night before, 9 or 10 p.m. So I was expecting her, she drove straight through. It's a 12-hour drive. She would have got to my house at maybe 10 a.m. I didn't think she would drive straight through. We talked about she could call me if she got tired.
Okay.
And so obviously if she slept, then that would take a little extra time to get there.
Okay. So let me back up then, or backing up a bit and looking at the calendar in front of you. Before she arrived in your home, when you met her on the 5th, I believe you testified earlier, correct?
Yes.
She arrived on the 5th? Okay.
She did.
The conversation you were just referencing in advance of the 4th, when did that take place?
That would have been on Tuesday night, the 3rd, maybe around 9 or 10 p.m.
Okay. And during that conversation, did she tell you where she was at?
I think she had already visited the family she told me she was going to in the Southern California area, and I can't remember the city. I'm thinking LA right now. For some reason.
Fair enough.
And she was going to leave. Originally the plans was she was going to go visit whatever she was going to do there, and then come see me. So I assumed she was in the LA area to come see me after that.
Okay. But she didn't specifically mention I'm in blank city.
If she did, I don't remember today.
Do you recall if she's told you I'm in Southern California?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And during that conversation at 9 or 10 p.m., did she say to you, I'm going to be late, I'm not going to be there till Thursday, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did she make any excuses? Well, I might be a little late for any particular reason.
Maybe to take a nap in case she got tired.
Okay.
That's it.
But she advised you that she was going to be there on June 4th?
Yes.
Okay. And it sounds to me further then from your conversation that there was at least some discussion or some acknowledgement that you were approximately 12 hours away at the time.
Yes.
Okay. Did she give you any indication, I'm leaving right now, or I'm going to leave in an hour or so? Was that discussed? Or?
I think that's why I was under impression she'd be there in 12 hours, if not later.
Okay.
Yeah, she was leaving. Yes.
Okay. And she arrived on the 5th.
Yes.
Is that correct, from the way I understood your testimony?
Mm-hmm.
And if I understood you correctly, that was around 10 or 11 in the morning? Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And let me just a minute here, sir. If I may approach again, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, could you be so kind as to take a look at exhibits 278, 279, 280, 281, and 282. And please don't read them out loud, just please tell us if you recognize what they are from reviewing the content to yourself.
Yeah, I do recognize them.
And what are they?
These are text messages that we text back and forth to each other.
Okay.
These mostly was about what I said.
What you said, text messages from you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move that exhibits 278, 279, 280, 281, and 282 be moved into evidence.
Objection, hearsay.
Counsel approach. Two. 280, 281, and 282 are admitted.
And Your Honor, if I may approach again.
You may.
Mr. Burns, I'm going to show you again what's been marked as Exhibit 278. Could you review that to yourself again as well?
Yeah. Yeah.
And what is that?
It's a text I sent her end of April.
And that was while advancing your relationship at that point in time?
I mean, we had been talking quite a bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Still had never spent time with her besides the short time in Oklahoma.
So in the context of this text message, then you were asserting or explaining your continued romantic interest in her. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
And if I may approach again, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked Exhibit 279.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that would also be a text message from you to her, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was a continuation of that conversation where you were expressing your, again, continued romantic interest in her?
Mm-hmm.
Judge, I'd move for
Yes. Yes.
the admissions of Exhibit 278 and 279.
All right, the objection is overruled. 278 and 279 will be admitted.
Why don't we start, Mr. Burns, with, you said in reference to Exhibit 278, you made the comment you hadn't heard from her in a while, and you sent her Exhibit 278 in an effort to kind of make contact with her. Is that correct?
If I can see it, it'd make more sense. Should you explain?
Why don't we go ahead and put this up here. You can see that on your screen. Can you see that on your screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you tell us when you sent that text message?
April 30th at 8:03 a.m.
Okay. And could you read that for us?
Never. Well, not until I get my goodnight text from my adorable girl in Cali.
Okay. And that you said earlier then, is that correct then from what you said earlier, that was your reaching out to her because you hadn't heard from her for a while, is that correct?
I can't remember if there was a conversation before or after this text.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 279. Are you able to see that on your screen?
Yes.
Can you read for us the date and time that was sent?
4:30 at 8:13 a.m.
And could you read that for us, please?
The whole thing or just the part you're showing me?
Well, Whoops, sorry. How about that?
Thank you, gorgeous. Good night.
Okay. Was that in the same series of text messages?
I mean, it sounds like it's about the same time period, yeah.
Okay. Now, sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 282. And this, again, from what you said earlier, this was another text message you sent to Miss Arias. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And if you're able to, with your screen, could you read for us the day and time you sent that?
May 3rd.
Okay. And what time was that, sir?
It says 7:09 a.m.
Okay. And could you read for us your comment there?
Just come and stay.
And what was that a reference to?
I'm sure we had talked about her coming and visiting at some point. She seemed to travel a lot.
Okay. And you wanted her to come?
Sure.
Okay. And sir, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 281. And sir, I'll just show you that first part, if you could be so kind as to tell us when you sent that text message to her.
May 3rd, 7:19 a.m.
Okay. And just so we're clear, as it relates to all these messages, we're talking 2008, because this is after you met her, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And if you could be so kind as to read the verbiage in that message.
Good. So I'm getting closer to talking to you in. Okay. So, good. So I'm getting closer to talking to you into it. LOL. What do I have to do to seal the deal? LOL.
Okay. So it sounds like there might have been some reluctance, whether over text messages or phone calls, for her to come up to see you. Is that correct?
I never felt that way. I think
Okay.
if we read the other texts, I don't think we'd find that.
But you imply in this text messages, well, you had to do something. You had to do something to seal the deal. What was that about?
Yeah, just saying what I was saying, you know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
What's your question, sorry?
Well, I said, what was the point of that message? Why did you need to talk her into it?
Yeah, I wanted her to come.
Okay. But when I asked you a second ago if she was reluctant, you said you didn't sense that, so I didn't know.
I never sensed that, and I think if we read all the texts, it might make more sense.
Okay. Let me, again, look, if you could read the date and time you sent this text.
The 3rd, 7:23 a.m.
Okay. And could you read what you wrote there?
You promise not to play hard to get when you get here, LOL.
Okay. And just in case people may not understand, what does LOL stand for?
Laugh out loud.
Okay. Now we talked earlier, sir, about. Well, let me ask you this. Would you agree that those text messages that you sent her were flirtatious?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. We talked a little bit about, earlier you made the comment that you had engaged in sexual conversations with Miss Arias.
After she was there.
Okay, after she was there.
Mm-hmm.
So before that, none. And then after she was there, are we talking about that same sort of thing, or are we talking about something different?
After she had visited,
Mm-hmm.
what's the same sort of thing? What are you referring to?
Well, these flirtatious messages, talking about not playing hard to get, that sort of thing. Is that what you mean by?
Before she had come, I mean, we talked about what we would do, watching a movie and cuddling up, and that's what I was referring to in those texts.
Okay. And after, was the conversation flirtatious, as I just said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's what you meant by sexual conversations.
Yes, sorry.
And that's what you meant by sexual conversations with her afterwards, right?
These texts were shown her a month before she came to visit. Now you're talking about after she was there, so I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay. You told us that you had conversations with her of a sexual nature after her visit, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm asking you is if the sexual nature of those conversations was as the same character as what we just saw.
We knew each other a lot more by that point. She had spent a whole day with me, so it was a little different.
Okay. And how would you characterize these messages, these conversations then?
Started talking, I guess, about, why things didn't go further. At one point, I kind of explained why, and she complimented me at some point. She also said she's a big girl, and she can take care of herself, that I didn't need to protect her feelings.
Okay. And is that what you meant by phone sex earlier, or sexual conversations?
It wasn't necessarily phone sex, but
Okay.
more like what could happen if we met up again. And she did invite me out to California to spend some time with her at a team event a few weeks after we found out Travis had died.
Okay. I appreciate you clearing that up for me. As it relates to the visit itself, then, it sounds to me like, based on these messages and some of the things you said, I mean, not just these text messages, but the phone conversation, the IMs, the text messages, that you were at least hoping for, I'll use the words romantic interaction when she arrived. Is that fair to say?
When she came first time?
First, when she came to your
House.
home in June of 2008, when she arrived on the 5th, you were expecting, maybe expecting is too big a word, you were hoping for a romantic interaction, right?
We had talked about, joking around on the phone, whether I had to make a move if we were snuggling up, and she said no, she's a snuggler, and that's why I laughed, and that was part of the continuing conversation about how she said, would she have to play hard to get? She said she's a snuggler, and that's what that was all in context with. Watching a movie, snuggling up, that was what that was talking about.
But then it sounds to me like, given what you said before, you found her attractive, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were interested in pursuing a romantic relationship with her, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So it would be reasonable to assume that you were hoping for some sort of romantic interaction with her, be it kissing, and I'm not just talking sexual intercourse, I'm talking kissing, cuddling, what have you. That was what you were hoping or maybe expecting to happen when she got there in June. Is that correct?
Now you're talking about before. My mind frame was in a different frame before she got there the first time, and then after that.
You say the first time, but I'm specifically talking about June 5th.
Okay, when she came.
2008. Okay? Mm-hmm. And that would have been the first time you saw her since April, based on your other testimony. That would have been the first time you saw her since April in Oklahoma City, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you keep saying first time. Was there another time?
That's what I mean. No, that was the only time that we had spent time together.
Okay. Was June 5th to 6th, I guess, near Salt Lake City, at your home, in the various Cheesecake Factory and the various restaurants you went to, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm asking you then, because you kind of qualified it a little bit talking about the different trips, and so it got a little confused, but when she was coming to see you, you're expecting her arrival on June 4th, 5th, and she arrives on June 5th, excuse me. You were hoping or expecting a romantic interaction, isn't that correct?
Snuggling up, getting to know her. I mean, I didn't know how much I liked her or not, and I figured meeting her personally, I would be able to decide whether I wanted to pursue anything further. So what I've explained is what I was hoping for. Getting to know her more, spend time with her.
Did the visit meet your expectations? Were you
Yeah.
happy with her when she left?
Yes.
Okay. And so you testified as well that it sounds like you interacted with her for not quite 24 hours. Is that correct? About a day or a little less than a day when she left?
Wednesday the 4th, when she was, it
Well, it
was.
sounds like she arrived, based on your earlier testimony, she arrived at Thursday.
Yeah, and I
around
wasn't
11.
able to get older on Wednesday, if that's
Right.
what you mean, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is you saw her Thursday
Yes.
around 11,
Mhm.
10 or 11 by your testimony,
Mhm.
and she left the next day around what time?
Maybe midnight 1, I'm not positive on the
Okay,
time
so
she
it's
left,
a
but it
little
was very
more-
late.
A little
Mhm.
more than a day.
Yeah.
Okay. But during that time, you saw nothing abnormal.
No.
She was acting very similar to the way she had in the past or in all her interactions with you.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And that was, other than the cuts on her hand, that was something consistent throughout your interaction with her. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was also true, I believe, what we were talking about this morning, that you also observed her being shy in public, yet a little more talkative and interactive in private. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that behavior was completely consistent as well. Is that right?
That was the first time I saw it in public, so I wouldn't have had any reference point there. But yeah,
Okay, I thought you used Oklahoma City as a reference point.
3 or 4 minutes.
Okay.
And I spent a lot more time, obviously, that night she came to visit with in public.
But that was consistent, the phone interaction and everything else?
Yeah.
All consistent, all appeared perfectly normal to you. Is that correct?
It seemed normal, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Sir, in terms of how much time she spent with you, you told us that she arrived what day of the week?
On Thursday the 5th.
And you did what you guys did, and she stayed part of the night, is what you said before, right?
Yes.
And she left that night, right?
Yeah.
So she didn't stay more than 24 hours, did she?
No.
How long did she stay?
Been 14, 15 hours.
Let's talk about these text messages. And I'll start with exhibit number 280. Take a look at the upper, right there. What does that say up there?
That must be text 8 of 43.
Where are the other texts? Are you hiding them somewhere?
No.
Are you texting yourself through these things?
No. It's a conversation between both of us.
Where are the texts from her?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
With regard to these, are you responding to her?
Yes.
And she's sending you things, right?
It's going back and forth.
And by looking at these, can you tell what she texts you in advance of number 8, which is exhibit 280?
Not exactly what she said before, no.
Could she
can't
have been
remember.
telling you, hey, we're going to have some good sex? We don't even know, do we?
She never said that, but no, I don't know. What
Any
she said
idea
before.
as you sit here?
I can't remember, it's too long ago.
Argumentative.
Overruled. You may answer yes or no.
What's your question?
Any idea what this is responding to?
Can't remember, no.
281. What's that? Up here at the right. 9 of what?
9:43.
Good. What are you saying good to?
Something she said?
Do you know what it is?
No.
Exhibit 279. You're saying, thank you, gorgeous. What are you thanking her for?
The conversation, chatting with her, I don't
Do you
know
know
for
by
sure.
looking at this what you are thanking her for?
Yes, and you just answered.
Overruled. You may answer.
The conversation we had, and I don't know exactly
What
what
was she
I'm
saying
referring
in
to.
that conversation as you look at this?
I'd need to read it to remember.
Argumentative narrative.
One at a time, please. Your objection, Mr. Nurmi?
It's argumentative, it's the narrative he's leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
What was she saying? Do you even know what she was saying? When
No.
you were... Exhibit 278. Never. Exclamation point. What do you never?
I have no idea.
And if we take a look at these with 278, what's the date on that one?
It's May 30th. The
What?
time just doesn't seem consistent
No,
with our conversation.
Take a look at it again. What's the date?
April 30th,
And what's the number at the upper right-hand corner?
23 of 43 text messages.
And then if we take a look, and the time, take a look at the time.
8:03.
In the morning?
Yeah,
Then if we take a look at Exhibit 279, look at the date.
yeah.
Is it the same date as the previous one? 278?
Yes, same date.
What's the time?
8:13,
That's later, right?
right?
Sir, one of the things that you were asked about was this cuddling. You remember being asked about cuddling on cross-examination?
Yeah,
Previously, you talked about the interaction that you had with her when she showed up, right?
yeah.
Was this the first time when she showed up there? Was this the first, this whole time, was this the first episode of sexual interaction that you'd ever had with her?
Yeah,
Did you have any sexual interaction in Oklahoma City?
no.
And the kissing, about what time of the day was it?
Probably 3 or 4 p.m.
And she arrived at what time?
10 or 11. 10 or 11.
So within 5 hours of arriving, and you'd never seen her before, this interaction is taking place.
Yes.
And you said, well, we talked about cuddling. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Does cuddling include her moving you around and getting on top of you and grinding on your pelvis?
No.
Is that what you mean?
We never talked about that.
But is that what cuddling means?
Objection, ask and answer, that's not what he said.
Overruled. You may answer.
No.
What is cuddling?
I mean, just snuggling up to a movie. I don't know how else to.
One of the things that you were asked about was the future of this relationship. That's one of the things you were asked about in terms of what was the interaction between you and her over this either phone or maybe text messages after she came to see you, and you said it changed. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah.
How did it change?
I mean, had a good time with her, spent the whole day with her, and felt like I knew her a little bit better.
In terms of the sex, then, I'm going to be more direct. Do you think that if you had seen her again, second time, in your opinion, given what had happened before, you were there, that you would have engaged in sexual intercourse with her?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Hard to say. I think it could have gone further. I don't know.
How about the first time that you were together? Could it have also gone further?
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Could it?
I mean, it could have. I don't know under what.
One of the things that you also told defense counsel is that when she talked to you about the Mormon faith was that you had a conversation with her and you were asked, well, with regard to the Mormon faith, based on what you knew of her, did you have any reason to doubt her sincerity? Do you remember being asked about that?
Yes, I remember.
Applying that same standard, did you have any doubt or in her sincerity involving what she told you as to why she was late in arriving to West Jordan, Utah?
Objection, Your Honor, is beyond the scope of cross and argumentative.
Counsel approach.
It was more like casual conversation.
Church.
I mean, it was more like casual conversation talking about how she felt. Going to church, praying about it, reading scriptures, just.
Her demeanor on the telephone, when you spoke to her before she came out to visit you, her demeanor in these text messages, that one of them being 281, and then after she left you, did that change at all?
No.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Nurmi?
Thank you. Mr. Burns, I think you might have already answered this question, but I was afraid it might have got lost in the other voices speaking. Mr.
I'll object about the speaking voice. If he has something to say to me, he can say it directly.
State your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Martinez asked you if she could have sent you you could have been responding to a question saying, we're going to have some really good sex when I get up there, right? He said something to that effect. He asked you that, if that was what you were responding to. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And I believe you said she didn't send you a text message like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she didn't, right?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Anything else from the state?
No, I don't have anything
All
else.
right, it looks like we have some questions. Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? Looks like there are some in the basket. I don't see any other hands. Counsel, please approach. Where did the information about Travis Alexander being a flirt come from?
It's hard to remember because most of the people I talked to knew Travis more than Jodi. One friend of Jodi's was Leslie, and I think they might have had a conversation at some point. Kind of just, he wanted to move on, she wanted to move on, and.
I'm going to check the other scope. Is that what he was asked?
Yes, the question was, where did the information about Travis Alexander being a flirt come from?
I can't be sure, but I would say it would probably be Leslie.
Sure.
I can't remember.
All right,
I guess
thank
that's
you.
the best answer I can say.
Next question. With regard to the exhibits you were shown earlier, do you know where the date and time stamps on the text messages came from? Are they send dates? Do you know? Yes or no?
Don't know.
Why would you say goodnight at 8:13 a.m.?
I thought the same thing when I was reading the text. It didn't fit. I don't see why I'd say goodnight at 8 a.m. I don't know why that would happen.
hand you Exhibit 286, testified about that earlier. Do you know on what date those conversations occurred?
This was either an instant message conversation we had before she came over to my house, or maybe the 8th or the 9th, before anybody knew Travis had been killed. This was a conversation, I think that's when this one is. It's a few days after she had visited me.
Follow up from the state?
No, thank you.
Mr. Jeremy?
I do, Your Honor, briefly. Mr. Burns, you were asked about the dates and probably more specifically the times of the text messages in the juror's question, correct?
Yeah.
And what you said to us was that you didn't know why the dates the times were what they were, correct? Okay. And could you answer verbally for us, please?
Just what anybody else would guess. It's just from the phone, I guess.
Right. Well, I'm not asking you to guess. I just wanted the verbal answer for the court reporter that you don't have any explanation for the times that seem inconsistent.
I have no explanation for it.
The verbiage, right? No explanation. Okay.
Right.
But you're not doubting any of the verbiage. You remember you sent those text messages. Those are yours.
Yeah. Sounds like yeah. Yes.
Yes, those were yours. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions from the jury? Sir, you may step down. The state may call its next witness.
The state recalls Heather Connor.
Judge, may we approach?
You may. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 2:35 p.m. and we will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Your name?
Maureen Smith.
And who do you work for?
I work for the Mesa Police Department's Forensic Services Lab.
And what do you do there?
I'm currently a forensic latent print examiner too, so my main job duties are to compare latent prints collected from crime scenes to known ink prints, to compare ink print to ink prints, and to process evidence.
As part of your duties, do you also have people come in, or do you go to people and then take their known fingerprints and affix them to a sheet of paper for later usage?
Yes, we do.
Take a look at Exhibit 294. Is this part of your work?
Yes.
complete that work that's on that paper?
These prints were taken on June 17th, 2008.
And the individual whose prints appear there and that you took, is that individual in the court today?
Yes, she is.
Tell me where she is seated and what she is wearing.
She is seated at the table at the far end. I'm sorry, I can't see what she's wearing, but she has glasses on.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
Yes.
And those are what? Are they her fingerprints? Are they more than that, or what?
These are what we call live scan 10 prints. Instead of using ink, I used a computer system in which I take the top part of the finger and I roll it over a clean piece of glass. The computer takes a digital image of that fingerprint and transports it directly into the database system.
And that's what you have there?
That's correct.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 294.
Any objection?
Moment, Your Honor. None.
Exhibit 294 is admitted.
These fingerprints here in Exhibit 294, where were they taken? Were they taken here in Mesa or somewhere else?
They were taken at Mesa in our main station where we were located at 130 North Robeson.
And they do include a name, correct?
Yes, they do.
And the backside includes the residence of this individual, correct?
That's correct.
And what's the address?
It's 352 Pine Street, Wairika, California, 96097.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Your Honor. As it relates to this fingerprints, what were the circumstances of you obtaining them?
I was informed actually by latent print examiner Connor that Detective Flores would be bringing in a couple of individuals to be fingerprinted, and that he requested to have their fingerprints not only put into our live scan system, but also to have ink prints taken. So we were doing them as part of the case investigation.
Okay, I should be more specific. Did Ms. Arias come in and provide you the opportunity to print her?
Yes, she did.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. You may step down.
The state calls Kevin Biggs.
Can you spell your last name?
Biggs, B-I-G-G-S.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your name, sir?
Kevin Biggs,
And who do you work for?
Mesa Police Department.
What do you do for them?
I'm a forensic latent print examiner too.
Are you the same, do you do the same sort of work as Maureen Smith?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to fingerprint somebody by the name of Jodi Arias?
Yes.
Is she in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Tell me where she is seated and what she is wearing.
She is seated to the table to my left and has a black long sleeve shirt or jacket on.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
Yes.
Take a look at Exhibit 293. What is this?
These are the major case prints that I took of Ms. Arias
And what date did you take them?
on 6/17.
My question to you is this. Take a look at Exhibit 294. That's this one here, and yours is 293. What is the difference between 294 and 293?
This is the set of prints that was taken.
Well, this being, we don't know which, but would that be Exhibit 294?
Exhibit 294
Yes.
are the prints that were taken on the digital computer, were digitally collected by Maureen Smith.
All right. So they were taken on a computer, right?
Correct.
What's the difference between that one and the one that you took?
Number 294 is also a 10-print card. My prints were taken with ink and paper the old-fashioned way, and they are major case prints, so they include palm prints and joint prints also.
So yours are a little bit more inclusive. Would that be one difference?
Yes.
And yours were taken the old-fashioned way with ink and paper?
Yes.
Why were you taking yours that way if you already had the other ones? Why was that being done? What's the difference?
The computer or the APHIS system that we had only did the 10 prints. There was an option in our building to have palm prints also, but they're pretty limiting on what they can take. With the way I did it, I was able to get all of the ridge detail, including the 2 joints of the hand and both edges of the hand, which the palm print on the APHIS system does not collect.
So you had more information that was not collected as part of the APHIS system, is that right? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. At the time that I took these, and the machine that we were using did not have the option to collect palm prints. We only had the option to do the 10 prints.
With regard to a fingerprint, can it be dated? For example, if it's lifted from a place, can it be dated? In other words, if you get it, you identify it, can you then say it was left on this date at such and such a time?
No, we would have to go back to a time that it was cleaned or the item was manufactured, but no, there's no way to date it other than that.
All right. I move for the admission of Exhibit 293.
Any objection?
Well, Your Honor. No objection.
293 is admitted.
And let's take a look at this. And this is the difference that you're talking about. This is actually done with ink and paper.
Correct.
And in terms of the information that's provided here, the height and the weight, who provides that?
Miss Arias gave that to me.
And the date of birth, did she also provide that?
Yes.
Is it signed by her?
Yes.
You were talking about how yours has an addition to it. Take a look at the back of one of them. What are we looking at here?
That is the left palm print.
And then we have something, what is this right here?
That's a left little finger on the front of it. After rolling the left little finger on the front, there's not any more space up there. I felt I needed to roll it again, and so I rolled it back here on the back and then labeled it.
And what is this over here on the top? Looks like just like a smudge.
That's going to be the thinner side of the palm. The thumb side over here, the extreme edge that I was talking about, that we can collect that we don't get on the APHIS system.
Is this the left, given that this says left, this is the left palm, correct?
Yes.
And the one in the back would be the right palm then, right?
Correct.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Cross-examination.
Sir, where were these prints obtained?
At the Mesa Police Main Station at 130 North Robeson in the latent print unit.
Okay. And Miss Arias came in, voluntarily gave you your prints, all the prints you wanted and left. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
let me check and see exactly. Thank you. May I recall Maureen Smith?
Yes. Ms. Smith, please take the stand. You are still under oath. Do you understand? Mr. Martinez?
Your name, please?
Maureen Smith?
With regard to this case, you told us that you were a latent print examiner, is that what you said?
That's correct.
Do you also do the collection of any biological substances for later testing?
Yes, we do.
And what is it that you do?
If we're requested, we are able to collect either DNA samples that are unknowns, or we are able to collect DNA samples for known purposes.
With regard to the individual Jodi Arias that you previously identified, did you take any biological samples from her?
Yes, I did.
What did you take?
I collected what is called the buccal swab, which is a swabbing of the inner lining of the cheek. We just gently take a sterile swab and swab the inside of the cheek cells and collect those into a secure packaging.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Smith, you just testified earlier that Ms. Arias came into the station, gave you her prints, and departed. I take it the buccal swab was obtained the same day in the same manner, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. You may step down again.
The statement calls Heather Connor.
Ms. Connor, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
You may proceed.
Your name, please?
It's Heather Connor.
Ma'am, last time we were here, we were talking about exhibit number 139. Do you remember talking about this?
Yes, I do.
And specifically with regard to this, what are we looking at?
This is the west wall of the hallway between the master bedroom and bathroom, and it's showing a piece of wall that has a square drawn around it.
And you actually seized that square, right?
Yes, I did.
And that would be exhibit number 239, correct?
Yes.
And exhibit number 140, we did not look at that, which is a photograph. What is it that we're looking at here?
What you see in this photograph is a latent palm impression that has been developed on the wall. So that's friction-ridged skin from the palmar side of your hand.
How, was this developed at the site or was it developed somewhere else?
This was developed while I was at the scene.
And that's why you decided to take the wall?
That's correct.
So once you take it back to the lab, what did you do with it?
Additional photographs were taken of this latent impression in the laboratory after the wall was seized.
Why were there additional photographs taken of this particular fingerprint?
While we were at the scene, photographs were taken of the wall and the print on the wall. However, being that it was in the hallway, it was somewhat of a tight space with which to work with a camera and a tripod. So the intent was, in case the photographs at the scene didn't turn out as well as they might be able to, I could take additional photographs in the laboratory.
In terms of the comparison that may be done later, is the comparison then done between the wall, or is it done between the photograph of the wall and the known fingerprints?
The comparison is done between the photograph of the latent print and the knowns.
Take a look at Exhibit 292. What is this?
This is the photograph of the latent palm print from the wall.
And is it a photograph of this that we're looking at, which is exhibit number 140, or is it 140? In other words, is that just a black and white photograph of this, or is that a different photograph?
There were numerous photographs taken of the same ridge detail. I don't know if it's the exact same photo, but it is of the same exact ridge detail and surface.
In looking at exhibit 140, there is an arrow that there. What does that mean?
That is indicating the directionality of the print. I'm trying to orient it on the wall. So the up means that the wall went up from there.
To the ceiling?
Yes.
LCV stands for?
Luco Crystal Violet.
And impression AD, what is that?
AD was the designator, the unique identifier given to this latent impression within the scene.
We move for the admission of exhibit 292.
No objection.
Exhibit 292 is admitted.
Let's start at what I'm calling the lower right-hand corner, and that would be right here. What is that? What are those notations?
There you have my initials, HC, my employee ID number, which is 16166, and the date 6/26 of 08.
And why is that date on there?
That is the date that this latent print was individualized.
And at the top, what is that? 169A, what is that about?
That is the designator that was assigned by me to the latent print. The latent print is now latent impression 169A.
Even though down here we have impression AD, it's the same one.
It is.
And the second page is, so this is exhibit, is that just the back of it?
Yes, that's the information that was that's on the back of the photograph.
Did you have occasion to compare 292 to, first of all, exhibit 294, which looks just like a 10-print card? Did you do that or not?
No, this was not compared to this record.
Okay. How about exhibit 293? Did you work with this?
Yes.
What did you do with regard to that?
The latent palm print was compared to the known impressions on this exemplar, and this was the exemplar used in the individualization.
And with regard to exhibit 292, what were your findings, or what were your conclusions?
Latent print 169A was individualized as the left palm of Jodi and Arias.
Is that the notation that's here on the left?
That's correct.
Who put that on there?
I did.
And as we look at the wall here, which is exhibit number 229, which is the top? This one or this one right here with the little insignia?
May I see it, please?
Sure.
The wall was oriented this way.
And where would the fingerprint have been?
This region.
And in that particular region, which palm print was it? Which, the left or the right?
It's the left palm.
And can you tell us how it was on there using your left palm print?
Absolutely. If I may stand.
Sure.
It's this region of the left palm.
Okay.
In this direction.
So if we remember go ahead and keep your arm that way. If we remember our directions, your fingers would then be in a northerly direction if we look at the diagram, right?
That would be correct.
And then the bathroom would be behind you, right?
Yes.
Thank you. You also have occasion to impound exhibit number 217.
Yes, I did.
And what is exhibit 217?
This is a scale that was collected as item number 15 LB.
And was this in the bathroom?
Yes, it was.
Is this the one that has the glass, or is this the one that's black?
This has a glass-like top.
All right. Move for the admission of exhibit 217.
No objection.
217 is admitted.
Move for the admission of exhibit 227. Yes.
No objection.
Exhibit 227 is admitted.
Ma'am, in looking at the photographs, you noticed that there was on the bed, do you remember that there were some items on it? And I guess I can show you a picture of it. Exhibit 63 and 64. You see this here?
Yes, I do.
And exhibit number 64. This right here. Did you collect that?
I don't think so.
Take a look at exhibit number 212. Tell me if you know what this is. What is that?
These were the items that were collected out of the dryer.
Okay, thank you. I believe we've already moved these into evidence, but if not, I'll move them in again. 212.
Which one was not yet admitted?
I'll move it to 212.
And I have no objection.
212 is admitted.
It does say on the bag that it's bedding items. Exactly what are we talking about with regard to Exhibit 212?
I don't recall every item in there, but we went over them on Thursday of last week. There's sheets, another type of sheet item that has buttons on it. From personal experience, I think I would say it's a duvet cover, something along those lines, towels and the like.
All right. And let's take a look at Exhibit 130. This area here, where is this area, first of all?
That is the carpet leading from the master bedroom right at the entryway to the hallway that leads to the master bath.
And Exhibit 131 shows us what?
That is showing a bird's eye view of some of the red stains that's on the carpet.
And this right here?
That's the tile in the hallway.
What's Exhibit 211?
It's wrapped in butcher paper, but it appears to be the piece of carpet that was cut out and collected this piece of carpet.
When you say that, and say that it appears, sort of makes it seem that you're not sure. So I think the scissors may be there if they're not.
Okay.
Go ahead and open it. Make sure. They're not.
No, sir. This is the piece of carpet. I can see some of the staining on the interior fold.
Okay. I remember the admission of Exhibit 211. That's the number on it right here.
211.
Mr. Mayor, if you want to look at it, why don't you walk up and do so?
Would you like a pair of gloves? Okay. Of course.
No, Florence will help you. Could you pull it out so that we can take a look at it, please?
Is there any butcher paper or anything available?
No, we don't have any.
Okay. Yes. No, that's fine.
If you could hold it up, I think, so that we could all look at it that way. And ma'am, if you take a look at the screen over there, which is 131, can you see it behind you or there on the side?
Yes.
You see this area here, the
Yes.
tail, and you see that the tile is this way. What's in this direction? Is the bathroom in this direction?
That's correct.
Can you orient it with that on top? So this is what this is how it was at the house, with this being the northerly direction.
Yes.
You could,
Northerly direction?
I'm sorry, southerly direction.
That's correct.
If you could place it in its container?
Oh, putting it back?
Yes.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Connor, do you still have the gloves with you there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I believe last week, one of the things you did is you testified about the contents of the washing machine. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw, well, several things in there, but one of the things we saw was a camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing we saw was various articles, towels and clothing, that sort of thing.
That's correct.
Okay. Let me draw your attention back to what has previously been marked and entered as Exhibit 216. And may I approach, Your Honor? Ma'am, if you could be so kind again, if I recall correctly, last week you testified that you believed the towel in that laundry had been bleached. Is that correct?
If I recall, I was asked if I was familiar with what bleach would do to an item of clothing and whether this resembled what I was familiar with, something along those lines.
Okay. And I think you gave us the opinion that you believe that that towel had incurred bleach. Is that correct? Or had encountered bleach, perhaps? Had been bleached.
I don't know if it has been bleached. There's certainly, from personal experience, knowing what bleach does to clothes, it resembles what bleach would do to an item of clothing.
If you could do me a favor, if you could look through, take them out if need be, look through them and see if you see any other item that has any evidence of being bleached or having contact with bleach. Could you do that for us?
Certainly.
And Ms. Connor, if you recall last week, that was the item you believe had been bleached.
Has the same appearance as what bleach may appear, yes.
Okay. And forgive me, I know you probably don't recall your exact words, and I don't either, but that's a yes. Okay. And if you could look through any of the other items. And you're holding a sock. Is there any appearance of bleach on that sock?
There's orange coloration to an otherwise very dark sock.
Okay. And you're holding up another sock.
Yes.
Is there any evidence of bleach on that item?
Certainly an orange coloration that's different than the remainder of the sock.
Okay.
There's different coloration on this shirt, but I don't know the cause of that.
And I believe you testified last week that that was a tie-dyed shirt, that appeared to be a tie-dyed shirt, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Would you agree with that assessment today?
It certainly could be.
Okay. And ma'am, I see you're going through many items. Are you not seeing? Could you just hold them up? You seem to be shuffling through them. Could you just take a good look and make sure that? No, is there any indication of bleach on that sock?
Not that I see.
Okay. And you have another sock. Is there any indication of bleach on that?
No, sir.
Okay. And the undergarments?
I can't
suppose
speak
that
to
might be
whether it's
hard
been
to
bleached.
tell,
It would be
yes.
difficult to tell, in my
Fair
opinion.
enough.
Don't appear to be anything on
Okay.
that sock.
And the shorts, is there any appearance of bleach on those?
Not that I see.
Okay. And the t-shirt you're holding?
Not that I see.
Okay.
Would you like me to continue?
Well, is that all the items, ma'am, or was there?
There are a few additional items
Okay.
in here.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I don't see anything on this.
On this sock, correct?
And with a cursory glance, I don't see anything obvious on this
Okay.
pair of pants.
And is that all the entire contents there? Another white item to which we could not determine.
That would be correct.
Fair enough.
Without going through every single sock, that I believe is everything that's in here.
Okay.
I would have to pull them out one by one otherwise.
I understand, but no indication of bleach on all those items, correct?
Not during this cursory look, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
If I may approach again, Your Honor.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 213 and entered, excuse me, as Exhibit 213. And before you take a look at that, I just wanted to ask you a question about Exhibit 216. All those items were in the same load of wash, is that correct?
Was that item 216?
Yes, the one you just looked at. Those were all what was taken out of that same load of wash when you were there at the crime scene, correct?
Yes, it
Okay.
was.
And just to further clarify too, you mentioned, I believe, that there was a biological unit that collected items of biological evidence, correct?
Members of the biology unit of the forensic services section responded to the scene and helped me process it. They identified certain stains in other areas of the house and performed preliminary testing. I did all the collection of the biological evidence.
Okay. But if, my understanding was that the biological unit or the people that do the biological testing did not test that. Is that correct? Is that what I believe that's what you told us last week, but I just want to make sure that's correct.
I don't have any work in the biology unit. I wouldn't be able to tell you what items were tested and not.
Okay. But to your knowledge, that wasn't immediately tested at the scene or when you collected it?
The type of testing that was performed at the scene was preliminary testing on certain stains that we found in some areas of the home. The items within the washing machine were not tested at the scene.
Okay. And then if you could be so kind as to open up what's been marked Exhibit 213.
We have spilled some water. Excuse me for a moment.
Okay, and that is the camera bag, correct?
This is a camera bag that was collected from the loft area of the residence, yes.
Okay. Inside that bag, was there a strap associated with the camera?
There is a strap inside. I don't know to what camera it would be associated, but there is a strap.
Okay. And it looks like, although some of the letters may be cut off, it looks like there's a brand on that strap. Is that?
It shows Sony.
Okay. And is that the only strap in there?
Inside the bag, yes, there's a strap on the bag itself.
Right. Okay. Moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Ma'am, with regard to Exhibit 216 and what I'm going to call the tie-dye T-shirt, do you know what size it was?
I would, please.
Finish putting that away, okay. Take a look at it. What size?
This is marked an M for medium.
How about the other white T-shirt that was there?
That is marked L, large.
Ma'am, you also were asking, or you were asked about who collected the biological evidence at the scene. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
With regard to, I'm looking at the photograph, Exhibit 140, the fingerprint.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of the cross. I asked her about the collection in the washing machine.
I think he was asking her about the collection at the scene and how it was done. That's what he asked her.
Counsel approach.
with regard to the collection of any biological substances at the scene, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
With regard to this photograph involving the palm print number 140, did you collect or check this area for biological substances?
This particular area, the piece of wall containing the print was cut out, and there was testing performed after the fact, but not at the scene.
Okay, so it wasn't done at the scene, it was done somewhere else.
That's correct.
And you didn't do that though, right?
I did not.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Nurmi?
I have no questions.
Any questions? Looks like we do have a question from the jury. Any other questions from the jury for this witness? Counsel, please approach. Ms. Connor, the jurors have some questions for you. Why was the towel not tested for bleaching?
I don't know of any testing that we could perform at the crime lab that would test for bleach, but I don't work in the other units. I don't know the answer to that question.
Was there a wrist or neck strap on the camera in the washing machine?
Would it be possible to see the photograph of the item that we've seen prior?
Mr. Martinez?
Exhibit 11, Exhibit 12, Exhibit 13, Exhibit 14, Exhibit 15, and Exhibit 16.
It does not appear that there is a strap on that camera.
Is every inch of all surfaces tested for prints?
No, it is not.
How are decisions made to test or not test a given area? For example, were the walls dusted from floor to ceiling?
The walls were not dusted from floor to ceiling. A determination is made based on training and experience of the latent examiners and crime scene investigators that are at the scene regarding what areas will be processed for latent prints. In this case, along the hallway walls, for example, there was a wide swath of the wall that was tested. I would estimate from knee height to approximately neck, chest level. The areas that would most likely be touched on a with regular handling or movement around the house, it's not feasible for us to be able to process every inch of the house from floor to ceiling. So we examine the scene and determine what areas are going to be the most probative and likely to yield latent prints.
What type of key is needed to unlock the master bedroom door?
I don't know that.
Was the knife that was used in this crime recovered at the scene?
I don't know that either. There were knives that were collected from the scene. I cannot speak to whether or not they were involved.
Follow up from the state.
Thank you.
Looks like we have an additional question. Counsel, please approach. Ms. Connor, how long will a print last on a surface if it is not washed or disturbed?
The answer is possibly indefinitely. There is no way to date a latent impression. You can consider things such as the date of manufacture of an item, such as a soda can. Obviously, the print could not have been left before the soda can was made or created. In the same regard, if you have a window, for example, and it's been washed, you can assume in some cases that any prints that are on that would be since the last washing if the washing was very thorough. Depending on the type of residue that leaves that print, it can last for a very long time.
Any follow-up from the state?
Yes. With regard to when a fingerprint is left behind, if somebody says, for example, hypothetically, I was there on June 4th, whatever year, and I killed this individual, and I hadn't been there before that, since before May, and I haven't been there since then, would you be able to date that fingerprint?
I am not able to date any fingerprint.
Would you be able to tell us when it was left, given the other information? You used the example of the soda can. Would
Yes.
you be able to date it in it, or not date it, or tell us when it was left in that hypothetical?
Will you repeat the hypothetical, please?
Hypothetical is, have a killing, and you have an individual who says, I did the killing on June 4th. And they haven't been there for months, and they haven't been there in months after that. With regard to a fingerprint, let's say that's collected from a wall, would you then be able to say, well, I believe, based on the fact that I found the fingerprint and other information, my opinion is the fingerprint was left on such and such a date, in that hypothetical of June 4th?
It depends on other circumstances within the case. If I have information regarding what potential type of residue or substance a print is left, and there's enough information, I may be able to guess.
Assume that you have the information that's left behind with regard to Exhibit 140. Assume that's the information you have.
The latent impression that was called 169A when it was compared, or impression AD, was developed with a chemical that we use in situations where we believe there may have been a print that is left in blood, for example. Because it does not react with the normal constituents of fingerprint residue, it's possible to draw some conclusion, but I still wouldn't be able to give you an exact dating of a print.
What conclusions can you draw?
Yeah, I'm going to object, Your Honor. This goes beyond the scope of the question.
Overruled.
This particular chemical was used to process that area of the wall because we saw a great deal of red stain, because I saw a great deal of red staining in that area. My belief that it was possible that there could be a print on the wall that could be in a biological substance such as blood. I used this chemical because of that, with the belief that if any prints were developed with the chemical, they may have been left at the time of the crime.
Anything else?
Mr. Nurmi?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Any other questions from the jury? Thank you. You may step down. Mr. Martinez?
The state calls Esteban Flores to the stand.
Detective, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Your name, please?
Esteban Flores.
You're the person who was previously testified in this case, right?
Yes.
You're the case agent, right?
Yes.
And previously we discussed a conversation that you had with the defendant telephonically on June 10th of 2008, correct?
Yes.
Did you also have a conversation with her after that?
Yes, I did.
Did you have a conversation with her on June 25, 2008?
Yes, I did.
That would have been approximately 2 weeks later, correct?
Correct.
What was the purpose of this second call?
Follow-up questions, and we had gone through with the investigation, and more information had come in at that point.
And did you initiate this call, or was this also in response to her calling in?
I don't remember exactly, but I remember her calling me a few times, and I was trying to get a hold of her as well, along with calling other people at that time.
Was this tape recorded?
Yes, it was.
And during this conversation, did you have more pointed questions about her relationship with Mr. Alexander?
Yes, I wanted to clarify their relationship.
Purposes of record keeping, this is clip number 8.
Yes.
And you've seen it before we came here today, correct?
Yes, I did.
Move for the admission of exhibit number 310, Brady.
Judge, I'm still reviewing the excerpt, so it'll take a moment. It's rather.
Yes, you may take a moment.
Is admitted.
did you guys actually know each other?
We met in September of 2006 at the MGM Grand.
2006?
Yeah, and that was the Pre-Legal International Convention, where tens of thousands of people go.
And when did you guys actually start dating?
Not for a while. We met in September. The following weekend, he invited me to church. And the following Wednesday of that Sunday, he gave me a copy of the Book of Mormon. I started reading it. I got baptized November 26th. We would talk a lot and hang out a lot. And we kind of had like a thing, and there was definitely an attraction and an interest, but we weren't officially dating until about February of 2007. Early February, I'd say. And I think it just a string of events sort of pushed that together. Travis has kind of a commitment phobia, I would guess you could say.
Sir, did you then discuss with her the breakup?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 309, clip number 9. And is that the one that discusses that?
Yes.
This conversation was quite lengthy, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Was it approximately an hour and 45 minutes?
Right about that.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 309.
Oh, yes.
309 is admitted.
Down here?
No, I didn't move down actually until June, which was right about the time we broke up, ironically.
She moved in June of 2007, and you guys broke up soon after?
Yeah, we broke up right about the same time.
Did you also ask her about the reason for the breakup?
Yes, I did.
Take a look at exhibit number 296, which is clip 22.
Yes.
Is that it? Move for the admission of that exhibit, clip 22.
No objection.
296 is admitted.
I've been in relationships before where the other guy wasn't faithful, and there's like a distinctive gut feeling that you just have, and that I've noticed, and because I've been in relationships where they were faithful, at least to my knowledge, they were totally faithful, and that feeling just isn't there. And so I had this feeling with Travis, and I gently asked him about it. He got really upset, and he's like, no, there's nothing there, don't worry about it. And I knew he was on his phone texting a lot, and I knew he was texting these girls, and I was like, well, what about your text messages? He's like, look, I can be flirtatious, but there's nothing going on. And I said, okay. So this was last year, I think in June. And one day he was taking a nap, and I felt, this is where we lost. This is one of the reasons we lost all of our trust. I shouldn't have done this, but I grabbed his phone and I looked at his text messages, and I found there were tons of girls that I'd never heard of. And I knew that he knew a lot of people from the business, so I didn't worry too much about it. But what bothered me was there were, not only were some flirtatious like I had suspected, which bothered me, but it wasn't necessarily a crime. But there were plenty of, there were like plans, like things like, well, where do you want to meet? Oh, well, I don't know, where's the best place for where's the best place, wherever the best place for us to make out is, and I was like, what? Oh my gosh, we've been dating for a few months at this point, and he always said, well, we're not dating anybody else, and to him that was, I think, reasonable enough, because I think in his mind, he was making out with other girls, but he wasn't dating them, was okay. And the only reason I think that's true is because of what we continued to do while he was dating Lisa, and I didn't realize that either. So I confronted him about it. Actually, I didn't confront him at first. I should have been an adult about it and confronted him, but I held it in for a few weeks, and then it all came out. And that's when we broke up. And so I just realized that I didn't feel like I could trust him fully to be monogamous, and I don't think that he could trust me fully to not get back in his phone someday and then try to find something out. So.
After she moved here to Mesa in June, as she indicated after the breakup, did you ask her what she did here or what kind of work it was that she did here?
I believe she was waitressing, just
Did you discuss it with
odd
her
jobs.
did you discuss it with her on the tape?
Yes.
Take a look at Exhibit 308. It's clip number 10. And did you review it before coming to court?
Yes, clip 10.
And is this the one that deals with this issue about what she did when she moved to Mesa?
Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibit 308, number 10.
No objection.
308 is submitted.
Did you do that whole time you were down here then? You just kind of tried to work and...
I guess I figured, like Mesa is like the Mormon land of opportunity, honestly. That's kind of the way I look at it.
And with regard to what she did between the time she was here and came out here in June until April until she moved, did you and she discuss what she did then?
Yes.
Take a look at Exhibit 306, clip number 12, and does that clip describe that portion of the conversation?
Yes.
Move for the admission of Exhibit 306, clip number 12.
No objection.
306 is admitted.
So you just kind of hung around town doing your thing till April or so, and then you left?
Yeah, I hung around. I was in the University 6th Ward, went there. He was in his Desert Ridge Ward, and we didn't live that far apart, so, I was over there a lot. Not a lot, because he had his own social circle from his church that I didn't really want to interact with, because I sensed that maybe there was a little bit of awkwardness there because of Lisa and because of Elena. And
that's right. You dated Lisa right after that.
During the time that they were broken up between June and April, did you then also talk to her about the type of relationship that they had?
Yes.
Take a look at exhibits number 305, which is clip 13, and exhibit 312, which is clip number 5. Did you listen to these before you came, and does that describe their relationship while they were broken up?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibits 305 and 312.
No objection.
Exhibit 305 and 312 is admitted.
Exhibit 312.
You mentioned it. I mean, obviously you guys dated before. And
Yeah, we did.
you
We
guys
dated last year.
were kind of just still really good friends, but not, romantically seeing each other anymore.
Not exactly. We broke up
Still
last.
open, kind of.
Yeah, and I would say there was certainly a romantic side to it, you could say, or an intimate side to it. But we weren't exactly on the path to marriage, anything like that, and we both knew that.
And exhibit number 305.
I mean, some people have some unpleasant stuff to say about you, and I don't know why. I mean, I talked to you and you seem like a great person, and they're just saying that you were kind of obsessive after the breakup and things like that. What was going on that would make them think that?
The only thing I can think of, and I realize that, is because I was at his house a lot. But I didn't go to his house unless I was invited over, unless he knew I was coming over. He would send me text messages late at night saying, "Hey, I'm getting sleepy, ... with some Z's, ... And that was that became like my cue. That became like our code word for, I'm falling asleep, you can come over now and sneak into my room and wake me up kind of thing. And so that would happen a lot. And
I mean, I don't want to make this unpleasant or anything, but I mean, was there still a sexual relationship going on after that?
Yeah, there was.
Did you then discuss, she's been out there since the breakup in June, did you discuss her leaving in April or the last time that she was at victim's house where she indicated how long it had been?
Yes.
And take a look at exhibit number 304, that's clip number 14. Did you review it before you came here, and is that what this is, what it indicates?
Yes, 14.
I move for the admission of exhibit number 304.
No objection.
304 is admitted.
Last time you were actually at his house was in April when you left?
Yeah, it was April. My friend Rachel that I originally moved down with gave me a futon to sleep on, and I gave that back. About a week and a half prior to moving, her and her husband came out with his truck and they loaded it up because they were just lending it to me, and I didn't want to move it. So they came and got it, and I didn't have a bed, and he was like, you just come stay with me. So I pretty much stayed there for the last week before I left.
Yeah, his roommate said something about the last day you had a U-Haul and you were leaving, and you had stopped by to say goodbye or something.
Yeah, I had the U-Haul, and I was already there, but I had parked it around the corner because it was huge, and I had my car on the back of it, so I couldn't just park it right out in front of his house. So there's a little, if you go just past his house around the corner, I had the U-Haul parked there. Okay. It's like,
so
yeah.
Do you remember what day, April, that was?
I don't. I want to say, I keep thinking the 9th, but before you quote me on that, I can check.
But towards the beginning of April. Sometime.
Yeah, it was like more towards the middle, but it was maybe toward the beginning. Yeah. Because originally I was supposed to leave early April, like April 1st, like a little after April Fool's, but I ended up staying another 4 or 5 days. Because it was like.
Stay there with him or someone
Yeah.
else? Okay.
Yeah, with him.
Did you then discuss with her the purchase by Mr. Alexander of the camera?
Yes, I did.
And does Exhibit 302, Clip 16, Exhibit 301, Clip 17 deal with the purchase of the camera and her role in that purchase?
Yes.
I move for the admission of Exhibits 301 and 302.
301 and 302 are admitted.
This is clip number 302.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he took a lot of pictures. Actually, he had just purchased a camera.
Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, we found the box in his house and everything.
Yeah, he
Did you help him buy that, or?
I did. Yeah, I was living here, but he called me for advice, and I was on the phone with him.
That's who I saw somebody who knew what they were doing before I bought a camera.
Yeah, and I guess since I'm a photographer, he texted me and he was like, "What do you think of this camera?" And I texted back, "Well, what about this?" And finally I was like, "Just call me. This is too complicated." So he called me and he was going over. I was like, "Ask her this," and so he was asking the sales rep, "Well, what about this, this, and this?" And where's the flash located, and megapixels, and the brand. I was like, "Don't get anything Kodak," just different things. So eventually he settled on. I don't remember what he got, but it sounded like it was a really nice camera.
And Exhibit 301.
Do you remember when you bought that camera?
April, maybe? I know it was after I moved. It could have been in May.
Okay.
Could have been in May. I know it was after I moved up here because I was here while I was on the phone with him purchasing it.
So you never got to see the camera then or anything?
No, and I'm trying to remember.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because we found this camera and it's pretty much ruined and we didn't know why.
Oh.
I can't discuss why, but or how it's ruined, but we're just dumbfounded. We have no idea why somebody would destroy his camera. And I wonder if you could describe it to me, but obviously you haven't seen it, you've never touched it, never seen it. So.
No, I'm thinking there's a picture of him on Facebook where he took a picture of himself in the mirror, and I think that's his camera. So, I mean, I can't tell what it is though because the picture isn't really sharp and it's a small resolution. But there's a picture of him on his profile picture on Facebook where he's kind of looking.
In terms of the June 2nd, 2008 trip, did you then try to talk to her about that and the trip as it began and where she was on Tuesday night, who she spoke with, as well as whether or not she talked to Mr. Alexander on that Tuesday night? Did you discuss that with her?
Yes, I did.
Showing you exhibits 313, 316, and 299, which are clips 4, 1, and 19 respectively. Are those the clips where you discuss this issue of her trip and her contact with the victim?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibits 313, 316, and 299.
No objection.
Exhibits 313, 316, and 299 are admitted.
Let's listen to Exhibit 316 first.
Calling Jodi Arias. It's 6:25:08 at 11:05 hours. DR 2008 161 0844.
Hello?
Hello, Jodi?
Yes.
Hi, it's Detective Flores.
Hey, how are you?
I'm pretty good. All right. Is this a good time for you?
I'm sorry, it's got bad reception.
Is this a good time for you to talk?
Yeah, this is fine. I'm just driving through a spot where I'm good.
Okay. Sorry. Cut you driving. Hope I don't distract
No,
you too much.
That's okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, the reason I wanted to talk to you is just to kind of figure out what was going on the week just prior to when we found Travis, because we're still not sure what day this incident happened. We're trying to figure out who had contact with them, and I know I talked to you a couple weeks ago about what was going on, but it was kind of brief, and I was just trying to get to everybody who had a theory or whatever. But can you tell me what was going on? Let's just say starting on Monday, I think it was the 2nd.
Monday the 2nd.
Tell me if you or when you had contact with them or the last.
Yeah, I know that I talked to him early Monday morning, I was just up late Sunday night, for example, and I probably talked to him. It may have been a good 45 minutes that morning, and we were just talking about how he had a conversation with another person about Gordon Hinckley, and it was a really good conversation. And he was just talking a lot about what was said there, and I think we probably talked till about 4 in the morning, I'd say.
Wow.
But yeah, he was a night owl, I'm a night owl, and it wasn't a really long conversation. Like, we've had conversations that have lasted hours and hours, but this one was probably only, I want to say 45 minutes. It may have been longer. I guess I could check.
And that was late at night?
Well, technically it was early Monday morning.
Okay.
That was in the 2nd. So, that was primarily what that one consisted of. And, he knew I was taking a road trip that week, and he was kind of guilting me because I wasn't going to Arizona. I was going to Utah.
Was
in a nice
there
way.
a conference or something in Arizona as well? Or?
It was the primary reason, and I didn't tell Travis this, but the primary reason I was going there was to meet somebody. And, we weren't, like, totally open about our dating lives just because it was just an area where we just kind of decided it would be best to not give each other all those details. And so, just because we had a past from before. And, we kept each other, like, moderately informed. Like, he told me a little bit about this person, a little bit about this person, but we didn't go into a lot of detail. So I didn't tell him that I was making this big trip out to Utah to go see somebody. I think he suspected it, though. He was just like, well, who are you going out there to see? And I'm like, oh, nobody. I'm just going out, to see friends. And because we both have a mutual circle of friends in Utah, from Prepaid Legal. So I told him that was the reason I was going. Was there's a briefing out there. It's called a business briefing, which happens every week on Thursday nights. So I was leaving for that, and there was that reason, because I knew I would see a lot of my friends that night, but also to spend time with my other friend that I was meeting, and his name is Ryan. So I talked to him that day, and later on that morning I got on the road, and my car isn't the best mechanically, so I stopped in Redding at the airport to rent a car, and someone had driven me there. My future soon-to-be sister-in-law drove me there, and let's see, I got the car, came back to my brother's house and took a nap for a while because I'd been up all night. And then I got on the road and I went to Santa Cruz and I met up with some other friends. I'm from the Monterey area.
Okay.
So I have lots of friends there, and I stayed the night at a friend's house there and visited with some other friends the next day, and then drove to LA so that I could see my other friend's baby. I'm a photographer. I don't know if I told you that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a photographer. She just recently had a baby, and I'm trying to build my portfolio with, infants and things like that. And she was really excited.
Again?
Her name is Laura Brewer. She actually never called me back. She did call me back, but she called me back too late. So I couldn't just wait around for her. I had an itinerary.
She was just a friend, or?
She's a really close friend. I dated her brother for about 4 years, so we're a lot like family still.
Oh, okay.
Hang on just a quick second, I'm sorry. Are you still there?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my phone, I gotta figure it out. Sorry, I'm just getting out of my car and it's a little distracting.
No problem.
Let's listen to Exhibit 313.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I did talk to him on Tuesday night.
Oh, Tuesday night.
It was brief, though. That was a matter of just a few minutes. It wasn't like a really in-depth conversation.
Remember what time that was?
10 o'clock, maybe?
10 p.m.?
Yeah, I'd say 10 p.m. or maybe 9 p.m., 9:30, 10, 10:30, something around there. I guess I could go back and check.
About 9 to 10, anywhere in there.
Somewhere between then. Yeah, it was late. It was like kind of a late evening. I mean, for us that's not late, but.
What was the purpose of that call?
Just call him, just check in and say hey, and let him know just hi.
Okay.
I was just calling people because I was bored. I was on the road.
Oh, so you were on the road at that time?
Yeah. It was real brief. He was nice and cordial, but he was kind of acting like he had hurt feelings because he knew I wasn't.
Oh, I probably.
And exhibit number 299.
The reason I'm asking is we're trying to figure out when this actually occurred. As people are saying they kind of lost contact with him maybe on Tuesday.
On Tuesday?
Tuesday or Wednesday, so people aren't sure. They're having to think back.
I talked to him last Tuesday, and I'm sure I called him. I may have called him Wednesday. I know I called him again from the road twice. I sent him a couple of text messages. I sent him a picture.
Did you actually talk to him though when you were on the road?
Yeah, but it was when
you first started.
Yeah, I did talk to him when I was on the road, but I'm sure that was Tuesday night. And so I figured he was either in California because he was planning to go there that week, I think, because I know he was going to California sometime before Cancun because he was going to leave his dog with his grandmother. I didn't know his time.
Do you remember what time on Tuesday night it was that you talked to him?
Oh, it was dark. So I think it was like maybe 10 o'clock. 9:30
And
or.
at that time, you were still kind of like, were you still headed to LA area, or were you already out going to Utah?
Yeah, I was in Pasadena when I talked to him that time. I think I had just left Starbucks or something. I don't remember. I don't know if I had gotten gas yet or what, but I left Starbucks and I was talking to him.
Now, what was the conversation about?
It was really brief. It was 2 or 3 minutes, and I said, hey, I'm on the road still and going, he knew I was headed to Utah, and I just called because I had called my sister, and I think I may have called Ryan. I don't know if I called Matt or not at that point, but I was waiting around for a while for Laura, and I didn't know where she lived, and couldn't get to her brother because he was at work, and I didn't want to just show up at her house because I hadn't heard back from her. So I was just killing time and called him, talked to him briefly, and
that's about the last time people were able to get a hold of him as well. And then what's unusual is, people are saying, we texted him and called him, and then pretty soon his voicemail was full.
Yeah, that's unusual because he deletes messages. Like, he doesn't save anything, even if it's halfway sentimental. Like, he rarely saves that stuff.
So the next time you tried to call him, you weren't able to get a hold of him?
No, I left him a message. And I sent him text messages, and he doesn't always pick up, but he's usually pretty good, and he doesn't always respond to text messages either, but when I didn't hear from him for like 2 days, and I called him again, and I didn't want to be obsessive about it, because, we're not together anymore, and I'm just like, I don't like calling him too much, but he calls me or I call him, and it was a pretty good balance, but at one point it was like, okay, at what point do I start calling friends that live there? That thought crossed my mind, but I was like, no, he's in California. He's going to Cancun.
Did you then also discuss with her about this issue involving Laura Brewer and how long it would take to get to Utah? And additionally, did you also discuss the route that she may have taken?
Yes.
And take a look at exhibits number 314 and 315. Do they include that part of the conversation?
2 and 3, yes, I do.
Move for the admission of exhibits 314 and 315.
No objection.
Exhibits 314 and 315 are admitted.
This is exhibit 315.
Took a while. I was on the phone most of the night with Ryan that time, but, so he could keep me awake, but I still had to pull over anyway. So, I'm not shy about just pulling over wherever and sleeping in my car. Then there's only times on the road.
Be careful.
It is. It's not the smartest thing. I realize that. I usually park my car in a place where I can just drive off if I need to, if I have it backed out instead of, and I have the keys in the ignition. I'm ready to go. But either way, it's still kind of unsafe. Anyone could break a window or something. But
This day and age, you can get yourself some protection or something if you're driving alone.
I was thinking of that. I know, and I just, I don't know. I guess I do, but
It's not too difficult. Well, California, I would say it's a little more difficult because At least in Arizona, you don't even have to register any weapons. You just go buy
Really?
them. That's it. You know, you don't
Well,
have
I've
to-
actually looked into handguns because I have a list of like things that I'm really scared of that I'm trying to overcome, and that's one of them. And being in front of a public crowd is another. And I was shaking when I sang the national anthem. There was only like 200 people, but I had to hold the mic with both hands because I was shaking. So actually, I got that from Travis. Just trying to push yourself and get out of your comfort zone and make yourself uncomfortable and do things that you're scared of. And so I've been looking into that, but handguns are expensive, and it's not really in my price range right now. It's not.
Did you then discuss whether or not how long it had been before she heard from the victim after she went to Utah, and also how it was that she heard of the victim's death?
Yes.
Take a look at exhibits 300, which is clip 18, and 297, which is clip 21.
Yes.
And those contain those portions of the conversation.
Yes, that's correct.
Move for the admission of exhibits 297 and 300.
No objection.
Exhibits 300 and 297 are admitted.
Since I gave you the wrong clip, I apologize. It was the one about having not heard from the victim in 2 days is exhibit 298, which is clip number 20. So I would move that one in instead.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, it sounded like the same one to me.
298 is what he said.
298.
Okay. No objection.
298 is admitted.
And this is 298.
But anyway, what was I saying with that?
Oh no, we just discussed that the next 2 days after that you weren't able to get a hold of him, and
Yeah,
you were thinking about calling his friends and trying to.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason I didn't is because I knew that it didn't feel like my place any longer to be like his mother and calling his friends and
So you knew about his trip, and do you remember him telling you when he was leaving for his trip?
Yeah, because we had discussed dates to travel up here. So I asked that he had said that he was leaving the 10th, and I didn't know how long it would be. I don't know if it was 4 or 5 days or 6 days, but I did know that the last we had discussed is his trip up here was going to be after Cancun and before DC, so it would be sometime toward the end of June, and it would probably be a 4-day thing for me, or a 3-day thing, but longer for him because he was traveling along the California coast and then on to Washington.
Okay, so he was going to leave the 10th, and when was he going to come back?
I don't know exactly, but I know that they're
And this is exhibit 300.
he called me Monday. I think it was Monday night, but it was more like, I think it was late Monday night, like 11 something. And he said, hey, how are you doing? I was like, damn, because I had been thinking about him, and I was planning my trip to Arizona, and he was definitely on my list of people to visit. I love him and his family. I used to go there every Sunday for dinner. And I said, hey, how you doing? He's like, great. And I said, hey, I'm thinking about making a trip out there. And he's like, yeah, I think you're going to have to. And I was like, yeah. You know, there was a pause. He's like, and then he's like, yeah, it's just about Travis. And I was like, what? You know, like, that's never good.
Yeah,
but,
the way he said that, yeah.
Yeah. So, but I didn't think anything at first. I mean, you just kind of, well, okay, what? You know, you don't want to assume too soon. And he said they found him. And I was like, what does that mean? Well, I don't know. Well, what do you mean you don't know? What do you know? Well, I don't really know anything right now. I just know that Brent Hyatt is at his house and Taylor Searle is at his house and that the cops are there. And I was totally shocked. I don't think that I said much. I think that I just kept thinking that maybe there's a mistake. Maybe there's a mistake. Are you sure? And he didn't really know, so I kept saying that maybe there was just a mistake. He couldn't say anything. He didn't give me any information, so I thought, he said I was the first person that he thought of to call, but I think he called a couple other leaders in Travis's business first that were close with him. I don't remember who he called or what order, but he called me, and I keep thinking that maybe that they just made a mistake. And I felt so helpless because I wasn't there. If I still lived there, I was like 10 minutes away, not even 10, maybe 7 minutes away. I could have just driven there, and found out and saw what was going on. I just felt totally helpless.
What did you think about it? I mean, the last time you talked to him was what? Was it Monday or Wednesday? What was it?
I think it was Tuesday evening, I think. Yeah, Tuesday night.
Yeah. Did you think of, what was going on the last time you talked to him? Did you try to get a hold of him after that?
Yeah, I did. I tried to get a hold of him. I called him Tuesday night. I called him subsequently and emailed him a couple times.
Exhibit 297 is already in evidence, but is that the one that discusses the check that was found at the house, as well as whether or not the defendant sent her condolences to the family?
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit. Well, it's already in, but I'll move it in 297.
No objections.
297 is admitted.
Is there anything else that you can remember or think of, or any theories or anything that could help us?
I just don't know. Travis was a friend to everybody, and
Yeah.
Even when things were bad between us, he would give his last dollar, his last whatever. He was selling me his BMW, and I was actually supposed to email.
Yeah, you mentioned that. And kind of burned it out or something.
Oh, you said you found my check in his house.
A check. A check that you gave him for payment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess this is so dumb. It seems so unimportant, but I guess I need to know if that check is going to be deposited anytime soon.
No. Once after his death, they can't be deposited. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I'll just consider that. Whatever, and then I'll still owe him the full balance until they figure out what they're going to do. Honestly, I trashed his car, and he took it so well. We were trying to figure out between my lawyers and his lawyers and prepaid legal and the insurance and the U-Haul who was going to be held liable. And, it didn't matter who was held liable. The fact was that was a debt that I had promised to pay, and it's just money, and it wasn't worth, anything. So, as far as getting any contentions over, so, he never had any doubt that I would pay him back, but he was trying, and this is what's difficult, is he was trying to work with the insurance to hold U-Haul accountable for how it had all gone down. He said the engine just blew up,
Now the vehicle was still in his name, correct?
Yeah, he was going to hold the title until I paid in the balance in full.
Did you guys have like a written contract or anything? Or?
I had, yeah, what I did is I typed out an email to him and I sent it, and I just wrote back, just reply, I agree if you agree with this. And he wrote back something about you didn't say anything about insurance, and so I was like, okay, so I amended that, I think, and then wrote back to him, and so that was our agreement. Our agreement was I pay him what I can each month until the balance is paid off. And I take care of general maintenance like oil changes and tires and things like that.
I don't know what's going on with his car or anything. I think it's still at the shop, but his family.
I think it's just sitting there collecting dust.
Yeah, his family's dealing with it because right now it's still considered one of his assets, and it goes.
Oh.
You know, so.
Yeah, and I was told, and I probably shouldn't have done this, but I didn't know who to get a hold of or who was doing what, and I should have asked Dan first. But I emailed his sister, Tanisha, on MySpace, and I was like, you know, I just sent her my condolences, and then the next paragraph was like, you know, this is really hard, but I owe Travis this amount of money, and I know that at one point I'll need to settle this debt, and, you know, that kind of thing. But if you need to be in contact with me about this, is my phone number, and, you know, she didn't get back to me, and I don't, you know,
well, you know,
I don't.
When a death occurs like this, you know, everything's got to go to probate anyways.
Yeah, and I realize now that there's Mike Chapman is the executor of his will, and so I did get in touch with him yesterday, and he said, just give me all the information you have on that matter, and then we'll go from there and decide what's going to happen.
Mr. Martinez, we're going to take the evening recess at this time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow morning, 10:25, please be here. We will start promptly at 10:30. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. You are excused.
For the recess, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 91 was what we were talking about. Judge, I think you may have to turn on the thing for me. It's not on. And Exhibit 91, this is what we were talking about, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that there was at least 2 strikes so far, correct?
Correct.
If we go back to Exhibit number 83, and I'm not talking about strikes, I'm just talking about areas at this time, it would seem that there are 3, based on what we see here, there are 3 separate areas where the source of blood was, correct?
Correct.
And part of the reason would be that the one that's Exhibit number 86, this area of the door, plus Exhibit number 91, this area here, and then what we looked at here, Exhibit number 83, are not joined, if you will, or connected in any way, right?
Right.
Okay, Exhibit number 94. We talked about the wall in Exhibit number 91, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And how about down here on the ground? What kind of drops are those?
Those are blood stains that I wouldn't offer an opinion whether those could be passive or be ones that hit the ground from the impact on that west wall, on the east wall.
And why is that?
They didn't offer enough characteristics to make a determination.
And they could be related to the ones on the wall, they could not, right?
Correct.
Now, to the right of that, we also see some other staining. Do you see that right there?
I do.
And is it your opinion that this on the left, is that related or not related to those on the right?
May or may not.
And why do you say may or may not?
There's nothing distinct, a pattern to recognize. They're just blood droplets, and just a few blood droplets don't always create a pattern.
One of the things that we talked about was whether it's a passive placing of the drop versus an active placing. Is this something that gravity acted upon these here, or is it something that you can't tell us?
I can't tell. When I talked about the passive drops, one of the ways that we identify those is because they are nice, round, 90-degree drops when they impact the surface like this. So they're nice and round. Those aren't as pretty, so to speak, so I wouldn't want to offer an opinion on that.
Exhibit number 95, and what are we looking at here in terms of the scale?
We're looking at a scale that is on the south end of the bathroom that has blood stains on top of and underneath the scale.
And did you examine this at the scene, or did you conduct your examination back at the lab?
I observed it at the scene and then also examined it back in the laboratory.
What did you do at the lab?
At the laboratory, I did the Castlemeyer testing, the preliminary test we discussed earlier on the staining up to the, I think I can touch this up in here.
Okay, and you did the Castlemeyer test there?
I did the Castlemeyer on that test there.
On top or on
that
bottom?
stain. On the top.
And did you do any Castlemeyer on the bottom?
No, I did not. That was actually at the crime scene.
Okay, and at the crime scene when you did the Castlemeyer, what part of it, the bottom of the scale, did you examine? Or did you not do the Castlemeyer at the
I did
scene?
not do any Castlemeyer on the
All right.
bottom surface.
But there was a reddish substance that you believe to be blood underneath there, right?
This right here. Trying the technology.
That one right there. And knowing what you know about blood spatter, what is the scenario? How is it that this blood drop was stuck, if you will? Is it to the scale or is it to the floor?
It is on the floor. The stain is on the floor itself.
Okay, so if this scale is on top of it, what does it tell you about the stain that's there?
That the scale was moved into the position above the blood stain.
And do we have any issues about water with regard to this one or not?
No.
Exhibit number 96. Okay, right up against the wall here, do we see?
There are blood droplets.
And did you have occasion to look inside the wastebasket?
I did.
And what did you find in the wastebasket?
There was a paper towel and 2 empty toilet paper tubes, type cardboard rings.
Did they have anything or any indication of blood or anything that looked like blood in that tub, in that wastebasket?
I examined the toilet paper tubes back in the laboratory, and my indications with my test were that there was blood detected.
So you now have what appears to be blood, in your belief it is blood, in the trash can there. You have it right again there, and then you also have it underneath the scale. How many events are we talking about here at this point?
Well, we've discussed that you counted 3 prior.
Right.
And then this is more bleeding, but I don't know how many events that are moving into the corner.
Would this be a separate event from the other involving the wall? This one over here.
The direction, it seems far to have it traveled, but I don't know that I could rule it out completely.
It's possible that it could be another event that was occurring in this area here.
Yes.
Just to orient ourselves, exhibit number 93. This is the scale we've been talking about, and the trash can is right here, correct?
That's correct.
And then we have the sink area, right?
Yes.
Exhibit number 98. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the sink that is to the north. There's 2 sinks in the bathroom. This is the one to the north.
And we've been talking about events so far. We've talked about 3. Is this a separate event?
From the other, yes.
Let's start talking about this area here in front. First of all, would you agree or disagree that the coloration of that seems to be a little bit different than the one inside the bowl?
I would.
And what would cause something like that?
It appears diluted as if it would be with water.
And exhibit number 100, as it applies to that, what are we looking at here?
The blood is dripping down the side of the ledge of the counter.
So in terms of what we've been talking about, passive versus active, how would you characterize this? How would you define it? Tell me about it.
Those diluted patterns, I would say, are evidence of transfer between a blood-bearing source and a non-blood-bearing source. But as I indicated earlier, I don't know if this is blood is present already and then something moves through it, or the blood is on another item and then transfers onto the counter, or a combination thereof.
But bottom line is, there is at least at some point the source placing the blood there, right?
Absolutely.
And at some point, something came by and swiped it, if you will. I think you call these swipes, right?
Swipes or wipes, yes, depending.
If we look to the left of that, do you see this right here?
I do.
Is that the same thing as what we've been looking at, or not?
Those are what we were previously discussing as passive drops that are simply being acted upon by gravity.
Let's look at Exhibit 105. Are those the ones we're talking about?
Yes.
And then a larger view of it, or 102. You see that?
Yes.
All right. Well, how could these blood drops here on Exhibit 105, how could they find their way to get there in that shape?
The blood source was above this location, above the sink.
And was the blood source, what was the blood source doing?
Bleeding.
I understand that, but was blood source moving left to right, moving front to back, or just stationary?
Well, depending which way, if that's moving into the sink or backing up out of the sink.
All right.
But in some sort of motion over the sink.
At some point, there was some motion by the blood source over the sinks, and that's what that tells you, right?
Correct.
And it also tells you that, I guess it was over the top of the sink.
Over the top.
Is this partly a function of gravity?
Yes.
We've talked about those, and you indicated a sort of in and out motion by the source. And then we talked about this source, or not this source, but this area here on the ledge. Both of those appear, from what you're telling me, to be somewhat movement oriented, or would that be incorrect?
No, I'd say that. I would agree with that.
How about this area here, inside the bowl? And in terms of placement of the source, 103 shows it, and then also 104. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, I see that. I'm sorry.
In terms of where the source was, and based on the patterns that you have there.
The source is above the sink, and some of those you can see are specific droplets. Some of them, because of the curvature of the sink, are merging together.
But the source of the blood is
above the sink.
Do these also imply movement like those that are down here, or do they not?
Well, since they're in several different locations, it would imply that the blood source is moving a bit, yes.
Could all of these functions, Exhibit 104, the scraping there, or the swiping, the dropping of the blood there, let me see if I could focus a little bit more, and the middle of the tub of the sink, does that give you any indication of time, or can these all be done at the same time, or are they events that are occurring? There's one, there's another, we just don't know which is first. Why don't you tell me about that?
I would say that this movement at the edge of the sink could be concurrent with the drops that are into the sink.
Including the ones that are in the middle there?
Yes.
exhibit number 98. See this area right over here near the mirror?
I do.
Was there any blood spatter or any blood on the mirror?
There was. It's very difficult to see when we get to those shots because of the mirror, but there was.
There was some on the mirror. With regard to the blood on the mirror, or the substance on the mirror, what kind of action or what can you tell me about those patterns?
When I was talking earlier about the categories, I discussed the projected blood that is that a force or a pressure acts upon to eject a volume of blood. This would be categorized in that category and could be a number of different mechanisms.
Sure, but let's just talk about, is this what Exhibit 100 is? Where was the blood? I understand that perhaps because of the flash we're not really able to see it, but if you could tell us where it would be or show us on the monitor there.
If I can get my finger to do the right working here. There were stains probably. If I have that about right, there would be. It wasn't as concentrated as this, but there, in the when you can see the photos, you can see similar to this up here.
And this right here, this event underneath it right there, is that the same kind of spatter?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not this spatter here was caused by the same event that caused the spatter?
It would be consistent with being from the same event.
Could it also be a second event?
Potentially.
And Exhibit 103, if you could clear it. This is what we're looking at here, right?
Yes.
Well, what about these heavier ones, heavier drops in there? What is that about?
There could be, this large one could be part of this the passive drops that are down in the bottom of the sink. They can also just be larger blood stains that just drips together.
And if we take a look at exhibit number 101, are we then looking at this spatter? And again, my question is, how come some are dripping and some aren't?
Because when blood is acted upon with force, that not all, the blood droplets don't all break into the same size. And so some are going to be larger. And so some, when they hit that, have more of a weight or a volume, and therefore they drip down from the gravity because they're a larger stain.
What can cause this kind of spatter pattern?
A mechanism that might have done that. Mm-hmm. I earlier discussed the expirated, which was somebody maybe coughing or sneezing if they have blood in their airways, or from a wound, air forcing that out. The head is a very vascular area, and I don't know if you've ever nicked yourself shaving, then you know that those can bleed quite a bit. And a wound or a laceration to the head could cause the misting and the patterns that we see here, the size staining that we see here.
And what else? Anything else?
Gunshot wounds can produce that type of misting effect as well.
When you are examining these kinds of things, do you just look at it in the pattern without reference to anything else that's at the scene, or do you also look at what may be around these patterns to provide guidance to you as to what, in your opinion, could be causing these patterns?
When we are at the scene, we are making observations of what those patterns are. What do they look like? What are their sizes? And then we we use other information, such as investigators' information, the medical examiner's information, to make determinations on what potential mechanisms created those stains.
Do you also look at the area around it
Yes.
to potentially to see if there's anything else there? So, for example, in this case, exhibit number 114 shows us what? What are we looking at there?
There is a casing laying in a blood stain.
Well, tell me a little bit about this casing and how it was placed there based on your knowledge of blood spatter blood spatter training.
The blood stain was there, and the casing came and landed upon that.
If the casing falls into the blood, what does it tell you about the blood source in terms of sequence as to whether or not the blood source was already bleeding before the gunshot wound?
It would tell us the blood was already present, so the blood source was already bleeding prior to the gunshot.
So, I don't know about the sweet person, but what does it tell you in terms of this? Was the blood source already bleeding at the time that this casing somehow found its way into that blood.
Yes.
Actually causes circulation.
Approach.
See, with regard to that casing, in terms of when it was placed, was it placed in relation to the blood? When was that casing placed there in relation to the blood?
After the blood was deposited there.
So the blood source was already bleeding.
Yes.
So based on that, and based on, you indicated that you read the medical examiner's report?
Yes,
correct?
I did.
And having read the medical examiner's report, having taken a look at that, what is your opinion then as to the source in exhibit number 101, or the mechanism as to how that pattern there was formed?
Then I would say that it would be either the expirated, the coughing, or a laceration to the head, one of those mechanisms.
But not the gunshot?
Not the gunshot.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 116. Are you familiar with that area?
Yes, this is the linen closet to the north of the sink area.
And exhibit 117, what are we looking at there?
It's an accumulation of blood at the edge of the linen closet.
We keep talking about accumulation of blood. As it applies to this particular accumulation, is that an accumulation that took some time, or is that something that's immediate?
I don't know how much blood is there. It looks like a large amount. It would be a product of time, of the blood source being in one position for a little while, but I don't know how long.
And how was it formed? Do you know whether or not it's a product of gravity or perhaps the source laying down?
I do not know.
It could be any of those,
It
right?
could be those.
The fact that there is blood, for example, in different areas, does that tell you anything about what the blood source may have been doing?
Moving.
Do you have any idea, because of the blood being different places, do you have any idea how fast or how slow the blood source may have been moving, or is that not something you just can't talk about?
Something I just couldn't say.
We then take a look at Exhibit 115 in terms of the item that we just looked at. What are we seeing here?
I'm looking for a better
Well,
light.
then let's take a look at 118. Is this a better one?
It is. There's a box within that linen closet that shows, as you can see, these demarcations, that water. I didn't make the blue.
Why don't you clear that up a little bit and start all over? I think you ran your finger
too much. The markings, there we go, right in that area, show that bloody water has wicked up into the box.
And in this case, how can that be accomplished? How can we get this pattern that's on the box accomplished? How does that happen?
There would be water coming into the water. These other stains, this stain here has the diluted appearance on the edge. It's a lighter shade of red. And you can see the diluted shades of, I don't know if I'm marking everywhere, the diluted shades of blood, and that simply travels up the box in a wicking motion, in a wicking action.
The fact that it looks like it's all the way around the box, does that speak to the volume of blood that was around this area, or is it you can have just a little bit of blood and then it sort of mushrooms out if you apply water to it?
I couldn't quite comment on the volume of blood other than you can still see the demarcation lines are very red, so it seems like it's not just a drop of blood in water.
Okay. We've seen this item there. Now if we look a little further on down, Exhibit 125, we see another one of those. Do you see that?
Yes.
What can you tell us about the fact that there's these very much larger circular areas of blood? What does that say about the source? Or can you tell us anything about what the source was doing?
Well, the source like I addressed earlier, that it could either be the action of the blood source being in one position there for a while, bleeding that accumulation, that little pool, or there could be some process of this with the water contact, it pooling in one area, but I'm not certain about that.
Okay. Exhibit 120. Are you familiar with item number 6 on this photograph?
No.
Are you familiar with having done screening on a hair follicle?
I did screening on a hair. I was not.
Why don't you take
certain that it was number 6.
Do you know whether or not the hair was at the number 6 location or not?
I would only be able to know a property ID number referencing my report, but I don't know that.
Why don't you go ahead and do that, all right?
Jodi has the report remarks.
Sure.
Yes.
Let me go ahead and add it. Show you Exhibit 321. Take a look at it. After you found what you were looking for, let me know, but don't read it out loud.
I found the property ID number for the one.
All right, go ahead and put the report back and tell me, did you do any work with regard to this number 6?
I know the property ID number.
Oh, I see. You need the property ID number?
I know that. Can I look into my notes as well?
Sure, please.
Let me see if that helps. If that was number 6LB, that's what I had it referenced as, 6LB.
All right, and what is 6LB?
Was a possible hair.
And what did you do with that possible hair back at the lab?
Back at the lab, I did my preliminary Kastle-Meyer test. Did it get indications of blood? But on the end that appeared to possibly have a root ball, or had white material consistent with being a root, I processed that and sent it forward for DNA analysis.
Why did you focus on the root as opposed to the hair itself?
Because that's where we can get our DNA. That's where,
Is that where
our
the DNA
process
resides?
Yes. For the way that we process DNA, yes.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 126. And for reference, you see this door trim there? You see that?
Is that the closet?
Well, why don't you take a look at it? And you take a look at it.
If that is the linen closet, that's what I'm just trying to orient myself.
All right. So where would this be then?
If that is the edge of the linen closet, then this is the west wall of the master bathroom hallway.
My question is, why is this area here much lighter than the other stains that we've been looking at?
Due to the contact with water. That the water has spread over this area and has not affected the other areas as much.
See this area right here?
Yes.
What is that?
That would be a transfer stain, as we talked about earlier, a blood-bearing source coming into contact with another source, with another surface.
And so it's sort of a sliding kind of process there?
It is linear, so it could be sliding that way, correct?
Then exhibit number 127. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And what is this? What's going on here?
It appears to be the same. It's a transfer, again, a transfer pattern.
But why is it up here that it's just linear, and down here we have it coming down? Do you see that?
There's more volume for one reason, for whatever reason. The contact with the blood source was more. There's more of a volume that caused it to drip down.
Exhibit number 129. See the door up here?
Yes.
And so which wall is this one right here?
That is the west wall.
As we look at this, part of the reason I want to talk about this is, what is this over here first?
That is the saturation stain on the carpet.
So that is carpet then, right?
Yes, that's carpet.
We see this right here. You see that little circle there, kind of half circle thing there? You see that?
I see the curve. Mm-hmm.
And then this area here is relatively clean. And then you follow this around and all the way back. It also appears to be relatively clean until you see this spot here and this other spot here that we've talked about previously. How is it, or what does that tell you in terms of the depositing of blood when you have a situation like this, and then you take a look at the left right there?
Or we can see that water has come into contact. It could be that water has gone through the entire middle.
But if water's gone through the middle, what's going on over here? And it seems to be in a round circle down here. Can you tell me how that happens?
Maybe there was something there that prevented it from that area being bloody.
Would it also be consistent with, for example, a cleaning utensil of some sort?
It could be, yes.
Coming through here and doing this?
Sure.
In looking at these along the wall here, is it a circumstance that the source is bleeding as it goes along there, or are any of those related to strikes, or is it just a situation that the source, as it passes through there, however it passes through there, is just depositing the blood? Is that what's going on?
It could be. They're not really in a pattern for me to determine this was where an impact occurred, this is where something else occurred. They're just a bunch of blood stains and some accumulations and the dilute factor. So I couldn't really talk about a specific incident each down that hall.
But could you tell me whether or not the source at least was in these areas to
Yes.
deposit that blood?
Yes.
And at the same time, was the source at least depositing blood on the left side of it?
Yes.
Now let's take a look at Exhibit 132. Is this the carpet?
Yes, it is.
If that's the carpet, what wall is this
That's
one?
the east wall.
And again, we see this up here. Do you see right above the switch there? Or not
Yes.
the switch, but the electrical outlet? And then this right here.
Right.
What could create that sort of circular half moon kind of pattern on the wall?
Any sort of it's a transfer type stain, so anything that would be blood bearing coming into contact with it, or the blood being on the wall and something coming into contact with it and moving it along.
And then if we take a look at the area to the right of the switch in Exhibit 133, we see that circular pattern also, right?
Correct.
And why is it coming down right to the right of that switch? What does that say?
It might just be a matter of the volume that contacted it right there.
This area here of the blood pattern going through there, does that speak to the height of the action of whether the source had blood or whether there was blood there? Is that what it speaks to, the height?
The height that the transfer occurred at, yes, would be.
And then underneath it is what we have here.
Right.
Would it be consistent with the source being this high and then bleeding down, and these be a result of Gravity?
Those could be from gravity. Because of the water, it makes them very difficult to determine them from a specific event, but they were clearly deposited there.
Why does the water make it difficult to do that?
Because it washes away the edges of any of the blood stains and makes them not regularly shaped, which is what we look for in identifying patterns.
Down here, you see this area here?
Yes.
Now, that area was cut out and we've taken a look at it. Have you actually taken a look at the rug yourself?
I did see it when somebody else had it out, yes.
And so you did see it?
I did see it.
And with regard to this particular stain, this is exhibit number 131, what can you tell us about it?
That is a large saturation stain, which means that it's a large pool, an accumulation of blood or a blood pool that's gone into an absorbent material, i.e. the carpet.
So can you tell us anything about whether or not the source was standing, kneeling, or whether or not the...
I couldn't define the position other than it was over that area.
What about right here? Do you see this one sort of seems, for lack of a better term, more pristine, whereas this one up here seems to be rubbed? Do you see that?
Yes.
What could cause that?
It could be any sort of contact with that stain.
Somebody walking through it could do that?
Absolutely.
Were you able to determine whether or not there had been any water applied to this area?
Not when we saw this side, but when we saw the underside, we did.
Okay, I'm asking about what you saw. Okay, so when you saw, did you see the underside?
I did see the underside.
Okay. On the underside, how is it that you were able to see whether or not water had been applied? How are you sure that you did see that?
Because there was the same way that looking down the hall, there was the dilute blood stains. You could see the light shade of red covering areas of the tile. It was very much diffused around this, under this carpet, under this stain, kind of the same coloration maybe as the box that was in the linen closet. So a lighter shade of red, implying it had been diluted and had flowed down in that area.
And you were talking about, to take a look at Exhibit 115, you're talking about this box down here at the bottom. So the water that had been applied, were you able to tell if the water had come through the top or if it had just been in this direction? In other words, was the top wet or was it just the bottom? Or speak to me about the moisture on that.
Well, when we were at the scene, I don't recall it being wet, but looking at it from underneath, it had at least seeped through from the edge of the tile on, but I don't know how the mechanism for carpet.
Well, let me show you exhibit number 128. We see that same stain there on the left side. Then we look over here on the right. Do you see that on the right?
Yes.
What is going on with that?
It appears to be a lot of transfers, and part of that could be from either stains that have been disrupted by walking over them. It could be a product of the diffused, the diluted blood flowing under, and then it being walked on in coming up to the surface.
So
I can't make an absolute determination.
It could be. I think you used the word. Did you use trampling?
I said transfer, but the stepping could be. If there had been nice-looking stains there, walking over it could have disrupted that and created this.
Does this imply a lot of walking or a little bit of walking?
Well, it's not a pristine-looking area, so it would imply a lot of movement of some sort,
Could it also
contact of some sort.
Could it also be that? Do you see that it sort of seems to end here?
Yes.
Did you see any that went this way? This walking motion, or if it was walking this way?
I mean, beyond this?
Yes,
beyond this. I never saw any blood beyond this area in the bedroom.
So this is the only area that you saw this staining of blood, right?
Correct.
Did you see any blood throughout the master bedroom anywhere other than right here in this area?
Just right here, and then I think there was maybe one stain or so right outside the closet here.
Where?
Over here.
Show me where.
Right here. I just wrote on top of it.
Okay, so was it a large stain or small?
No, just a couple drops maybe.
A couple drops there? But did you see any near the bed, anywhere else?
No, I did not.
How about near the area where the bathroom goes into the closet? Did you see any blood staining there at all?
In the closet? No.
On the carpet at all?
No.
So with regard to this staining here, would it be consistent with, and if you know, you don't know, somebody sort of walking on this, for whatever reason they're walking on this particular area and not going into the bedroom,
Yes,
but perhaps going the other way?
perhaps, yes.
Let's see, look at exhibit number 78. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And was there any staining here? Was there any blood staining at all? That's the closet, right?
That's the closet, no.
And then we have something right here in the corner there. Do you see that?
Yes.
You then go to exhibit number 121. That's the area, right?
Correct.
Well, describe for me what's going on. What's the action?
Another transfer pattern, the contact between a blood-bearing source and another surface in a linear fashion.
As they're going by.
Yes.
Right. Did that extend in this direction in any way at all?
No.
So that we know where we're headed, exhibit 78. You see the number 2 there?
Yes.
Exhibit number 79 shows us that corner there, right?
Yes.
And right there is what at that turn?
That transfer again.
And exhibit 81 shows us, first of all, what is this part right here?
It appears it could be a transfer
No,
again.
I mean, what does it lead to? This
It
area?
leads to, it's the lip of the shower.
And is that where the body was?
Yes, it was.
And so we then see this right here, this reddish substance. Again, what does that mean in terms of arriving there at that place?
That something, a blood-stained source came into contact with it.
And is it the transfer pattern that you talked
It's
about?
consistent with the transfer, yes.
And is this a swipe or not? I mean, we've used that term also.
I would not be able to make a determination if the blood was there first and got wiped through, or if the thing that made the contact with the shower was blood.
All right.
Coded item.
If we then go back to exhibit 121, I'm going to focus in on this area here. Do you see that right there?
I do.
What is that?
It's called a pattern transfer, where you can actually identify a pattern within a transfer stain.
And the pattern that you have there, is that consistent with a barefoot? Is that consistent with socks? Or is that consistent with shoes?
It's consistent with a shoe tread.
So it's not consistent with a barefoot?
Correct.
And it's not consistent with a sock?
Correct.
So if we look at exhibit 122, that's what we're looking at, right?
Yes.
And what's the direction of this particular stain? If we then, let me give you exhibit 249. And I'll bring it in closer. It was right in this area, correct?
I think I just saw, can you lower it down a little bit? I think I saw where it says shoe tread right on the lip there, shoe impression. Somebody
Okay.
sent their drawing.
What was the direction of that print?
It was,
All right. And that's the direction of this footprint that we have here. If you could clear it out for me.
yes, sorry.
Exhibit 162. See this right here?
Yes, I do.
Is that a shoe or is that a sock?
It appears to be a sock.
Would this sock make in exhibit 122 this pattern?
No, it would not.
Go back to this photograph, exhibit number 162. See that down there? What is that?
A foot.
Does that foot have a sock on there?
Doesn't appear to.
Does it have a shoe on there?
No, it does not.
could that foot have made that pattern that we see there?
No, could not.
What does it mean when this pattern is in what, blood, right?
Correct.
What does it mean in terms of the individual who wore this shoe, in terms of the sequencing and how this blood could have arrived there?
That they were walking through the bathroom after blood was shed.
And after they were wearing shoes?
And after they were, yes, correct.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Berry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to begin, before we get into some of the other things you talked about. Talked about being at the crime scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And a few moments ago, I think recently enough, I won't show you the picture again. The state showed you a bit of blood that was on the lip of the shower.
Correct.
Or the base of the shower, right?
Yes.
Okay. In the shower stall, the walls, everything that encased it, was there any blood found there?
On the floor only.
Okay, on the floor only, not on the walls?
No.
Okay. And no traces of blood on any of the walls, correct?
No.
Testing. Okay. Now I just want to go back to Exhibit 249. I believe this will demonstrate things a little better than the photos. A few moments ago, Mr. Martinez showed you the pool of blood that is denoted that was in the carpet that's denoted by this area. Do you recall seeing that?
I do.
Okay. And he asked you some questions about if there was any blood any farther inside the room than that point where the blood ended in the pool.
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned a few drops that were over towards the closet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you said there was no blood in the closet.
No blood in the closet.
And it seemed to me what the implication here was in terms of what you were saying is that someone could not have walked through the blood-covered carpet into the closet without bringing some trace of blood with them. Is that accurate?
It seems like a logical explanation,
Okay.
yes.
So, and ultimately what we're really saying, whether it's into the closet or not, no one would have walked through that pool of blood once it was deposited. Is that accurate?
Nobody would have walked
through it because we would have seen signs of transfer, at least towards the room, I should say.
But towards the bedroom, I didn't see anything beyond that one little area. Whether somebody would walk through, I don't know.
Right, and if I was unclear, I apologize. But no, you wouldn't see, there's no evidence of somebody having walked through after that blood was deposited there.
Correct.
Is that correct? That's all I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
With regard to somebody either walking through that area into the bedroom, where have we looked at that has all of the blood in it?
So all the blood is in the blood is in the master bathroom and that area of the carpet.
And in the master bathroom, is there something called water?
Yes.
Was water used in this case as part of an attempt by whoever it was to sort of change the patterns there?
Objections, to be honest, across.
Overruled.
Can you, after that pause, can you restate the question? Sorry.
Could you read it back to her, please?
Was water used in this case as part of an attempt by whoever it was to sort of change the matter?
I would say water did change the matter. As to the motivation, I wouldn't want to speculate on that, but water did alter what I saw.
And that water that was used in there, could that water also be used, for example, to wash, I don't know, hands? Could they also be done to do that?
Yes.
Could it also be done to, for example, clean feet? Could it be done to do that?
Yes.
And water, do you know what a towel is?
Yes.
Could a towel then, after water was used, could that be used to wipe up feet and hands and that sort of thing?
Way beyond the scope of cross.
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you saw anything or any other blood, if you will, Exhibit 249, in this area here, right?
Correct.
With regard to the properties of blood, is it difficult for water to clean them off the body, for example, the hands?
To wash blood off the hands?
Right.
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Looks like we have a few questions from the jury. Are there any other questions? Counsel, please approach. All right, the jurors have some questions for you. Is it possible for the shower to have been completely cleaned of blood on the walls and door with water?
It would wash away the appearance of it, so you wouldn't necessarily be able to see anything if you washed that, put enough water on it.
Would there have been some trace even if washed?
If we had done testing, we might have been able to prove that, yes.
Is there a way to measure the volume of blood in the rooms? And if so, where most of the blood was located?
As far as measuring a quantity of blood, it's really, I would say, more of a medical professional's opinion to be able to offer that. I could just say that it was an accumulation and there seemed to be quite a substantial amount of it, but I couldn't offer an opinion of how many milliliters it was.
Any other questions from the jury? Follow-up from the state?
No, thank you.
Mr. Nurmi.
Did I hear you correctly? You didn't test anything else in the shower?
In the shower, I did not do any testing in the shower.
And by we, you mean Mesa Police Department?
Well, that I personally didn't conduct any testing. I don't know about other units.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down. The state may call its next witness.
Calls Detective Flores.
Detective Flores, do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Your name, sir?
Detective Esteban Flores.
And yesterday we were talking about the statement that you had with or the telephonic conversation that you had with the defendant on June 25th of 2008, correct?
Yes.
And during that time, did you and she discuss her knowledge of the PIN numbers used by Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
And does Exhibit 295, clip number 23, include that portion of the conversation?
Yes.
Move for the admission of Exhibit 295.
May we approach?
You may. $295 is admitted.
Never give you his voicemail from his phone?
No.
Did you ever obtain it at any time?
I didn't have it, but he had one PIN number that he always used, and that was 1220. I don't know if that was his voicemail PIN number too. Oh, and he had a garage PIN that I have too, which is different. His 1220 was his PIN for his ATM, because there were many times when he gave his card to go get money.
Do you think he had his phone as well?
It's possible. I don't know what kind of. I mean, mine's not password protected. Oh, mine is password protected. Mine before it wasn't. So I just. So the one for his ATM was Joseph Smith's birthday, so that's how I always remember that. And then he gave me the garage PIN number, which was 0187, and I think that was Chris Hughes' birthday.
Oh.
Sir, as part of this investigation, were the police able to learn whether or not there were any roommates that Mr. Alexander had?
Yes, he had 2 roommates at the time.
And with regard to those 2 roommates, what are their names?
I cannot remember their names off the top of my head right now.
Do you know Zachary Billings? Do you know
Yes, Zachary Billings.
And Enrique was the other one? Right?
Yes.
With regard to those 2 individuals, did the police investigate their whereabouts at the time that this crime occurred?
Yes, we did.
And were you able to establish where they were at the time that this crime occurred?
Yes.
And were they associated in any way with this crime pursuant to your investigation?
They were not.
So did you have occasion to view the Inside Edition interview that the defendant gave in September of 2008? Were you able to view that?
Yes, I was.
With regard to that, were you able to listen as she discussed the issue of whether or not she had killed Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
And also whether or not any jury would convict her?
Yes.
Are those 2 excerpts, exhibits number 247 and 248?
Yes, they were.
I move for the admission of exhibits 247 and 248.
May we approach?
You may. Exhibits 247 and 248 are admitted.
Let's go listen to exhibit number 247. This is Exhibit 247.
I understand that everything, all of the evidence against me right now is very compelling.
What really happened in there?
In a nutshell, 2 people took Travis's life, 2 monsters.
You did not shoot Travis.
No, I've never even shot a real gun.
You did not stab him 27 times.
That's heinous.
Or
I've never.
slit his throat from ear to ear.
I can't imagine slitting anyone's throat.
So let's take a look at exhibit number 248.
No jury is going to convict me
Why not?
because I'm innocent, and you can mark my words on that one. No jury will convict me.
I don't have any other questions at this time.
Cross-examination.
Judge.
You may.
The 25th of June. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
okay.
correct.
And I think we heard you say that that entire conversation was about an hour and 45 minutes, the one we heard excerpts from?
Yeah, it was over an hour.
Okay. And during that phone conversation, you talked to her about how prior to her move, remember there was discussion about her move in April of 2008?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And during that discussion, you talked about how she talked about how she lived with Mr. Alexander for 4 or 5 days. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Was that anything you discussed with Mr. Alexander's roommates? Do you have any knowledge if they knew about that or not?
No, I did not ask them about that.
Okay. And during that same line of questioning, I guess, when she talked about moving back home to Wairika, there was some discussion about phone calls or phone contacts she had with Mr. Alexander subsequent to moving back to Wairika. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do the phone records bear that out? The phone records you obtained bear that out, that the two were conversing after she returned in April?
I would have to look at the phone records to be absolutely positive.
Okay.
I know they had constant contact back and forth with each other.
Okay. And there wasn't a point in time where that ceased for a long period of time, it would seem, right?
No.
Okay. So I guess we could assume then that probably took place in April, May of 2008, right? That phone contact.
Could have.
Okay. Now, there was also another case mentioned around the same time period. Miss Arias mentioned that she trashed his car.
Yes.
You recall that? And I just wanted to put it in context because of the excerpts. We were talking about an incident where a U-Haul dolly was involved and the engine exploded. That's what we're talking about, isn't it?
Yes, it was an accident. Basically.
Okay. Just a minute, Your Honor. I want to talk to you about, well, let's back way up a bit here, because I think you probably told us this the first time you took the stand, but could you remind us again how long you've worked for the Mesa Police Department?
19 years.
Okay. And how long you've been a detective?
For about, since 2002.
Okay. So I'm guessing way back when, 19 years ago, when you started as a patrol officer, I would assume?
Yes.
Okay. That you went through the academy, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And while you were at the academy, you probably learned the importance of report writing.
Yes.
Correct? And when I say report, we're talking about departmental reports. Sometimes we call them DRs.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And one of the things you probably learned is it's important to be honest and accurate as possible in those police reports because they could be used later on in proceedings such as these, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I suspect, and detective's a promotion, correct?
Not really in my department. It's more just like a lateral move. It's a specialty.
Okay, it's a special unit. But over the course of your career, I suspect you attempted to endeavor in becoming a detective. You expected to endeavor to make the most accurate and honest police report you could. Is that fair to say? Okay.
Yes.
Have you reviewed your police report recently, Detective?
Within the last few weeks, yes.
Okay. Well, let me maybe get a copy of it for you. Page 90. You could do me a favor, and I've opened it to page 17 for you. Read all the way the portion of begins with autopsy and ending at the portion just to yourself that begins with initial interview with Chris and Scott Hughes. Could you review that for me, please?
Sure. You said beginning with autopsy?
Yes, I believe that's at the very bottom of page 17. Your discussion of the autopsy goes to the middle of page 18.
Okay.
All right. And based on what we read there, it appears that you attended the autopsy of Mr. Alexander on 6/12 of 2008. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And just so we're clear as well, I see on your report
Hearsay, improper impeachment.
State your question.
it appears you authored your report on August 27th, of 2008. Is that correct?
Okay. Do you still have an objection?
Not for that.
All right, you may answer.
Yes, August 27th.
Okay. And just so we're clear, is that the day you wrote it, or do you is that the date it's finalized? How does that work?
That's the day it was, this section of the report, or this portion of it, was entered into our report management system.
Okay. So prior to writing a report, you take notes, something of that nature?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And then you get together at a certain point in time and put it together?
Yes.
And the final draft, so to speak, is what we're talking about of 8/27/2008?
Yes, and it gives it that timestamp of when it was finally entered.
All right. And in that report, you communicate, or it seems like you learned the fact that
Objection, hearsay, quote from the report, improper impeachment.
Restate your question.
right, and finished it. But it appears that you came away from that autopsy with the knowledge, or with the belief, that Mr. Alexander had been shot first. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you base that on your conversation with Dr. Horn, excuse me.
With my observations through the observation window, and also with a small conversation with the doctor.
Okay. And then do you recall on August 7th of 2009 giving some testimony in court related to this case?
Yes, it's almost a year later.
Yes. In a moment, Your Honor. And Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
Detective, this has been marked as Exhibit 260. I'm going to place it before you for now. I know you probably don't remember what you said exactly. As you pointed out, it was almost a year later to the police report that you wrote. But you were under oath when you gave this testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you could be so kind, let's see here, as to turn to page 18 of that document. And I'll draw your attention to line 14.
Yes.
And you were asked there if you had spoken to Dr. Horn about this case.
Hearsay.
It's sworn testimony, Judge.
Approach, please.
The answer you gave?
I stated I did.
Okay. And when did that conversation take place?
A day prior to this hearing.
Okay. So your conversation with Dr. Horn then would have took place on August 6, 2009?
Yes.
Okay. And you were in court for his testimony, correct?
I don't recall if I was or not.
Okay. Did you hear him testify to the idea that he didn't talk to you on August 6, 2009?
Objection to stasis, Dr. Horn's statement. He said he doesn't remember.
All right, so your testimony was that you spoke to Dr. Horn one day before you gave this testimony.
Are you talking about this testimony here?
Yes. Not testimony today, but testimony here. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And in that testimony, you were asked about the sequencing of injuries according to Dr. Horn. Is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And you were asked about, in terms of sequencing, which came first? Which wound came first, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what your answer was?
I answered that the gunshot was possibly first.
Okay. And what did you base your answer on?
Well, I'd spoken to Dr. Horn the day before over the phone on a short conversation, knowing that I was having a hearing on this matter, and discussed mainly what kind of pain the victim would have gone through at that time, if the victim had suffered at that time, those kinds of questions.
Okay.
And during that, we kind of discussed some other things, and one of them was very briefly the sequencing.
Okay. Well, you say very briefly, but this would be important if you're giving sworn testimony in court, right?
The sequencing was not that important in this case at that time.
So you felt it wasn't important to give accurate testimony in court in your prior proceedings? Is that what you're telling me?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the most important portion was whether the victim, Travis Alexander, suffered in this case.
Let me ask you not what's the most important portion. Let's focus on what I asked. What I asked was whether or not it was important to give accurate testimony when you're testifying in a court.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And you did testify to the idea that the gunshot wound to the head was first, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you went on, you were asked also in that hearing, and you also talked about unconsciousness and that sort of thing. But you also talked about whether or not after incurring the shot to the head, Mr. Alexander could be conscious. Do you recall being asked that?
Yes.
Okay. And you relayed, do you recall relaying the opinion that Mr. Alexander would be conscious after being suffering the shot to the head?
Yes, but that was my opinion at that time.
That was your opinion, but what you were, so you weren't relaying Dr. Horn's opinion as you said during those transcripts, you were relaying your own?
I would say that was my understanding of what the situation was, but I'm not the doctor, I'm not the ultimate decision maker on that.
So your claim here today is that when you were at this important proceeding in this death penalty case, you were giving your opinion as to what you thought Dr. Horn might think, as opposed to when you were testifying, you told the parties involved there that you'd spoken to him and this is what he believed.
That was my understanding.
You also gave opinions about that supported this theory that Mr. Alexander had been shot first, correct?
Yes, I do recall that.
Okay. I mean, specifically you talked about that he aspirated blood over the sink, correct?
Yes, I do remember that.
And what does that mean?
Aspirated blood means blood being aspirated through the mouth and through the nose and onto an object such as the sink or the mirror in this case.
Okay. So now you said, it was your misunderstanding of Dr. Horn's testimony and that sort of thing. And you said you weren't sure if you were here in court, but in these court proceedings, is this the first you've heard of a different story being told about when the wounds occurred?
No.
You've heard about it before?
Yes, during Dr. Horn's testimony.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about another testimony Dr. Horn gave, but I was here during his testimony the other day.
Okay. So during this trial, Dr. Horn's testimony, you were here, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I want to be accurate this time. And you heard him testify then that he hadn't spoken with you the day before the hearing, correct?
Objection to State's testimony. He said he didn't know.
Sustained.
You heard him also testify that says some of the things that we just talked about not losing consciousness, how that was something that he would never have said. You heard him say that?
Yes.
Okay. But that's what you testified to at the hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And so this change of story is something that you first heard about at trial?
No, it's not the first time I've heard of it.
Okay. When was the first time you heard this story changed?
I don't remember. It might be several months ago or a year ago.
What was the context?
I don't recall exactly, but I know Dr. Horn had gone and given an interview, I guess, with you and defense counsel, and something came out to me informing me of what he stated during the interview.
Okay. Did you make any attempts to correct the mistaken testimony you gave in 2009?
No, because I told the truth and spoke to what I believed at that time. I'm not about to change my testimony.
But it was inaccurate.
It was not inaccurate. It was mistaken.
Mistaken,
and that's my mistake if I mistook his words or misunderstood him. But I am not a doctor, and I'm not about to give testimony on experience of a doctor.
I'm not saying you're a doctor, detective. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm saying, and we just talked about it, about the importance of giving accurate testimony. And in this hearing, you were asked specifically, if you talked to Dr. Horn, you said yes. You were asked if Dr. Horn had an opinion of the sequencing of the injuries. Right?
Yes.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
They didn't ask you, what do you think, Detective Flores? What's your medical opinion? They didn't ask you that, did they?
No.
They asked you, what was Dr. Horn's opinion? And that's a pretty simple question, straightforward, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so what you're telling us today is that you substituted your judgment for his? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
No, if I gave that testimony, it was a misunderstanding of what Dr. Horn told me.
Okay. So, it's inaccurate, is what you're saying today?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what I asked you a few moments ago. Did you take any steps to correct your inaccurate testimony? And you said, no, it wasn't inaccurate. It was a misunderstanding.
Yes.
I'm confused. Well, is it inaccurate or is it a misunderstanding? Which is it?
Well, it's a misunderstanding of what Dr. Horn told me.
Okay, it's a pretty big one, isn't it?
No, I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? Okay. Judge, if we could take a break at this point in time.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 10 minutes after 3. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Counsel, could you approach for just a moment? All right. The defendant and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue with cross-examination.
Detective, this hearing on August 29th, who is representing the state at that hearing?
29th or August 7th? Is that the one you're talking about?
August 7th. I'm sorry if I said another date. I apologize. August 7th, 2009. Who is representing the state?
I believe it was Mr.
Goes to motive and bias.
Overruled. You may answer. You may. Approach.
Was a misunderstanding I had with Dr. Horn.
Okay. Well, you were asked some pretty specific questions. You were asked if it was Dr. Horn's opinion that this rendered the victim unconscious, or did he still remain conscious? That's a pretty specific question, right?
Yes.
And you answered, he said it would have possibly rendered the victim unconscious, but definitely could have been conscious, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You also said, or you were asked, but in the circumstance based on all the other injuries, it was his opinion that it did not render him unconscious, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you say that you misunderstood that, you misunderstood Dr. Horn. That's your testimony here today, right?
In the conversation I had with him prior to that hearing, I had spoken to him regarding the anguish, the amount of pain, the suffering that Travis would have gone through that day.
I'm going to object. It's non-responsive in 403.
Sustained.
Can you repeat the question?
I'm asking that you're claiming that what you said in that was a misunderstanding of Dr. Horn's, your conversation with Dr. Horn.
Yes.
That's what it was. Okay.
Yes, it is.
And, you know, we've seen Miss Arias have interviews on television. You gave one as well, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you recall who that was for?
I believe it was CBS.
Okay. And my recollection, you would probably know better than I, but that appeared to be a pretty lengthy interview. Is that correct?
Hour or so, maybe.
Over an hour, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. And in that particular occasion, you offered the same theory that Mr. Alexander had been shot first. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you did that on a couple of different occasions. Is that right?
Yes, that's what I believed.
Okay. And so, but this was based on your misunderstanding of Dr. Horn. That's what you're telling us, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you repeated this misunderstanding. You put this misunderstanding first in your police report, right?
Yes.
And second time under oath and giving sworn testimony, you perpetrated the same misunderstanding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then again, you did it while being interviewed on national television. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I believed.
Okay. Thank you, Detective.
Redirect.
Sir, with regard to the police report that was shown to you in terms of the sequencing of the shots, take a look at it again and see whether or not anywhere in Exhibit 290, starting with DA00018, and then going to the previous page, which is 17, whether or not you ever indicate a sequencing of injuries, ever.
No.
It doesn't indicate that, does it?
No, it does not.
In fact, with regard to that, do you talk about the wounds that the victim received, yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Do you talk about the lacerations and the puncture wounds and the length that they might be?
Yes.
Do you talk about whether or not there was stippling to those wounds?
Yes.
Do you talk about a report as to which injuries may have been fatal or not?
Yes.
Do you also talk about the knife wounds in the back and how far they went in?
Yes, I did.
Do you talk about whether or not those were fatal?
Yes.
Do you talk about whether or not the victim had any defensive wounds to him?
Yes.
Do you talk about whether or not he attempted to protect himself during the attack?
I did.
Do you talk about whether the fatal wounds consisted of stab wounds to the center of the chest? Did you talk about that?
Yes.
Did you talk about what damage that wound caused?
Yes, I did.
And did you talk about whether or not the wound to the throat was fatal?
Yes.
And then you also talked about the manner of death, whatever that may have been, right?
Correct.
Anywhere there, do you talk about any sequencing at all?
There's no sequencing in there at all.
And this was written when? Why don't you tell me again when this was written?
It was written in August of that year.
2008?
Yes.
Why don't you just take a look at it and see what date it was actually written?
It was written and submitted on August 27th of 2008 at 4:29 p.m.
And nowhere do you indicate any sequencing, do you?
No.
Do you ever indicate anywhere here that Dr. Horn said or gave you a sequencing of events?
No.
Or injuries, I'm sorry. Do you?
No.
With regard to Exhibit 260, that was a hearing in which you testified at, correct?
Yes, it was.
It was under oath, wasn't it?
Yes.
Prior to that hearing, did you speak to Dr. Horn?
Yes, the day prior.
With regard to speaking to Dr. Horn, did you speak to him about any potential suffering by the victim?
That was the main focus.
Objection, Your Honor, 403 is not an issue here.
Overruled to that question.
With regard to that particular conversation that you had, and the defense attorney, was it somebody else at that time?
Yes.
And there
Yes. Yes, it was.
And there was more than one, wasn't there?
Yes.
And with regard to that, you were asked about Dr. Horn. The question was, he did indicate that he was not certain as to which came first, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked as to which injuries the belief was came first. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And do you remember then that the defense attorneys objected because you didn't know what you were talking about? Do you remember that?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Do you remember them objecting to foundation because you didn't know what you were talking about?
Yes, I do remember that.
Are you a medical doctor?
No, I'm not.
But you were allowed to testify anyway, right?
Yes.
Because of the type of hearing that it was, wasn't it?
Yes.
And was it your understanding, just your understanding, that whether or not hearsay was allowed at that hearing?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
The question was his understanding?
His understanding. Overruled.
Yes.
And could you tell us what you thought Dr. Horn had said?
I thought Dr. Horn,
Yeah, but you could tell us what you thought Dr. Horn said, right?
yes,
And you told us what you thought he said, right?
I did.
Were you correct?
No, I was not.
And with regard to the opinion that you gave, prior to giving that opinion, you know who Lisa Perry is, don't you?
Yes.
Who is she?
She works for the Mesa Police Department lab.
And Lisa Perry, did you talk to her before rendering that opinion back in August of, 2009?
Yes.
Did you talk to her?
I talked to her on many occasions, yes.
But did you talk to her in anticipation of that hearing?
Yes.
And did she give you any opinions that you incorporated, yes or no?
Yes, a few.
And still you went ahead with what you thought was your opinion, right?
Yes.
And your opinion was based on conversations with Dr. Horn. Those conversations with Dr. Horn, were they recorded?
No, they were not.
And were they in person or telephonic?
Telephonic.
And the majority of the time, what was the subject area that you were spent talking about?
The suffering of the victim.
Did he ever write anything to you, giving you the sequence of events?
No, he never did.
Did you ever see anything written by him indicating anything of the sequencing of events?
No.
So the bottom line, that information that you gave, whose opinion was it? Was it yours or Dr. Horn's?
It was my opinion.
I don't have anything else.
Can you approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Can you spell your first and last name?
Jodi, Jodi, Legg, Legg.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Please walk around and have a seat.
Your name, please?
Jodi, Legg.
And who do you work for?
I work for the City of Mesa Crime Lab.
What do you do there at the crime lab?
I'm a forensic scientist 3. I work in the biology department.
And what do you do there in the biology department?
I specifically analyze evidence for the presence of DNA. Hopes to get a DNA profile.
One of the things that we've learned earlier today is that there's a screener that's involved. you know what a screener is, correct?
Yes.
What is a screener? Well, are you the same thing as a screener?
When we say screener, another term for that is serologist.
Right.
And the screener or the serologist is the person that actually looks at the evidence up front and decides what areas to swab or to cut in order to send through to DNA. And so prior to moving on to DNA, you would be trained, all people would be trained as a serologist. And so yes, I am a screener and a DNA analyst.
How does your job differ from that of a screener?
My job as a DNA analyst, I accept the evidence from the screener and then perform DNA analysis on that particular item. I don't necessarily look at each item and decide what area to cut or swab.
What is your educational background, for example, your college background, and then we'll talk a little bit about your training.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from SLU in Louisiana. I have numerous classes in chemistry and biology, postgraduate level, and in-house training and external training.
How long have you been in the position that you're in where you actually conduct DNA testing?
I have been with the City of Mesa since 2004. Prior to that, I have 15 years of experience as a research chemist, not in a forensics field.
And with regard to DNA, I think we sort of know what that is, but what is DNA? First of all, what does it stand for?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's actually the genetic information that is held inside our cells, in the nuclei of the cells. It comes from our mother and father. It's inherited.
And, well, my question is this. Everyone has this DNA.
Everyone has DNA.
And just by way of illustration only, doesn't everybody have, for example, one hand, two arms, two legs, that sort of thing, two eyes and a nose and a mouth, right?
Correct. For the most part, all of us are very much alike. There's only a very small portion of our DNA that is completely unique to us.
So I guess what I'm asking is, the type of work that you do, what is it that you do that allows you to, for example, differentiate the biological substance from that of somebody else if most of the DNA is the same?
The specific locations that we look at in forensic DNA analysis are locations that would be specific to an individual.
So those are the ones that, if you look at, they're the ones that differentiate that individuals amongst ourselves? Is that how it works?
Those are the very low percentage of locations that are differentiate.
And if you want to, once you do this process, what does the result look like? Is it a graph that goes up and down? Is it numbers? Is it in writing? Exactly what is it that is the end result of the examination?
You will have a graphic representation and numbers, so you'll have peaks with numbers underneath.
With regard to the peaks and the numbers underneath, are you the one that actually interprets the peaks, or is that just automatically done by a machine?
The instrumentation will provide the graphs for you, then the analyst looks at it and compares it to known graphs and numbers to decide if there's a match or not.
And what area we're looking at chromosomes, right?
Correct.
Certain areas. How many areas of the chromosome do we look at?
16 different locations.
Right. Do you also look at the sex marker, as they call it?
Yes, it's called amylogenin.
Is that included in the 16, or is that 16 plus 1?
It's included in.
So you look at the sex marker, and then you look at 16 locations, is that right?
The sex marker plus 15 others.
Right. I see. And if you look at location 1, whatever that may be, and you get the results, are the results numerical? Can they be numerical?
They can be numerical.
So when there's do you know what a profile is?
Yes, a profile would be the compilation of the numbers attributed to the peaks.
And so you look at, for example, the 15, do you know what the word loci is?
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Locations on the chromosome.
And so you look at these locations, and then you get one number, or what is it that you get?
You can get one or two numbers if it's a single individual. Each of us, like I said, we get the DNA from our parents, one from our mother and one from our father. So if your mother and father have the same, you may have one peak, but otherwise you can have two peaks. So a single profile, you'll have no more than two. a mixture of more than, you would have 3 or more.
Let's say that the contribution from the mother is a 12. Let's just pick that number.
Okay.
And the contribution from the father is a 12. You still report both locations, though, right?
Correct, but you'd only see a single peak.
Right, and it's still the same number, but it's still, you do report the 2 locations. Though.
That's correct.
So that if you get a full profile at each location has 2 readings, correct? 2 numbers.
2 numbers associated with it.
One associated with mom and one associated with the dad, right?
Correct.
And this profile, or these numbers, are then compared to the other profiles to see if there's a match, right?
That's correct.
And so what we're talking about is a matching of numbers.
Exactly.
And if, for example, at one of the areas, one of the loci, there is not a match, let's say that instead of a 12 and 12, and everything else matches, you have a 12 and 13, is that a match, sort of a match, or not at all?
It depends on if there's any other information available in the graphical representation.
How about if you get 2 of them that are not the same? 12 and 12 of one, and the person that you're looking at is a 12 and a 13, and the other place is a 13 and 13, and the result is a 13 and a 14. Do you know what an exclusion is?
If there is no other numbers or peaks present, and a known sample is, say, a 12, 13, and then your graphical representation in the numbers was, say, a 13, 14, then it would be a no match. The person would be excluded.
In real life, I mean, obviously we don't get a situation where you could always get one pristine sample of the unknown, and then because people are always touching things and that sort of thing.
Correct.
What's that called? What happens if more than one person touches it, say 2 people?
You would end up with what's known as a mixture of DNA.
Even though it's a mixture, are you then able to still tell whether or not it's a match to 1 person, 2 people? Can you still do that?
Yes, you can.
In this case, how many known samples were submitted to you for comparison? The names, if you will. Do you have
I had 2 samples submitted.
Well, no, not samples, but known. In other words, do you know what a buccal swab is?
2 buccal swabs were submitted.
So only 2 buccal swabs of known people were submitted?
Correct.
Nobody. Okay. Who were they of?
One was of Jodi Arias and one was of Travis Alexander.
And with regard to Jodi Arias, did you develop this profile?
Yes.
And with regard to Mr. Alexander, did you develop this profile?
Yes.
Did you look at the profiles between the 2 of them to see if they matched each other?
They did not match each other.
So far so good, right?
Yes.
And in terms of the crime scene, did you receive a item that was purportedly near a wall, item 77 is what it was, for you to take a look at and submit it and check to see whether or not there was any DNA and whether or not you could develop a profile?
I received a swab from the wall.
All right. And were you able to develop a profile? First of all, was there any biological substances there?
There was biological substance in that a profile was developed.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the last part. Am I here?
A profile was developed.
Okay. And that profile, tell me about that profile.
It was a mixture of DNA.
And this mixture of DNA, this mixture profile, were you then able to compare it, for example, to Travis Alexander's profile?
Yes.
And when you did that, what were the results?
The mixture turned out to be the major contributor to
Let me stop you there. What do you mean when you say major contributor?
When you have a mixture of DNA, we were talking about earlier that you can have a graphical representation with peaks. You can look at it and see which peaks are larger. You're able to determine who gave more DNA to the profile than another. So a major profile can be picked out.
Right.
That major profile matched Jodi Arias.
Okay.
The remaining, what we would call a minor profile, the lesser contributor, matched Travis Alexander.
All right. So what does it mean that a person's a major contributor in terms of the quantity, I guess, of DNA, since we're talking major and minor?
The quantity you would assume that the quantity was higher because the peaks are larger for that contribution.
But was there a result at every one of the loci for Travis Alexander?
No.
So what does that mean that there wasn't a result at all of the loci?
It just means that there was not enough DNA present to develop a full profile.
was there a full profile, enough DNA from Jodi Arias to have a full, if you will, profile?
No.
And so there was not a full profile for him, not a full profile for her, correct?
That's correct.
But even though that's there, were there any exclusions? In other words, could Jodi Arias be excluded?
No.
Could Mr. Alexander be excluded?
No.
So what is your opinion, I guess?
My opinion is that both of them were present in the profile.
And the biological substance that was submitted, was it blood or do you know?
I don't know.
You just know that it's some
It's a biological material.
How about with regard to the hair? Did you have anything to do with the root of a hair?
There was 2 pieces of hair that were submitted.
Okay.
One of the pieces contained a root, and the second piece was further up on the hair. So a hair, I believe it was a length of hair that was cut with one portion containing a root, and then the next portion was that piece right adjacent to it.
With regard to this hair, do you know whether or not it was item number 6 from the scene?
I don't know. We have property ID numbers that I deal with in the lab that are different than the item numbers at the scene.
Do you have any description on your report that indicates what number they may have been at the scene?
It would have been a 39 something. Can I refer to my report? I can give you the numbers.
And again, Judge, I'm going to request that you mark it.
Sure. If I can have
Do you need it? Do you want just that one? I'm so sorry.
Take a look at Exhibit 322 in terms of the hair and see if you can find out what item number it may have been.
It would be item number 392692-A.
But you don't know what item number it was out at the scene then?
I do not, I'm sorry.
But you did do a hair, right?
Yes.
And in terms of the actual hair part, not the root, were you able to get a result?
Not the root?
Not the root.
Okay, the hair was cut into 2 sections. So the part that did not contain the root, there was a profile developed that matched Travis Alexander. The portion of the hair that did contain the root matched to Jodi Arias.
So explain to me what we have here in terms of the part of the hair that matched Mr. Alexander. What are we talking about there?
There was biological material on top of the hair. With a hair and DNA analysis, you need a root material to do what's known as nuclear DNA. Our DNA is housed in the nucleus of the cells. And so for hair, if I pull my hair out and the root is present on the end of it, I can get a DNA profile from that root material, from that end only. If I go further up into the hair, and just take, a broken off piece that's just the shaft of the hair, there is no nuclei in that section. And so the 2 different sections are cut to say, okay, the root comes from this particular donor of a profile, and the next area of it, I can tell who does the substrate or the substance on top of the hair belong to.
So the substance on top of this hair that you examined, the profile matched who?
Travis Alexander.
How about the root? Who did that match?
The root matched Jodi Arias.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, we have no questions for Ms. Lake.
Any questions from the jury for this witness? I see no hands. You may step down. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the recess for the weekend. We will see you on Monday, 10:30 a.m. Please arrive by 10:25. Remember the admonition. Are there any questions? Have a nice weekend. You are excused.
And in this case, that's what we have here, right?
Yes.
So let's say that you click on for an image, and you want to click or take another image. How does that work? Do you have to push another button?
You have to
Hold
press.
on.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Do you have to push another button, or just tell me how it works?
It depends on the setting you have the camera on. Some cameras will give you a setting where you could do repeated photos by pressing onto it and not letting it go. And other cameras, you have to press on it multiple times.
Okay. But do you, in terms of the focusing, is this an automatic focus? Is that how that works, or do you know?
It has a setting for automatic focus, which is what's usually the camera would be on.
So if you just hold it down, you can keep taking photographs? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
With regard to your examination of this, we talked about it being somewhat similar to a computer. Did you actually follow that kind of route for the examination of this camera, or did you do something else?
For the camera, once I had a power cord for it, I connected it via a USB connection to a white blocker that's connected to the computer, and I tried to see if I was able to obtain anything from the camera memory, and I was not able to.
So you plugged it in, you go to memory, you can't find anything, right? What was the condition of the camera? Was it the condition of the camera, or was it because items were not in there?
I was not able to find any items saved to the internal memory of the camera.
And what was the condition of the camera? We know that it had been found in a washing machine, but what was the condition of the camera?
It turned on, and I was able to use it. It was turned on. I was able to turn it on and see that it worked.
Okay. And were any parts of it broken? Or?
I believe the actual button to take the pictures was loose.
Okay. So how were you able to determine that?
It kind of moved off of it as I manipulated the camera.
And were there any other items that were off of it? For example, was there any cover in the back that was off of it, anything like that?
No, it looked exactly how it looks now.
This SIM card that we have there.
Can I put down?
Yeah. With regard to that, if you put water on it, would that affect? Right. If you put water on it, on the SIM card, would that affect it? In other words, its capabilities and its ability to work, or not?
It can.
How about bleach? Would that also affect it?
Yes.
In this case, were you able to look at the camera and see where this SIM card was?
Yes, I was.
Were you the person who actually removed it?
Yes.
And tell me a little bit in terms of its safeguards and protection from moisture. Why don't you tell me a little bit about where the SIM card was located?
The SIM card, well, it's not a SIM card, it's a memory stick, I'm sorry.
Memory stick?
Yeah.
What's the difference between what I've been saying and a SIM card?
It's a similar type of a storage device. The SIM card is more used for phones.
I see. And so this is a memory stick. Go ahead,
Right.
tell me.
And the memory stick, I from my recollection, had like a little cover on it, and then it was inside of the camera itself, in the area in the camera where you put the memory card in.
So my question was it protected from water and that sort of thing?
It could have been, yes.
Okay. And you have that memory stick there, correct?
Yes.
And what exhibit number is it?
215?
It's actually very small, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that a function of how much it can store, or is it just that it's small because of the camera?
I believe it's more of a function so it could be put in the camera and not take much space in the camera.
So now you have this camera, you've now plugged it in, you're about to start your analysis. What do you do next?
After I was done with the camera itself, then I went on to the actual card.
To the what?
To the memory stick media device.
And what did you do with that? I know that previously you said, well, I would normally make a mirror image and then I would use that for the analysis. Did you do that here or not?
Not exactly the same way, no.
No, why?
What happened was I connected the card to a card viewer. Viewers, basically you could connect multiple different sizes of cards to it, and that's connected to the computer via USB.
Okay.
That also, I have a USB write blocker which I use. That gets connected, the viewer gets connected into the USB blocker, which is connected into my forensic computer machine. When I try to bring up the card, it wouldn't come up. I checked updates on my hardware blocker to make sure I was completely updated on all the new updates. I was. I restarted the computer, which is what we typically do in the computer world. When something doesn't work, you just restart the computer and see if it works. Tried it again, didn't work. I tried it on my other computer because I had two. I tried it in my partner's computer, didn't work. At that time, the only alternative I had to try to get an image of it was to actually stick it into, use the card reader and actually connect the card reader directly into my machine.
And were you able to get some results with regard to that?
At that point in time, it did come up and I was able to see it in the computer.
And what were you able to see? Were there items that were there for you to look at that had not been deleted? Were there items there that had been deleted, or was there a combination?
There were a combination of items that I was able to see initially that were not deleted.
So in other words, there were actual photographs on that memory stick that had not been deleted.
Yes, right? There were actual active files on the memory card.
But there were also images that had been deleted, right?
Yes. Once I went ahead and made an image of the card, a forensic image of the card, I went ahead and used EnCase to look through the card.
I understand that, but there were some images that were deleted, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to the deletion process involving the camera, how many steps for a person to, let's talk about one image, how many steps would a person have to take in order to, you can take the camera out, to actually delete an image from that camera?
It will be a 5-step process.
Okay, explain to me why it would be 5 steps.
First step will be to press the playback button, which is located on the back of the camera above the little LCD screen that it has.
And what does that do?
When you press the playback button, it brings you to the screen on the camera where you could select. It brings up the screen of the camera where you can see photos on it.
So when it brings up the screen, do you see 1, 2, 3? How many photos do you see, or do you just see one?
It depends on what was. Sometimes it may bring up the last image that was taken.
And it may bring up other images,
right.
Correct? What if you want to delete it, not the last image, but an image before that? Do you then have to scroll back, or what do you have to do?
You can scroll back to do that, but you will have to select menu first to then select, which will be the third step, to select delete.
Okay, so we're at the first step, and the first step again.
The first step is pressing playback.
Okay, and then you see something. Then what's the next step?
The second step will be to press the menu button, which is located to the right of the LCD screen.
And why would the person need to press the menu button?
That's where you get the option to select delete.
All right, so you've now done that. And when you get the option to delete, are you deleting whole schemes of things, or are you just deleting one image in the way we're describing it here?
Once you hit the button, you select delete, then you have multiple ways of deleting.
Okay, so we're at the menu portion then, right?
Right.
Then what's the next thing that you do?
The next thing would be to select delete from the menu portion. That's step number 3.
So when you select, what are you selecting? What are you trying to get?
You select delete. Once you select delete, then the 4th step will be to determine how you want to delete.
When you say how you want to delete, what are we talking about? I thought if you just push the button, delete, it's done.
Well, there's multiple ways of deleting. You can either delete one image, you select one image to delete, you can select multiple images, or you can select an entire folder containing images.
With regard to this camera, and you said it did have deleted items, but it also had items that weren't deleted, right?
Yes.
So do you have an opinion as to whether or not there was a choice as to the individual making a choice to actually delete some and not others?
Objection, foundation, and speculation.
Sustained.
With regard to this, were all of them deleted, all the photos deleted?
No.
Were only some deleted?
Yes.
And in your process that you're talking about, is that the 4th step, that there is a choice to be made?
Yes.
Then what's the 5th step?
The 5th step will be deleting the ones that you choose to delete.
So that would be the 5th step, right?
Yes.
Go ahead, do it. How long will it take? Can you do that, or is it not powered up enough for you?
It's not powered up for me to do that, but it will, depending on how you do it, for one image, it will take the step process. I have to select it, wait for that to show up. I will have to select menu, then select on delete. Then I will have to go ahead and look at the image and whether I want to do multiple images or one image, and then I have to select delete again.
So you said that there were some deleted images and there was also some images that were not deleted. The images that were not deleted, did you look at those?
Yes.
And generally, or not generally, but what can you remember that those images or photographs were of?
There were photographs of Mr. Alexander in the shower.
And those were not deleted?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm talking about the not deleted ones.
Oh, not deleted? I don't know what the images were offhand.
Okay, but you do, there were the ones that were not deleted, correct?
There were quite a few not deleted images.
And with regard to the images that were not deleted, how is it that you go about capturing those in this case? How did you go about doing that?
As far as using my forensic software?
Just how is it that they then turn out to be a picture? You're going through it and then it becomes a picture at some point, right?
Right, when I look at it on my software, I select image view and it shows me all the images. And initially it'll show me all the images that are in there, so I start seeing all the images that were not deleted.
Okay. And with regard to the items that were deleted, were there some that involved Mr. Alexander in the shower?
Yes.
Were there also some nudes that appeared people were involved in some sort of sexual activity?
Yes.
Was it a man and a woman?
Yes.
And then there were also 3 others that were at the end, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the first set of photographs. Take a look at exhibits 164 through 169. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And were those images that you recovered from the camera from the deleted space of that camera?
These are images that I recovered from the unallocated space of the camera.
Okay. When I said deleted and you said unallocated, explain to me what's the difference. Does it mean that unallocated, those are not deleted images?
No, it does not mean that, but it's a little different.
Why don't you tell me about it then?
A deleted image, in any case, is referred as to one that you can recover, fully recovering the entire directory of the file.
Okay.
With an unallocated one, and what I mean by the directory, it means in like a computer, when you're looking at a file, it'll tell you when it was created, and if it was deleted, it'll tell you when. With unallocated space, that part of the file may not be there.
In other words, the time when it was deleted isn't there.
Right. The part of the file that contains all that information would not be with the file, and the only thing you may be able to find is the actual image, or you may find sometimes partial images or partial files.
Are you also able to find, with regard to those that are in an unallocated space, are you able to find the date and time that the images were created?
Typically you may not, but in this case, these images, when you take them with this camera, it embeds the date and time that the camera has set on it to the file itself.
And so with the photographs, at least that some of them, comes the date and time.
Yes.
And I noticed that some of them are blurry and some of them are not. What's the reason for that?
The blurry ones were thumbnails, and when you make the thumbnail bigger, it becomes blurry.
And you previously explained to us what a thumbnail was, but just so that we're clear, this grouping that you have, does it include both full photographs as well as thumbnails?
Yes, it does.
So if the camera takes a photograph, which is normal size, and it also creates a thumbnail, when is the choice made by the camera to keep the thumbnail versus the larger size photograph? How does that work?
Typically, when you take the photo, both are created by the camera.
Well, in this case, why didn't you get the one that wasn't the thumbnail?
Because these images here were all deleted previously.
And so what happens then to the larger version when they're in the deleted or unallocated space?
The deleted ones that are not the same as the thumbnail, were not found with the thumbnail, may have been overwritten by other photos that were placed on the drive. On the card.
But the thumbnail ones were not.
The thumbnail was not.
So in other words, they both went to the same place, but one of them may have been covered up. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, just overwritten.
Right.
So it's basically
your term is overwritten. Okay. We'll go for the admission of exhibits 164 through 169.
we approach?
You may. Exhibits 164 through 169 are admitted.
Sir, looking at these photographs, some of them have a date and time on there. Did the photographs, when you recovered them, have the date and time on there, or is that something that was recovered as part of the process using the end case report?
The photo itself,
I'm talking about the writing on
the writing that was created with the end case.
And then the date and time also?
The date and time was what the date and time end case showed on the photograph. For your image, I'm not sure how that got on there.
Well, why don't you just take a look at these and tell me, for example, the date and times on there. Where did they come from is the question.
They came from the end case report, the way it's dated.
Okay, great. First of all, let's take a look at Exhibit 164 and start. What's the date and time for this one?
It's kind of difficult for me to see.
You want to look at the photograph?
1:42:53 p.m.
And it does say something about unallocated clusters, doesn't it?
Yes.
We've been talking about unallocated space and that sort of thing. Is that the same thing, or is that something else?
That's the same thing.
And then it is an image of a female, correct?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 166. That's the image of a male, correct?
Yes, it is.
What is this right here? Do you know what that is?
It looks like a bottle of personal KY, I believe, personal lubricant.
And what's the date and time on that one?
6408 at 1:44:50 p.m.
And then Exhibit 165. What's the date and time on that one?
6408, 1:44 p.m.
Sir, if we then take a look at Exhibit 167, do you see this right here in the foreground? Do you know what that is?
I can't make it out.
If you then take a look at Exhibit number 166, do you have any idea what that might be?
That one I mentioned earlier.
Could it be that same bottle of personal
lubricant?
Sir, let me. Could it be the same bottle of personal lubricant? This item here, what's the top? What color is that?
It's blue.
The bottom down here, what color is that?
It's lighter in color, appears to be white.
Exhibit 166, what's the color of the top?
Blue.
And the body, if you will, of it?
White.
This back here is what? Do you know what that is?
I believe it's a TV.
All right. And why is this so blurry as compared to, for example, Exhibit 166?
That one's a thumbnail.
And with regard to a thumbnail, why again is it that these are blurry and the other ones are not?
Because the smaller the image is, when you try to enlarge it, it becomes blurry because of the pixelation of it. So the larger the image, the more leeway you have with making it bigger or making it smaller, and it still seems clear.
Exhibit 168. This is one that's blurry, correct?
Yes.
But do you see this item up here?
Yes.
Exhibit 166, the model there. What color does that appear to you to have the same sort of form as the model in Exhibit 166?
Yes, it does.
It says here, unallocated clusters. How come there's no date and time there?
I was not able to locate a date and time on that one.
But you used the same process for these photographs as you did for the others?
Yes.
In Exhibit 169, this one is also from...
Unallocated clusters.
And we don't know the date and time on that one?
No, I do not.
So if we're going to at least look through the timing of this, the first one in terms of time is 1:44:50 p.m., right?
Correct.
I'm sorry, we take a look at Exhibit 165. That's an earlier time of 1:44, correct?
Yes.
In Exhibit 167, the time is what?
1:47:15.
As part of examining the camera, did you also have occasion to find some other photographs of a male that is nude in the shower?
While examining the memory card, yes.
Look at Exhibits 141 through 160. Recognize them?
Yes.
Were these the items that were also part of the memory stick from this camera that we've been talking about?
Yes.
And you were the one that actually pulled them up, correct?
Yes, I was.
And the times and the date on there, they also appear on this end case report and then added to the photographs.
Yes.
And just so that we're clear, the time and date, is that something that came from a computer or is that something that came from the memory stick itself?
It was put there by the camera itself when it saved the photo to the camera, to the memory stick.
I move for the addition of Exhibit 141 to 160.
No objection.
Exhibits 141 through 160 are admitted.
take a look at 141. And what's the date and time?
6408 at 5/22/24.
Were you out at the Queensboro address as part of the investigation or not?
Yes.
Did you happen to go upstairs to look where the body was found?
Yes.
And do you happen to recognize this shower area?
Yes.
Is this the area where the body was found?
From what I was told, I wasn't there when the body was there.
Okay, how about when you were there? And was the body there when you went there, or had the body been removed?
I believe it was removed when I saw the shower.
Okay. And the time there is 5:22 and 24 seconds, right?
Yes.
Exhibit number 142. What time is it on there?
It's at 5:22:36.
By my calculation, that's 12 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
So hence my question before in terms of the camera. If there's 12 seconds between it, is that a function of the person adjusting for the shot, or is it a function of the camera not requiring some, maybe focusing or something? Can you tell at all or not?
It would, to me, it would be more of a function of the person taking their time to take another photo.
And if a person were to take this photograph, the camera, would it, given the way the photographs are taken, would the camera have to be in the right hand or the left hand?
Naturally, you would take the photo with your right hand. That's the easiest way to do it.
And why do you say that's the easiest way to do it?
Because with the left hand, you have to reach across the other side of the camera with your hand to press the button to take the photo.
And would you then run the danger, if you will, of putting your finger in front of the...
Right, you would have to somehow reach over.
Exhibit 140. This is at
5:22:54.
And if you look at this one, this seems a lot darker, doesn't it?
Yes.
This camera, you did indicate it had an auto feature, correct?
Yes.
If one is darker and one is not, what does that indicate to you, whether or not the camera was an auto feature or not? Or does it indicate anything at all?
It may indicate that it was being messed with. I don't know.
Well, in terms of the lighting, if the lighting hadn't been changed, let's assume that, and one is darker like this than the other, what does that mean in terms of the camera and the settings on it?
The setting could have been changed.
And so somebody would have had to change the settings, right? Exhibit 144. This is at what time?
5:23:00.
And how many seconds later is that?
6.
Exhibit 145, what do we see there? Is the exposure, in other words, is the lighting there the same as in the previous two?
It appears to be similar.
And when was this taken?
5:23:24.
Exhibit 146. What time was this taken?
5:23:30.
How many seconds apart?
6.
How about exhibit 147? What time was it taken?
5:24:30,
And the previous one was taken what time?
5:23:30.
Exhibit 148. See that?
Yes.
I want you to compare it to Exhibit 147. In Exhibit 147, what side of the face is the person, what side of the face is being photographed?
The right side.
And in Exhibit 148, what side?
The left side.
They both appear to be getting wet, don't they?
Yes.
See that right there? And you see that right there?
Yes, I do.
The positioning of the person taking it changed, right? Taking the photograph, it appears, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
If, when you were up there, you saw where the shower head was, right?
Yes.
Did the shower head position change?
No.
Did you see any other shower head that would have spouted out water or other than that one?
I just saw one shower head.
See the difference in times there. What are they? Can you tell?
I can't read it.
Bring it
It's
in.
kinda blurry.
And see it there?
5:24:48,
So how many seconds apart are they?
18.
Exhibit 149. Again, it's the left side of his head, correct?
Yes.
And the times on these?
5:24:52, 5:24. It's kind of blurry. I think it says 48.
All right, and if it is 48, how many second differential is that?
4.
Now, if we take a look at Exhibit 150, are you able to tell where the water is coming from?
Yes.
What part?
It's from the right side of the photo. Upper right.
Pardon?
Upper right side of the photo.
Can you tell from this how close the individual was taking this photograph, or is it such that the photograph has a zoom kind of feature that would prevent you from doing that?
The camera does have zoom, so I wouldn't know how close they were.
But it is what side of the face is that?
That's the left side of the face.
And the time?
5:24:56, 5:24:52.
And that's 4 seconds differential, right?
Correct.
Exhibit 151. What is this up here?
Water from the shower.
And do you have any idea what these droplets could be?
It could be from the door, shower door. It could be water that got on the camera lens itself.
Okay. What's the time on this one?
5:25:00.
And the differential between that one and the previous one?
4 seconds.
Exhibit 159.
5/29/20.
Based on what you see there, can you tell whether or not the person's standing or not?
To me, he looks like he's sitting.
And the differential between that one and the previous exhibit is how much time?
4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Well, okay. Exhibit 160. What's the time on that?
5 minutes, 5:30, 30 seconds.
And the previous time was?
5/29/20.
Let's take a look at some other exhibits. Exhibit number 158. What's the time there?
It's kind of blurry on my end here.
Let me have you look at it.
Uh, 5:28. Oh, sorry. I may need to get glasses. 5:29:12.
Would it be 5:29:12 or something else?
I can't tell if that's an 8 or not. I may need to get myself
How
some
about
reading glasses.
5:29? Hold on. Is that 5:29:20?
5:29:20.
On the screen, and this one right here is 5:29:12, right?
Yes.
Exhibit 157 is what time?
5:28:54.
Exhibit 156 is
5:27:28.
Exhibit 155 is what time?
5:27:18.
Exhibit 154 is what?
5:27:12.
And exhibit 153 is
5:26:56.
Exhibit 160 is
5:30:30.
Did you also recover another grouping of photographs from the memory stick of that camera?
Yes, I did.
Take a look at exhibits 161, 162, and 163. You recognize those?
Yes.
These images that you also located in the unallocated portion of that memory stick.
Yes.
Move for the admission of exhibits numbers 161 to 163.
No objection.
Exhibits 161, 162, and 163 are admitted.
Take a look at exhibit 1, 161. What do you see there?
It's the ceiling area and the upper wall portion of the bathroom,
What is this over here?
the door frame.
And what is this right here?
It's metal. To me, it looks like the shower area.
It looks what?
It might be the shower area. I'm not sure.
It might be
the shower.
The shower door, you mean?
Yeah.
And the times?
6408 at 5:31:14.
Versus the previous exhibit, which is exhibit number 160.
It's at 5:30:30.
It's approximately about 45 seconds apart. Is that
Yes.
right? When you obtain things or find things in this memory stick, can you tell whether or not the photograph was taken right side up with the camera right side up or the camera right upside down?
I will have to look at the image and I can determine that, yes.
So you can do that?
Yes.
And you can do that in this case, right?
Yes.
With regard to this particular, before we leave it, this area up here, well, it's a ceiling, right?
Yes.
You don't see any floor. Do you know what floor trim is? Do you
Yes.
know what that is? Do you see any floor trim anywhere here or anything?
No.
Just basically see a ceiling, right?
Yes.
And was this right side up? Was the camera right side up when this picture was snapped? Or was the camera upside down?
Right side up.
Take a look at Exhibit 162. First of all, when you recovered this photograph, were you able to know or tell us whether or not the camera, when it snapped this photograph, was it right side up or was it upside down?
It was upside down.
How do you know that?
Because when I looked at the original image, it was upside down.
And this area down here, can you tell what that is?
That's the floor.
So what this is?
It's a stain. It looks like blood.
No. Is it the floor? Is
Floor.
it the ceiling?
I'm sorry. Yeah, floor.
Maybe my question was not. And if we take a look
Tile
at,
flooring. I'm sorry.
If we take a look at exhibit number 161, are we looking at a floor there or not?
Looking at the ceiling.
And you've done this issue with cameras and photographs. How many cases have you worked involving that?
Numerous cases.
When you say numerous, you've worked on one or two, or how many?
Over 100 cases dealing with different types of media.
And with regard to photographs, you've seen many photographs, I suspect.
Yes.
When I say many, how many are many to you?
Hundreds of thousands.
And with regard to those, have you been able to develop an idea, if you will, or an opinion based on that, having viewed all these hundreds of thousands of photographs, as to an opinion as to where that camera was in exhibit 162, in other words, floor or somewhere else?
It would have to be off the ground.
And would it have to be right above the ground, higher off the ground? What is your opinion?
At least 3 feet, 2 to 3 feet.
And would that be an area that's waist high?
It could be.
And the time here is 5:32:16, correct?
Correct.
And if we take a look at Exhibit 161, how much time has passed?
Almost a minute.
Actually, it'd be like a minute and 2 seconds, wouldn't it, I think?
Yes.
Then if we take a look at Exhibit 163, what is this down here?
That's the floor baseboard.
And you see a mass of some sort, right?
Yes.
And it looks like it has some reddish lines coming down, right?
Yes.
Take a look at Exhibit 162. Do you see any reddish lines there?
Yes.
And the time on this one, and I think I probably have to give this to you because it's really blurry. Take a look at it. Exhibit 163.
$531.32.
Let me just bring it up closer. Maybe.
Oh, there we go. Looks different now.
That's it. Let me just bring it in.
Okay. 533.32. Sorry.
All right. And the one before it is what?
532.16.
This one, was it right side up or upside down?
Upside down.
And where was the camera, given your expertise, when it took exhibit number 163?
On the ground.
How about with regard to exhibit 162, where was the camera when it took that photograph?
On the ground.
As part of your investigation in this case, did you also happen to examine a computer in this case?
Yes.
Where was the computer found at the crime scene that you examined?
In the office space on the first floor.
With regard to a computer, this computer, were you able to tell whether it was on or off at the time that it was taken by the police?
Prior to me taking it, it was what I call sleep mode.
What is sleep mode?
Basically, when you turn on your computer and it's a setting on it, after a certain amount of time that there's no activity, the monitor would basically shut off. The monitor goes dark.
And what's the purpose of that?
To save battery.
And this was in sleep mode then, right?
Yes.
And is this after a certain period of time that it goes into sleep mode?
It's a setting, yes.
And in examining this, were you able to tell when was the last time that anyone, whoever it may have been, actually did anything with it? Either viewed something, sent something? Or...
Yes.
When was that?
I will have to look at my report.
Go ahead and take, do you have it there and I'll mark it?
Yes.
You go ahead. Look at 347, which is your report, and find it, and then let me know once you do that so that we can continue.
It shows that the...
Well, read it to yourself.
Okay.
Okay, once you've read it, what time, date and time?
June 4th, 2008, 15:34, 49 hours, which is 3:34, 49 p.m.
All right. I may have that. Did you do anything else with regard to this laptop? It was a laptop, right?
Yes.
What else did you do with regard to it?
At the scene, I removed power from it, which is what we do when we seize it.
Right.
You remove power so there's nothing else, no other activity. I labeled it, and then I packaged it, I believe I returned the following day to take it to the evidence section and turn it into the evidence section.
One of the things that some computers have are that they are password protected. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That you need a password to gain access to the computer.
Did you need a password to get into the computer or not?
No.
How is it that you can bypass it?
Because I go and look at the actual data on the drive. It's not the same as looking at what you see on your desktop.
Okay. Let me go ahead and have that back. Did you also have occasion to examine a phone, a telephone?
Yes.
And what kind of telephone was it?
A pocket PC.
And where was the telephone from?
It was also located in the office.
And with regard to that, did you happen to look at the text messages that were on there? Some of them anyway.
Yes.
And when I said some of them, were you able to look at all of them?
No.
And were you able to extract, when you conducted your examination, were you able to extract the text messages from that cell phone?
No.
Why not?
There was no technology at the time that could extract it.
And when we say extract, what do we mean?
Remove it, pull it out.
And put it in a form that we could look at it?
Yes.
Like a piece of paper?
Either a file or you could print it out to a piece of paper, yes.
And that was not available at the time, though, right?
No.
But it has since become available, hasn't it?
Yes, that's my understanding.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Let me just get set up.
Sure.
All right, I want to talk to you first about the camera that you examined, okay?
Yes.
All right. And that camera, when you first got it, you saw that it was in the washer, right?
Yes.
And when you saw that it was in the washer, the camera was all in one piece?
Yes.
In other words, the memory stick was inside the camera.
Yes, it was.
It had not been taken out prior to you or someone else taking it out.
Yes.
And the camera, after you had to buy a plug for it or a power source, right?
Yes.
And once you did that, the camera functioned properly?
As far as it turned on, yes.
Okay, you didn't have any other issues with the camera working?
No.
And in fact, the camera, you just showed it to us today, it's not crushed in any way, right?
No.
It doesn't appear that it was stepped on or kicked?
I couldn't tell if it was kicked, no.
I'm sorry, kicked to ruin it, in other words. It doesn't appear to be
It doesn't
crushed.
appear to be ruined, no.
Okay. And it doesn't appear that there's nothing actually broken on it, is there?
Other than the button you press to take photos that is missing on it right now.
I'm sorry.
It's missing. The button to take photos is not on it.
It wasn't like that when you examined it, though, right?
When I examined it, it fell off the camera. As I was handling the camera, that button that goes on there fell off, and I put it with the camera.
All right. And that button sits on the top of the camera, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like a rubber button, yes.
Okay. And so if the camera is sitting upside down, as you suggest in those pictures, those last two pictures taken on the floor,
Yes.
That button would be hitting the ground, wouldn't it?
Yes.
All right. And the memory stick, there was a memory stick inside the camera.
Yes.
And when you got the camera, it wasn't wet, was it?
I could not tell if I was wearing gloves.
Okay. Well, you didn't note anything in your report that it was wet, right?
No.
All right. And same with the memory stick. That didn't appear to be wet either.
Like I said, I don't know if it was wet or not because I couldn't touch it hand to hand. I touched it with the gloves on, so if it was moist, I couldn't tell.
Okay, but you looked at it, right?
Yeah, I didn't see water on it, no.
All right. And you didn't note anything in your report about it being wet?
No.
Didn't smell like bleach, did it?
I can't recall.
Okay, well, if it smelled weird like that, if it smelled like bleach, you would have noted that in your report, right?
I'm not sure.
Really? If it was something unusual about the camera, you don't think you would have noted
I don't
that?
want to be, I don't want to be mean, but there was other smells in that location at the time. I don't think I could smell bleach.
Okay, well, let's talk about when you didn't actually do your forensic review in the house, right?
No.
Okay, so at some point later when you're doing your forensic review, you never noticed any funny smell like bleach coming from the camera?
No, not at that time, no.
All right. And the memory stick, that also didn't appear to be crushed in any way?
No.
Didn't look like somebody smashed it or anything?
No.
Tried to break it? Wasn't bent?
No.
All right, the pictures, I want to talk to you a little bit about the pictures that we
Yes.
just looked at of Mr. Alexander in the shower. Okay?
Yes.
All right. These pictures, it appears, let's see. And I think you noted it in your report too. The pictures begin of Mr. Alexander in the shower at 5:22:24.
Yes.
All right. And that's 5:22 in the afternoon
Yes.
on June 4th.
That's correct.
And in this time period of 5:22 up till 5:30, there's many pictures taken of Mr. Alexander in the shower, right?
Correct.
And some of his poses are in different places, aren't they? I mean, in different positions?
Different positions, yes.
Okay. In other words, he's able to turn one way and then turn another?
Yes.
And on these pictures, it doesn't appear that he's injured in any way, right?
No.
And at least in the beginning of these pictures, it doesn't appear that he's involved in any altercation, right?
No.
And I know that we can see in some of the pictures, you can see the right side of his face,
Yes.
right? And then in other pictures, you can see the left side of his face.
Yes.
And that's because he turned around, right?
Yes.
And I'm showing you exhibit number 148. Oops. All right, this is exhibit 148 where we see the left side of Mr. Alexander's face.
Yes.
And you can see the water running off the back of his head. Is that right?
Yes.
And that would be consistent with the faucet being behind him.
Yes.
All right, and then also, there were other pictures taken, would appear to be taken on that day on June 4th, right?
Yes.
There's pictures taken earlier in the day.
Correct.
And those are those pictures that we saw of Mr. Alexander and some of Ms. Arias. The nude photos.
Yes.
And those, only some of those were time-stamped, right?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. Well, when I say time-stamped, I mean only you were able to get information from the forensic program you used to get those pictures, right?
Right, from the data that the camera embedded in the file.
Right. So in other words, the information that's on those pictures, the red writing, that actually comes from your forensic program.
Not the red writing itself, the information does.
Oh, did you put the red writing on it?
No.
Somebody else did then?
I don't know. I didn't put red writing on it, no.
All right. Do you disagree that that's the time
No.
of those pictures?
That's the accurate time.
Okay. Those pictures, okay, so those pictures, we saw them, and I don't think we need to see them again, but obviously there's a picture of Mr. Alexander, right? You can see his face in one of those pictures, do you
Yes.
remember? And obviously there's a picture of Miss Arias in those pictures, right?
Correct.
In at least one of those photos you can see her face.
Correct.
And so and in those pictures, next picture in the order, ooh, that's hard to see. Can you see the time on that?
Yes, 5:31:14.
Okay, 5:31:14, that's the next photo taken, right?
Correct.
And I believe you testified on direct that you believe in your expert opinion that photo is taken about 2 to 3 feet off the ground.
Yes, based on the angle that you see.
Okay, and that's based on your experience in dealing with media type of cases, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's blurry, isn't it?
Correct.
It appears, because of the blurry and because it's not focused on anything, it appears to be an unintentional picture. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
All right, and then just over a minute later, at 5:32:16, we're looking at exhibit number 162. And this is the picture where you can see what would appear to be blood or some type of a substance coming down the right-hand side of Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
And in your report, you said it even appears that he was deceased in this photo.
Yes.
And this is just this is just a little over a minute, isn't it, after the unintentional photo of the ceiling?
Based on what I can't recall the exact time, so
here.
I would have to take your word that it is over a minute.
Here, I just want to make sure you know. That
Yes.
one, the ceiling is 5:31:14?
Correct.
Okay. And then the next picture is 5:32:16.
Minute and 2 seconds, yes.
Okay, I did the math, right?
Okay.
Okay, just checking because, all right. And when we see the picture of Mr. Alexander on the floor, the one at 5:32, which is exhibit number 162,
Yes.
you believe in your expert opinion that the camera is on the floor at that time.
Yes.
And not only is it on the floor, but it's flipped upside down.
Yes.
So if someone even wanted to, they certainly couldn't reach the button to take a photo, right?
No.
Because the button's on the ground.
Yeah, it would have to be yes.
Okay. And same thing with the next photo in sequence, which is another picture of the hallway, exhibit number 163, taken at 5:33:32. That also is where the camera is upside down.
Yes.
And again, if the camera's upside down, then that means that the button to take the photo is on the ground.
Yes.
All right, you talked just briefly about this pocket PC, which is a phone.
Yes.
And you were able to look at it, right?
Yes.
And you were able to power it on?
Yes.
And so because you were able to power it on, you were able to look and see if there were text messages and other things on that phone.
Yes.
But you said that you weren't able to extract anything off the phone.
Correct.
And when you say extract, that's a forensic word, right? More or less?
Yes.
So in other words, you couldn't plug it into anything to download what was on the phone onto something else.
Correct.
All right. But you could have taken pictures of what was on the phone, right?
It depends.
Well, I mean, if you had a camera, which I'm sure Mesa Police Department does, you could have snapped photos of each text message if you wanted to, right?
My recollection, there were over 15,000 text messages on that phone.
So that's quite a few.
Yeah, not quite a few, plenty.
Okay. So, but there was nothing stopping you from reviewing that and taking pictures of the text messages.
If I had 8 months to